a real dog. Chapter 968, the eighth tale of the nine-tailed snow fox. While Fang Xi and the others were on their way, Shen Jilin and the others were digging herbs in full swing. I knew it was right to follow junior sister Jilin. Look how many good things we harvested this time. If those people from White Tiger Peak and Xuanwu Peak knew about it, their intestines would probably turn green with regret. Yes, some people have misunderstood junior sister Jilin before. It's true that a villain's heart can judge a gentleman's belly. Fang Xi and the others can only pick up our leftovers and eat them. They're probably going to be very angry. Ha ha ha. Ellipsis. Yu Waiyu and others were a little uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, Shen Jilin brought them with them to increase their momentum. Both sides got what they needed, and there was nothing to feel guilty about. But no matter what, Shen Jilin does have some abilities, and following her is the right choice. At this time, Shen Jilin's depression disappeared. Fang Xi, even if you had some upper hand before, so what? I am destined to go further than you. Half an hour later, Fang Xi and the others arrived. Shen Jilin's admirers suddenly became sarcastic. Fang Xi, there are a lot of heaven-level herbs growing here, and they're species that are difficult to see outside. Unfortunately, we have harvested them all, and you're a step too late. Opportunity is something that comes by chance but cannot be sought. You can only consider yourself unlucky. Even if you, Wu Daopi, get 50 places, your gains are incomparable to ours. Ellipsis. Hearing these words, the eight-tailed snow fox began to blame himself and shed tears again, making Jiang Yan's clothes wet from crying. Jiang Yan originally wanted to put the eight-tailed snow fox on the ground, but now that he saw it crying and twitching, he had no choice but to continue holding it. At this time, Shen Jilin looked like a winner. Especially when she saw Jiang Yan holding the eight-tailed snow fox, she thought that the eight-tailed snow fox was in very bad condition, and was sure that Fang Xi had not signed a contract with the eight-tailed snow fox. Once Hao Shen Mirror was released, this little beast couldn't escape from her grasp. Fang Xi gathered her thoughts, ignored Shen Jilin and the others, and started digging for valuable medicinal herbs. Although all the high-level herbs were poached by Shen Jilin and the others, there were also some low-level herbs left behind. Come here. Mosquito legs are also meat. Shen Jilin curled her lips. Fang Xi, you are really not picky. Since you are willing to pick up the rest of my things, then you can do whatever you want. Her words were a double entendre, referring to both the medicinal herbs and the eight-tailed snow fox. Fang Xi looked at her. Get out of here right now. Otherwise I will take action. Shen Jilin snorted coldly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to waste time on you. Everyone, let's go. Shen Jilin's admirers were very puzzled. Fang Xi and the others were only 6 people, and there were 20 of them. They could win no matter what. Why did junior sister Jilin keep giving in? Shen Jilin saw their thoughts and explained, we entered Hao Shen Mirror mainly to find opportunities, there is no need to waste time on her. In fact, she didn't dare. On the one hand, she suffered a lot from Fang Zai's repeated losses, which was somewhat psychological. On the other hand, although there were many people on her side, they all had their own agendas. If they really wanted to take action, many people would choose to sit back and watch. By then, she would be passive. They had just walked out a few hundred feet when they heard Jiang Yan exclaim. Shen Jilin and others immediately turned to look over and saw Jiang Yan slumped on the ground. The eight-tailed snow fox that was originally held by him had now grown in size. Shen Jilin couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The eight-tailed snow fox in the polar ice field used to be this big, but then its cultivation stagnated and its body shrunk to the size of an ordinary fox. And why is it getting bigger now? She had a vague premonition in her heart and turned back subconsciously. Seeing this, the others followed him back. When Fang Xi saw them coming back, she immediately released Xiao Hui and the others. No matter whether they could fly or not, at least they looked capable of bluffing people. Fang Xi summoned 7 flying swords and formed a 7-ray killing array. The attention of Shen Jilin and others instantly shifted to Fang Xi, and Yu Waiyu asked with a shocked face. Fang Xi, is it possible that you can complete the 7 stars killing formation by yourself? Fang Xi curled her lips. Yes. Yu Waiyu. Intellectually he didn't believe it, but the first sleep told him that it was true. Can one person form a sword array? Or a 7-man sword formation, is this possible? Ding Wenchang sneered. Fang Xi, you can really brag. If you can form a sword formation by yourself, I will take your last name from now on. The last time he was ejected from the river by a violent moray eel, he had been itching all over his body. Even if he scratched his skin, it was useless. It didn't heal until the 3rd day. He could guess with his toes that Fang Xi had poisoned him, so he hated Fang Xi with all his heart. When Fang Xi heard what he said, she curled her lips and said, my last name is mine. Come on, I don't want unworthy descendants like you. Ding Wenchang. He immediately became furious and stabbed Fang Xi with his sword. Fang Xi was about to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, so she shouted, well done. He immediately commanded the flying sword to trap Ding Wenchang in it. She didn't exert much force, and Ding Wenchang was like a trapped animal in a cage, being forced around and surrounded by danger. Shen Jilin and others were immediately shocked. Fang Xi can actually form a sword formation by himself. There was even a hint of despair in Shen Jilin's heart. Why? She is obviously a genius with the best water spread root, and her cultivation level is obviously higher. Why is she always beaten by this bitch Fang Xi? At this time, Fang Xi took the initiative to withdraw, and Ding Wenchang retreated in embarrassment. His face turned red and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Fang Xi said lightly, do you know why I let you go? Because we are all from the same sect. Even though you are unkind, I cannot be unjust. Since the Supreme Elder of the West stipulates that killing each other is not allowed, of course I will not violate the rules. After all, I am a very rule-abiding person. Everyone. If you hadn't said the latter sentence, the credibility of your statement would have been higher. However, no matter what, some people have a much better impression of Fang Xi. Especially Yu Waiyu. He had told Fang Xi before that Bailey Hao was not in danger, but she still went to save people without hesitation, which showed that she was very responsible. Now that Ding Wenchang has been released, it shows that she has a bottom line in what she does. In comparison, Shen Jilin is far behind. If nothing else, it was impossible for her spiritual pet to terminate the contract with her for no reason. She must have owed something. She treats her spiritual pets like this, let alone others. This person cannot be dealt with. Now they are just following her to get what they need and use each other. At this moment, the figure of the eight-tailed snow fox surged again, and everyone could only look up. At this time, Jiang Yan exclaimed. Look, it seems to have an extra tail. 9 tails. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 969 Nine-tailed Sky Fox. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, everyone's eyes fell on the tail of the eight-tailed snow fox. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. It turns out to be really 9 tails. This means that the eight-tailed snow fox has advanced to become a 9-tailed celestial fox. Although there is only 1 tail difference between the 8 tails and the 9 tails, the gap is huge. The 8-tailed snow fox is a fairy beast, and the 9-tailed sky fox is a divine beast. The legendary western divine beast has long been extinct, and this 9-tailed sky fox is the only divine beast in the world. Shen Jilin was shocked and angry. This little beast had actually advanced to become a divine beast. Could it be that he was just pretending before? But no matter what, I have to re-contract with it quickly to avoid being abducted by that bitch Fangxi. Thinking of this, she looked like she was crying with joy. Xiao Bai, you have finally advanced. My hard work is not in vain. I usually punish you a little bit in order to urge you to advance as soon as possible. Now this wish has finally come true. You are so smart that you must understand my painstaking efforts, right? Come to the master and we will renew the contract. Fangxi felt that she was quite shameless, but compared to Shen Jilin, she was really too shy. How did she say such shameless words? The 8-tailed snow fox, to be precise, is now the 9-tailed sky fox. It looked down at Shen Jilin and sneered. Are you talking about the painstaking efforts of using my blood to make talismans every once in a while? What you mean by painstaking is that if you don't get your way, you'll leave me covered in bruises. The painstaking efforts you are talking about mean that there are other ways to open the barrier, but you insist on my painstaking effort. Shen Jilin, even if you did this to me, because you hatched me in the first place, I never thought about seeking revenge from you, I just wanted to escape from you. But I am no longer the same person now. Everything yesterday is in the past. From now on, you are my enemy and I will kill you. When the 9-tailed sky fox said this, the 9 foxtails behind him suddenly swelled, and then they were drawn towards Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin wanted to escape, but found that she was enveloped by huge pressure and could not move at all. In the blink of an eye, Shen Jilin was strangled by a foxtail. She screamed in horror, help, help, help me. Only then did her admirers react. Before they could get close, they were whipped away by the other tails of the 9-tailed sky fox. Yu Waiyu and others had no intention of getting involved at first, and it was even less possible for them to step forward at this time. When Shen Jilin saw this, she actually shouted. Fangxi, save me. As long as you save me, I will tell you a big secret. Fangxi looked up at the sky. I've been deaf recently and can't hear what you said. Seeing that Fangxi was not going to intervene, the 9-tailed sky fox tightened its tail, and Shen Jilin's struggle became smaller and smaller. Just when everyone thought Shen Jilin was bound to die, a golden light suddenly shot out from her body and flicked the foxtail away. The 9-tailed sky fox snorted and shrank rapidly, finally returning to its original size. The only difference is that there is an extra tail. But this tail is obviously much shorter than the other tails. Fangxi really wanted to step forward and kill Shen Jilin with a sword, but now that Shen Jilin was shrouded in golden light, she couldn't get close at all. It seems that the aura of the original heroine is not very strong, and it is not easy to kill her. But it's okay to keep her and use it as bait to catch the big fish behind her. You can also change your mood when you have nothing to do. While Fangxi was thinking about it, she asked the 9-tailed sky fox with concern, Xiao Zuhu, are you okay? The eyes of the 9-tailed sky fox fell down. Master, I'm fine, but you have to worry about me again. I'm so useless, I'm a waste. Fangxi. Weren't you quite domineering just now? Why did you become a little crybaby again? Less than bridge. Is it possible that your courage is directly proportional to your size? Now the 9-tailed sky fox can speak human words, so everyone can hear what it says, and Shen Jilin, who is in the golden light, naturally hears it too. Oh no. Could it be that that bitch Fangxi has contracted with the 9-tailed sky fox? She had spent a lot of cultivation and consciousness in order to open the barrier before, and she was choked to death by the 9-tailed sky fox just now. Now she was so angry that she spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the blessing of golden light, he would have fainted on the spot. However, when she saw the golden light around her, a sneer appeared on her lips. Fangxi, sooner or later I will kill you. At this time, the golden light gradually dissipated. Shen Jilin's admirers were really devoted to her. They were afraid that Fangxi and the others would take action, so they kept Shen Jilin in the middle. Shen Jilin stared at Fangxi. Fangxi, I will repay you 1,000 times as much as you took away your spiritual pet today. Fangxi curled her lips. Don't worry about it anymore, just fight with me today. You don't dare, right? Shen Jilin. Fortunately, an admirer came to the rescue. Junior sister Jilin just vomited blood. Fangxi, you are taking advantage of others' danger. Shen Jilin glanced at the other party gratefully and said, there's no need to waste time here, let's go. After that, he took the people away. Fangxi shouted, Senior brother Yu, when Shen Jilin was trapped by the 9-tailed fox. Fangxi shouted, Senior brother Yu, when Shen Jilin was trapped by the 9-tailed fox just now, you didn't come forward to help, she must hate you to death. I advise you to part ways with her as soon as possible, otherwise be careful of her plotting against you. Furthermore, you have also heard that she can even abuse her own spiritual pets, which shows that her character is very low, and following her will be harmful but useless. Don't think that she has good intentions when she leads you to find some treasures. This is the bait for fishing. If you continue to follow him, maybe it will happen soon. You are all smart people, make your decision quickly where to go. Yu Waiyu and others did not want to continue to follow Shen Jilin before, and they became more determined after hearing Feng Zai's words. However, they have not left the barrier yet, so naturally they will not say it stupidly. Arriving at the edge of the barrier, Shen Jilin still used the previous method to open the barrier. Yu Waiyu took out some of the treasures of heaven and earth and said, Junior Sister Shen, thanks to you we can enter the barrier this time. These heavenly materials and treasures belong to my heart. However, I want to find some opportunities of my own, so I won't be with you next time. When the Haoshan mirror is released, I will visit you again to express my thanks. Hearing what he said, many people agreed and gave some of the treasures of heaven and earth to Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin forced a smile and said, everyone has his own ambitions. If you want to leave, then leave. Take care. She was filled with resentment. There is no sincerity and no good people in this world. They are all out for profit. If it weren't for the fact that these people were of some use, they would all be damned. Her admirers saw that their sweetheart was a little disappointed, and they all comforted each other. Junior Sister Jilin, there are not too many of them, but there are not too many of them, so you don't have to worry about it. There will be times when they will regret it. Although that Feng Shi got the nine-tailed sky fox, I think the nine-tailed sky fox is just a showpiece, otherwise it won't return to its original size and is of no use at all. Junior Sister, you have golden light to protect your body. You are the daughter of destiny at first glance. Your future will be limitless. Not to mention anything else, we have mined all the good stuff in this barrier, so Feng Shi and the others can just pick up some leftovers. Ellipsis. When Shen Jilin heard what they said, the depression in her heart was swept away. That's right, I'm the daughter of destiny, and the bitch Feng Shi is destined to be trampled under my feet. At this time, Feng Shi was looking at the nine-tailed sky fox in disbelief. Xiao Shuihu, you said this is just the periphery of the medicine garden, all worthless junk. Is the real medicine garden inside? Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 970. It turns out that it is not waste. The nine-tailed sky fox nodded its little head desperately. Yes, the outside is all junk, used to confuse people, but the inside is the real medicine garden. I will take you in now. Feng Shi. Sure enough, good things come to good people. Jiang Yan bared his teeth and asked, Little fox, how do you know this? The nine-tailed sky fox explained, this is the medicine garden of the fox tribe. Originally, I was only qualified to enter the outside. Now I can enter inside. When it said this, it looked at Feng Shi gratefully. Originally, there was no way for it to advance, after all, it was just an eight-tailed snow fox. It may be that he cannot be broken or established. After his cultivation fell to the chi refining stage, he took a large amount of these cores, which inspired his ancient bloodline and advanced to the nine-tailed sky fox. If there was no owner, it would have fallen into Shen Jilin's clutches again, let alone any advancement. Therefore, it will definitely repay its owner well, even if it means risking its life. The nine-tailed sky fox led Feng Shi and the others forward for some distance. When it saw that there was no way to go, it began to form seals. This time, instead of using blood from his heart, he bit his claws. Feng Shi thought to herself, it seems that there are hierarchies everywhere, and the fox clan is no exception. Not to mention anything else, the requirements for blood are different. As the nine-tailed sky fox dripped blood into the void, Feng Shi and others' eyes suddenly became clear. Xiao Hui even screamed like a duck. Quack quack. So much delicious food. I originally thought that being chosen by the Bird King to follow Feng Shi was bad luck, but now it seems that there is smoke coming out of the ancestral grave. This trip back, their cultivation levels will definitely improve a lot. The golden pig's eyes also widened. Originally he was feeling sorry for himself, but the nine-tailed sky fox was right in front of him, but he could only look at it but not eat it. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. It has already begun to figure out how to secretly hide its food reserves. If it shows off like this every day, its body might grow out soon. When the time comes when its gluttony returns, no one will be able to escape its mouth. Just that Shen Jilin, she could dazzle her with her eyes closed. At this moment, Luo Chen and the other two people just felt like they were dreaming, because everything was so unreal. The Wyming frame is slightly better, and Luo Chen and Jiang Yan really look like wood carvings and clay sculptures. At this time, Feng Shi said to the nine-tailed sky fox, Little snow fox, these things belong to your fox clan. Are you sure you will give them all to us? The nine-tailed sky fox twitched and said, 99% of it will be given to you, and the rest will be given to a few of them. You heard a few people. Okay, even though they're just helping others, it is still rich enough. Besides, even if they don't have a share in it, they don't have any objections. Feng Shi saw that the nine-tailed sky fox sincerely wanted to give it to her, so she was not polite. Anyway, what's hers belongs to it, so just keep it for it. Besides, they only pick ripe fruits and herbs, and the medicinal gardens are still there. So, Feng Shi waved her little paw, and everyone started to get busy. When Xiao Hui and the others were about to feast, the nine-tailed sky fox stopped them and said in a cry. You are just the master's temporary spiritual pets, so you just watch from here. Xiao Hui and the others. You whining vixen. Why didn't you say that when we helped you stop Shen Jilin? When they were angry, the nine-tailed sky fox cried and said. If you follow the master forever, you are my brothers and sisters, and you can eat whatever you want. Make your own decision. Xiao Hui and the others were caught in a conflict. Who wants to lose their freedom? Who wants to leave their hometown? Besides, if you follow Feng Shi, taking an ice bath will be the norm. Maybe they will no longer be golden-winged rocks but golden-winged giant penguins. But the treasures of heaven and earth in front of me are so tempting. Nee. Why should they face such a harsh choice? At this time, the voice of the little black ball sounded in their sea of consciousness. If you stay in the clan, you will only be the decoration of a mirror in this life. If you follow our master, you will experience the diversity of the outside world, and you will still have the opportunity to cultivate the great road. Don't think I'm lying to you, but you haven't seen what kind of spiritual pets the master is surrounded by, such as Turkey, Phoenix, and Nine-tailed Sky Fox. It's your honor to be among them. If you miss this opportunity, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Co Hui and the others were stunned by what little black ball said, and they even felt that they were being heartless if they didn't agree to Jane's head. Immediately his blood boiled up. If you stay, stay. Anyway, we are all single, so we will go wherever we go. But if the Bird King doesn't let us go by then, we will have no choice. Little Black Ball immediately said, don't worry about this, the master has many ways to make the Bird King agree. Co Hui and the others immediately expressed their loyalty to Feng Shi and changed from temporary workers to regular workers. Feng Shi is naturally very happy. As a spiritual pet, you can raise 1 or 10. The more the better. Anyway, just give me some bigu pill when the time comes. As for eating meat, it depends on your own ability. How did Co Hui and the others know this? They thought they would live a good life eating meat every day from now on. Feng Shi praised the Nine-tailed Sky Fox alone, and the Nine-tailed Sky Fox was so happy that its 9 tails were wagging. It turns out that it is not a waste, it can also contribute to its owner. Thinking of this, it cried with joy. Feng Shi. You cry when you are sad and you cry when you are happy. You have so many tears. However, she didn't say anything. After all, the Nine-tailed Sky Fox was too fragile now, so she could only praise and encourage him. While everyone was busy working happily, a whirlwind appeared out of thin air. When the wind stopped, Feng Shi and others had disappeared. At this time, they were staring at everything in front of them with their mouths open. In front of them was a huge skeleton. Judging from the 9-tail bones, it was the skeleton of a 9-tailed Sky Fox. Even if it was just a skeleton, the pressure emanating from it made everyone break out in cold sweat and even make them breathless. Feng Shi didn't feel anything at all, and looked at the skeleton curiously. The golden pig's voice sounded in his consciousness, Master, can you let me out and let me eat 2 bites of the bones of the 9-tailed Sky Fox to satisfy my craving? Feng Shi, get out. Golden pig, it's okay to roll it and chew it. It's okay to crawl it. Feng Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 971 He is an honest boy. Feng Shi finally understood why the golden pig could show off itself. Its only interest was eating. Therefore, it is impossible for there to be 2 gluttons in this world, because they both want to show off each other. In the end, only one survived. She scolded the golden pig, and then the golden pig calmed down. At this time, the 9-tailed Sky Fox said to Feng Shi, Master, please let me out. When the wind started blowing just now, Feng Shi put all the spiritual pets into the spirit beast bag for safety reasons, including the 9-tailed Sky Fox. Feng Shi immediately released the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed Sky Fox walked to the skeleton, knelt down, and kowtowed 9 times. Feng Shi thought to herself that after all, they had taken someone else's treasure, so they should bow to their feelings and reasons. Although the other party is not a human race, he is still a great demon, so it doesn't matter if he salutes. So, Feng Shi took Jun Wen and others to perform a junior ceremony. At this time, there was a gentle sigh. Even if it is just a sigh, people can hear the charm of the soft intestines. Fortunately, the few people present were not familiar with it. They just thought the sound sounded good and had no other thoughts. The only one with complex ideas is Feng Shi. Suddenly I thought of many beautiful vixens, Daji, Xin Shi Shi Niang, Ying Ning. With the sound of sighing, a woman wearing a veil suddenly sat on the skeleton. Although he was just sitting there quietly, without even showing his face, he made people feel that he was extremely graceful and graceful. The sealed wooden sword suddenly shouted, Fox. It's a pity that no one else can hear this sound except itself. It thought to itself, a little vixen just came, and now an old vixen comes. Has the unscrupulous owner stabbed the fox's den? It's a pity that it can't exert its energy even if it is anxious, so it can only watch. At this time, the woman spoke. Nanny, are you here? Everyone was stunned. Because I couldn't figure out for a while who the Nanan, the woman was referring to was. Is it the 9-tailed Sky Fox or Feng Shi? But if you think about it carefully, it must be the 9-tailed Sky Fox. After all, they are the same kind. The 9-tailed Sky Fox knelt there and looked at the woman with tearful eyes. Are you the ancestor of the Fox clan? The woman chuckled lightly. I'm not that old, but I'm older than you. Please call me aunt. Feng Shishin said, this fox must be hundreds of thousands of years old at least, but it is not considered old. It seems that no matter what species, as long as they are female, they want to stay young forever. At this time, the woman sighed again. Nanny, you must be very confused about your life experience, right? I will answer your questions now. In the past, all the great Western divine beast families were wiped out. The leader of my 9-tailed fox clan had a premonition of the impending disaster, so he began to prepare for a rainy day. I scattered and hid several unhatched eggs in secret places, and cast the secret spell of my fox clan on the eggs. When it breaks its shell, it only has 8 tails to avoid causing trouble. When we find the place where our clan's bones or treasures are hidden, we may have a chance to break the secret curse and restore the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox. If it cannot be found, there is no need to restore the QB. Later, in response to the clan leader's guess, our 9-tailed fox clan also suffered a disaster, no one was spared, and everyone was killed. Relying on my obsession, I waited and waited here for countless years. Finally waiting for you, I can leave with peace of mind. Remember, Nanan, your mission is to find the truth of the past and avenge the blood feud of the 9-tailed fox clan. The woman's figure became fainter and fainter, and was about to disappear. The 9-tailed celestial fox was already sobbing and could not speak at all. When Fang Shi saw this, he quickly shouted, "Senior, don't leave in a hurry, just hold on for a while." "Woman, why do you tell me not to leave in a hurry? Do you think I want to leave? I would like to hold on a little longer, but I can't." Fang Shi also knew that the woman was at the end of her tether, especially when she saw that the nine-tailed Sky Fox clan had descendants, and she could no longer hold on to her obsession after it was gone. Fang Shi rolled her eyes and had an idea, and shouted, "You don't know, this little snow fox recognized its master before and suffered a big crime. That vicious woman used its blood to make a talisman and beat it severely when it didn't go well. When I saw it before, it was all injured. That's a tragedy. If it hadn't risked its life to break the contract with her and met me again, it probably wouldn't have survived for a few days." The woman suddenly became furious, her long hair flying behind her, and her whole body exuded a cold aura. "The descendants of my nine-tailed fox clan who dare to abuse me like this are really worthy of death. Is she also in this medicine garden? I will kill her." Because she was resentful again, the woman's figure became obviously more solid. Fang Shi sighed. She left. Originally, Xiaoshuihu had a chance to kill her, but a golden light suddenly appeared on her body, which allowed her to escape. "Do you know what that golden light is about?" The woman shook her head. "Maybe it's a divine weapon or something, or maybe there's another reason." "Little girl, did you just say that you saved my daughter?" Fang Shi bared her little white teeth and said, "That's right, but I also wanted to enter the medicine garden to pick the treasures of heaven and earth. We complement each other and go to each other." The woman nodded. "You are a very honest little girl. You are an honest child." Jungwon and others lowered their heads silently. Everyone in the world says he is a vixen, but he doesn't seem to be the vixen in front of his junior sister, Captain. Fang Shi looked at the woman. "You just said that the nine-tailed fox clan suffered a disaster. Can you elaborate on it? I can also help the little snow fox to take revenge." The woman shook her head. "It's been so long that I can't remember many things. I only remember that our nine-tailed fox suddenly can use many of our magical powers, even our natal magical powers." Then, the woman covered her head with her hands, obviously in agony. The nine-tailed sky fox subconsciously stood up and stretched out its paws to comfort the woman, but in vain. After a while, the woman calmed down. Fang Shi asked, "Then do you know about the Tiank Alliance?" The woman covered her head and said, "I don't know, is the Tiank Alliance a sect of your human race?" Fang Shi frowned. Could it be that the annihilation of the Western Great Divine Beast and the nine-tailed fox has nothing to do with the Tiank Alliance? Of course, it's also possible that the Tiank Alliance is very secretive, so this woman doesn't know. At this time, the woman's figure became faint again, and her voice became intermittent. "Little girl, take good care of my daughter, you will have a surprise." Before she finished speaking, Fang Shi shouted, "Don't leave, I'll introduce you to a wife." The woman's figure immediately became solid, and she said angrily, "Am I that old?" Fang Shi. "I just said that when Xiaoshuihu was suffering, I never saw you solidify so quickly." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 972. Don't forget your current identity. Fang Shi tilted her little head and looked at the woman. "Sister, I can't speak, so don't be the same as me. I just feel that a peerless beauty like you shouldn't just disappear like this. You should at least see hundreds of handsome young men before you leave." The woman suddenly giggled, her laughter soft and clear. Even a stupid young man like Jiang Yan found this laughter particularly pleasant. "You, little girl, are really good at talking. Please teach your daughter a lesson from now on, lest she fall into the name of my nine-tailed celestial fox clan. If you have anything else to ask, please ask, I really can't hold on anymore this time." Fang Shi suppressed the amusement on her face and asked, "Do you know the devil?" The woman smiled bitterly. "Who doesn't know the name of the demon god? It's just that God doesn't respond to every request. We knelt down to worship heaven and the demon god, but in the end we were exterminated. So, remember, little girl, you can only survive by yourself, don't expect others, even if the other person is a god." Fang Shi wanted to ask again, but the woman disappeared. Fang Shi was unwilling to give in and shouted, "Sister, I will introduce the devil to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she shuddered. She glanced furtively to the west, and then breathed a sigh of relief when she saw nothing unusual. She thought to herself that the devil was a bit evil, so she should stop talking about it in the future. It wasn't anything else, it was mainly that she was afraid that she would catch a cold. The nine-tailed fox knelt on the ground again, cut out 9 times, and then burst into tears. Fang Shi sighed, "Xiaoshuihu, he is gone. Don't be too sad. In the future, we will find a way to find the real culprit and take revenge." After hearing this, the nine-tailed sky fox stood up, but still twitching. Fang Shi persuaded her a few more times, and then thought of a very crucial question. "This looks like a stone room. They were brought in by a whirlwind just now. How can they get out now? That beautiful girl who is hundreds of thousands of years old is so irresponsible. You should send us out first and then you can do it." There was no other way. Fang Shi and the others could only find their own exit. "But I don't know how this stone chamber was built. It looks seamless and has no exit at all." Everyone placed their hopes on the nine-tailed sky fox. After all, it and the woman were of the same race. The nine-tailed sky fox thought for a long time but couldn't think of a way, and suddenly burst into tears. The wooden sword in the seal couldn't help but curse and cry. Just know how to cry. You might as well stop calling him nine-tailed sky fox and call him nine-tailed kettle instead. That's right, it's a kettle. If you have nothing to do, you have to pour some water out, otherwise you will panic. At this time, Jinzhu used his spiritual consciousness to say to Fang Shi, "Master, we won't be able to get out for a while anyway. You let me out, and I will go to the skeleton and smell it." Mujin is even more energetic now. "Do you hear this pig talk? How long has it been and you still want to eat it? Neither of these two is useful. Again, without it, the master's family will be broken up." Fang's eyes heart moved, and her eyes fell on the huge skeleton. "Xiaoshuihu, what do you plan to do with your senior's bones?" The nine-tailed sky fox has been abused by Shen Jilin since it broke out of its shell. It has no experience at all. When asked by Feng Shi, it looked confused. Master, what do you think we should do? Feng Shi said, you should have your own space, right? Put these bones away. After taking revenge in the future, I will bury him in the clan land of your nine-tailed sky fox, and my soul will return to my hometown and rest in peace. The nine-tailed sky fox didn't know where the clan's territory was, but now it obeyed Feng Xi's words, so it didn't say anything. It walked to the skeleton, knelt down, and said according to what Feng Shi taught her. Auntie, I can't bear your bones to be left here. I want to take your bones out of the Haoshan mirror and bury them in the clan of our nine-tailed sky fox, so that your soul can return to your hometown and rest in peace. The juniors will start picking up the bones now. Please forgive me for any offense. After the nine-tailed sky fox finished speaking, he cut out 9 times before trying to pick up a toe bone. Seeing nothing unusual, it continued to pick up. Feng Shi and others watched solemnly on the spot. In fact, a careless person like Jiang Yan wouldn't have thought of that many things, but he could just do whatever Feng Shi did, just follow the god's example. At first, all the skeletons were taken into their own space by the nine-tailed sky fox, and a teleportation array suddenly appeared under the skeletons. Feng Shi thought to herself, that beautiful girl who is hundreds of thousands years old has so many thoughts. If the golden pig hadn't been addicted to pigs, she might not have thought of letting it return to its hometown and rest in peace. Feng Shi asked Zhun Wen and others to get on the teleportation array, and Jiang Yan asked how to activate this teleportation array. Feng Shi thought that the blood of the nine-tailed sky fox would probably be needed, so he let it bite its front paws and drip the blood on the array plate. Sure enough, the teleportation array opened the next moment. Feng Shi thought to herself that she would have to replenish the little snow fox when she got out. She had been bleeding all day. When they regained their sight, Feng Shi and the others were surprised to find that they were already outside the barrier. Feng Shi thinks this is good, otherwise she would have to use the blood of little snow fox to open the barrier. Huai Mingzhen asked, Captain, where should we go next? Feng Shi was about to speak when Xiao Hui said weakly, Master, you have collected so many medicines inside, can you go back and refine the dying gold elixir? Feng Shi said calmly, do you think the herbs I picked are enough? Small Grey. I think it must be enough. But I'm a little afraid to say it. The little black ball used his spiritual consciousness to send a message to it, don't forget your current identity. Small Grey. Yes, I'm a regular now. I forgot. So, he said numbly, Master, I don't think it's enough, we have to keep working hard. If nothing happens, I'll take an ice bath. You have to soak it in the morning and in the evening, soak it early and you will get the benefits. Feng Shi was very satisfied with Xiao Hui's realization and agreed with a smile. Feng Shi dismissed Xiao Hui and said to Huai Mingzhen, just keep going and see. Chance is all about letting things happen. Huai Mingzhen said in a nonchalant manner, Captain, what you said makes so much sense. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. Zhun Wen said quietly from the side, since listening to you is better than 10 years of reading, you should listen more to what I say, not what my junior sister says. Wyming frame. How? If your surname is Zhun, then I have to listen to you. At this time, Luo Chen smiled and said, actually, we have obtained enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures now. Even if there is nothing to gain later, this trip to Haoshan Mirror will also be fruitful. Jiang Yan echoed. Yes, this is all thanks to the captain. If we had it ourselves, we wouldn't even be able to get a small change. The captain is really our lucky star. Feng Shi looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. This guy actually started talking in human language. Growing up so fast. Jiang Yangsen said, I dare not grow up. I'm afraid you'll dig holes for me again. I still have holes from picking berries. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 973. This is the card of the ancestor of 10,000 swords. Feng Shi called out a few big grey birds that had not taken a bath in ice water, chose a random direction, and set off. The nine-tailed sky fox was still unwilling to enter the spirit beast bag, so Feng Shi hugged it and sat on the bird's back. The wooden sword slips in the seal will turn sour into vinegar. This vixen is not only a kettle but also a teapot. 2T. If you don't want to enter the spirit beast bag, who will? Who doesn't know that it's better to stay outside? It was angry and anxious, and finally the sword trembled slightly again. Mu Jian's brain, which he thought was very smart, suddenly started to work. In the past, it relied on scolding to exert its strength. Could it be that in order to break through the seal, it relied on anger? Look, this is the card of the ancestor of 10,000 swords. How different. After figuring it out, Mu Jian started to find anger on his own. This is not difficult for it at all. Anyway, none of the spiritual pets it saw in Feng Shi were pleasing to the eye. Needless to say, the donkey dung ball was obviously the ancestor of all swords who was the first one to follow the unscrupulous master. However, it was unable to speak at the time, allowing the donkey dung ball to take the lead. This is a lifelong pain. That idiot, the golden pig, does nothing but eat all day long. He is just a bastard. Not to mention that road idiot, the funniest thing is that it is only in the past tense. If the current one is not killed, it will never see the light of day. Yan Ho Shu does nothing but sleep. Although Zhao made a small contribution a few days ago, he is back to his original form now. Besides, so what if it's a unicorn? The unscrupulous owner believed it when he said she was his mother. What a fool. Ellipsis. The wooden sword soured all the spiritual pets, and suddenly felt refreshed, and the sword trembled several times. Feng Shi was overjoyed when she noticed the movement of the sword. She placed a lot of magic sword residue on the sword and said a lot of words of encouragement. Mu Jian's heart is warm. The master still loves me and loves me the most. No matter how scheming the little T-Fox is, he can't shake my position. Feng Shi encouraged Mu Jian and used his spiritual consciousness to say to the nine-tailed sky fox. Xiao Shuihu, can you tell me something about Shen Jilin? For example, what's going on with that golden light? Or is there anything you think is strange? When the nine-tailed sky fox heard Shen Jilin's name, its body trembled slightly. Although it was now out of the clutches of the devil, the haze in its heart could only be left to time. It calmed its mind and then said, "She will cut off contact with my consciousness most of the time. She said this is to allow me to practice with peace of mind." Fang Shi thought to herself, she was not trying to let you practice with peace of mind. She was using this method to torture you and make you listen to her more. The nine-tailed sky fox continued, "I know she has no good intentions, but I would rather fall into loneliness than have her regain spiritual contact, because this means that she will either make me sacrifice my life, drain my blood, or torture I." Having said this, the nine-tailed sky fox's tears fell again, and his small body twitched, looking very pitiful. Even the jealous Mu Jian felt uncomfortable because this little T-fox was so miserable. Shen Jilin is really nothing. Seeing that the nine-tailed sky fox was sad, Fang Shi decided not to continue asking. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed sky fox twitched and said, "Because she often cuts off the connection with my spiritual consciousness, I know very little about her, but she will talk to herself when she tortures me. I guessed from some words that she really wants to gain other people's attention and favor. It seems that this is beneficial to her cultivation. But this is also my guess, I don't know if it is correct." Fang Shi fell into deep thought after hearing the nine-tailed sky fox's words. She recalled the plot in the book. Her 5 dog-licking brothers all ended badly, but Shen Jilin became more and more lucky. Could it be that she could absorb other people's luck? As long as someone else's favorable impression of her reaches a certain level, she can absorb the other person's luck. If this is the case, she will have to continue to solidify her reputation as a badass star and make people avoid her. Fang Shi thought about it for a while and asked the nine-tailed sky fox, "Is there anything else in her consciousness?" "Well, how should I put it? It's not necessarily a spiritual pet. Anyway, it's something that doesn't belong to her consciousness. Is there anything?" The nine-tailed sky fox shook his head. "No, her sea of consciousness only has the mark of the contract between her and me." Fang Shi originally suspected that Shen Jilin had a plug-in system or something, but now it seems that it shouldn't be the case. Of course, it is also possible that the other party has a way to avoid the nine-tailed fox's consciousness. Fang Shi saw the nine-tailed sky fox's tearful eyes and did not ask any more questions, but let it sleep for a while. The nine-tailed sky fox didn't want to sleep because it was afraid that when it woke up, Fang Shi would disappear. Fang Shi did not force it, but took out a pill and let it eat it, saying that it could repair its consciousness. After the nine-tailed sky fox ate it, he fell asleep the next moment. Mu Jian felt relieved when he saw the little T-fox was knocked unconscious by the medicine. You see, the conscience of an unscrupulous host will only come home occasionally to visit, but will run away from home most of the time. He can't stand you for too long. Fang Shi couldn't help it. The nine-tailed sky fox was very weak now, and falling asleep would help restore his consciousness. Furthermore, Fang Shi, I don't like people crying all the time. If there is a problem, just solve it. Is there any use in crying? She has been very tolerant of the nine-tailed sky fox, after all, it is so pitiful. Of course, the nine-tailed sky fox is also good-looking, and it doesn't bother him even if he cries. If it was Xiao Hui, he might have been scolded by Fang Shi. Xiao Hui, who was taking a bath in ice water, sneezed. "Grandma is such a bear, it's so cold. You won't be exposed to the cold, right?" Fang Shi put the nine-tailed sky fox into the spirit beast bag. She remembered that when she was in the underground palace, she mentioned the Tiank Alliance when chatting with a beautiful girl hundreds of thousands of years old. At that time, Luo Chen and 3 people were also present. Although the 3 of them were nothing, I didn't even ask, but I must have doubts in my heart. Did she make up a lie or tell the truth? When Fang Shi was hesitating, Bai Li Hao said, "Captain, I will definitely keep secret what happened in the underground palace before. I, Bai Li Hao, hereby swear that if I tell the story of the underground palace without the permission of the captain, my soul will be destroyed and I will never be reincarnated." Jiang Yan scratched his head. "You are not as big-mouthed as Huaiming Zhen. Do you need to swear poison?" Huaiming frame. "Should I put my big mouth aside for now? You are so indebted." At this time, Luo Chen also swore a poisonous oath. When Jiang Yan saw this, he could only follow the god's pattern and swore a poisonous oath. After swearing, he muttered, "It doesn't matter whether I say it or not. I know that I don't have any ideas, so I don't make any noise when I can, and I'm too lazy to talk to others." At this time, Fang Shi said, "The wind is so strong that I can hear you clearly just now, otherwise I would have stopped you even if I said anything." Luo Chen and the other 3. "You might as well not say this. You didn't even think of stopping me." Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 974. Are you polite? Fang Shi really didn't want to stop her. Although she hadn't decided whether to tell the truth, the actions of Luo Chen and the others made her feel relieved. Zheng Wen watched from the side and thought to himself, he just said that Bai Li Hao and Jing Laoshi were from the same family. They looked taciturn, but in fact they had a lot of thoughts. Sure enough, biting dogs don't bark. Cough. Although these words were somewhat inappropriate, the meaning was quite the same. Anyway, he preferred fools like Jiang Yan. Say what you have to say, there are not so many twists and turns. At this time, Fang Shi said sternly, 3 senior brothers, the Tiank Alliance is of great importance. If you speak out, you may be killed, so I didn't stop you. As for the details, I will tell you when the time is right. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Captain, whatever you say is whatever you say, I will listen to you." Luo Chen and Bai Li Hao also said a few polite words, and this matter was settled. Everyone took the time to meditate and adjust their breath. Early the next morning, Fang Shi saw the mountains below and wondered, could there be a chance for this place? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a few panic cooing sounds. The voices of several big grey birds sounded in the consciousness. "Master, no, we can't fly." Fang Shi. "Fortunately, you still call yourself Grey-Winged Rock, but now you tell me that you can't fly. There's probably something fishy down there, and even a big grey bird can't fly. The most important thing now is self-rescue. Even a bird can't fly, let alone a sword. Sure enough, Huai Ming-Frame panicked and said, Captain, you can't control the sword at all. Fang Shi comforted us, don't worry, even if we fall, we will still have these birds as meat pads, so our death will not be too ugly. Several people from Huai Ming-Frame, they were not comforted. Several big grey birds, are you polite? When Fang Shi said this, he tried the talisman seal and the array disc, but they both failed. Fortunately, the huge wings of the big grey bird played a certain role in slowing down the attack and bought some time. Finally, Fang Shi took out 7 huge grass balls and let several people live in them. This grass ball was made by honey badger beasts. On the one hand, it is addictive, and on the other hand, Fang Shi thinks that the grass ball has a good shock-absorbing effect and might be useful, so she will make a few more when it is fine. Furthermore, weaving the dragon grass into balls is easier to store, and also helps her keep an eye on it to prevent the golden pigs from stealing it. Still about 20 feet away from the ground, Fang Shi put several big grey birds into the spirit beast bag. The hearts of Luo Chen and others were in their throats. Can this grass ball really work? Several people worked hard to add spiritual shields to their bodies, and all defensive spiritual weapons were activated. In their panic, the grass ball hit the ground, bounced up, hit the ground again, and bounced up again. After doing this several times, it finally stopped. Luo Chen and others stumbled out of the big grass one after another, and Jiang Yan even fell to the west. Although everyone was shaken and dizzy, fortunately, they were all okay. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and said, thanks to the captain's good idea, otherwise we would have been smashed into meat patties. Zhang Wengson said, forget it about others, you, a clumsy person, started to take my job. He was just trying to consolidate his status as a favorite when he realized that Fang Shi was not among them. Where is the junior sister? He hurriedly searched for each other, little junior sister, little junior sister. Jing Yan and others also shouted, but they couldn't find Fang Shi even after searching all over the place. Jiang Yan said with a sad face. Everyone in this group is missing, so why is there no captain? Was he thrown out halfway? Everyone felt that it was not impossible, and searched nearby with heavy hearts. Got nothing. Jiang Yan grinned and howled. He was really sad and wasn't pretending. Although he can't speak, he is definitely sincere towards Fang Shi. Several other people also looked sad. Although Zhang Wen was also anxious, he felt that it would be nothing serious, because past experience proved that the junior sister could always turn disaster into good fortune. He appeased everyone and said, it's useless for us to be anxious here. If we expand the search area, we might be able to find our junior sister. Everyone had no other choice but to follow Zhang Wen's arrangements. Before leaving, Zhang Wen didn't forget to put a few big grass balls into the storage ring. What they didn't know was that Fang Shi was floating in front of them at this moment. Unfortunately, no matter how she shouted or shook, Zhang Wen and the others were unaware of it. If it had been anyone else, he would have collapsed. But Fang Shi had experienced the same thing once before in Hunyuan Sect, and since she had a big heart, it was okay. She even felt that it was good to become Piao, free and relaxed. So, she was floating on Zhang Wen's head, kicking Zhang Wen from time to time. As Zhang Wen walked, he vaguely felt that there was something on his head, but he looked up several times and didn't see anything unusual. He wondered in his heart, could it be that I was too worried about my junior sister and that I was hallucinating? Ugh. Junior sister, where have you been? Why did it suddenly disappear? Several people expanded the scope and searched for a long time, but still found nothing. It was also a narrow road for enemies, and at this time they met Shen Jilin and the others. Although Suzaku Peak Captain Yu Waiyu and Qinglong Peak Captain Shi Yuanzhang took away a few people, there were 12 people around Shen Jilin, most of whom were her admirers, and a few of them were blinded by benefits. It's just that they're all very embarrassed now, their clothes are all stained with blood, and their expressions are even more panicked. They didn't even pay attention to Zhang Wen and the others and ran away in a hurry. When Shen Jilin passed by Zhang Wen and the others, she slapped Huai Ming-Zhen in the face. Although Huai Ming-Frame had no defense, he still dodged. By the time he reacted, Shen Jilin had already escaped. Huai Ming-Zhen was so angry that he yelled and immediately wanted to catch up. Luo Chen stopped him. They must have caused some trouble. Let's run in another direction. Jing Yan and others felt that what Luo Chen said was reasonable. Shen Jilin and the others ran to the south, so they ran to the east. Fang Shi, who was floating above them, couldn't help but sigh. Have you ever thought about why Shen Jilin slapped Huai Ming-Zhen? Obviously he wants to divert trouble to the east. Fang Shi felt that Shen Jilin must have taken the opportunity to do something with her just now. It was probably some fine powder that got onto Huai Ming-Zhen's hair and clothes when she waved her palms. Fang Shi floated over Huai Ming-Zhen's head and took a closer look. It was indeed the case. There is some extremely fine black powder on his hair, which cannot be found unless you look closely. Just watch, trouble will come soon. She had to do something, otherwise fifth senior brother and the others would definitely suffer. She looked left and right, focusing on Zhang Wen's shocking sword. He quickly slipped into the Jingshan sword. The sword spirit of Jingshan sword. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 975. Zhang Wen was confused. The sword spirit of Jingshan sword only has a vague spiritual intelligence, which is basically the same as those of Fang Zai's spiritual sword phantoms. Zhang Wen could only sense some of its emotional changes and was unable to communicate specifically. At this time, Zhang Wen noticed that his sword spirit seemed to be a little panicked, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, even he was a little panicked in this situation, which was normal. Little did he know that his own sword spirit was confused at this time. My mind, which was not very bright to begin with, became even more confused. Isn't this the master's little junior sister? Why are you here to compete with me for territory? Could it be that he is tired of being a human and wants to be a sword? Fang Shi said to it, you go play for a while and lend me this sword blade. Don't worry, I'm helping your master and I won't harm him. Although the sword spirit of Jingshan sword is not very intelligent, it can still tell the difference between inside and outside. If its master listens to this little junior sister, of course it must also obey. Besides, it can't beat the opponent. So, obediently gave up the dominance of the sword. After Fang Shi gained control of the Jingshan sword, Leng Budding broke away from Zhang Wen's hand, flew to Huaiming Ji at lightning speed, and cut off a strand of his hair. Huaiming Frame was frightened and hurriedly dodged aside. Zhang Wen, what do you want to do? Zhang Wen was confused at this time. He didn't do anything. The key is if he tells it, will Huaiming Frame believe it? At this time, the Jingshan sword kept circling around the severed hair. Zhang Wen noticed the anxiety conveyed by the sword spirit and subconsciously walked over to take a closer look. Zhang Wen's eyes were really good, and he immediately saw a little black powder attached to his hair. He suddenly exclaimed, Huaiming Frame, hurry up, use the cleaning technique. Huaiming didn't know why, but seeing Zhang Wen's anxious look he didn't dare to delay, and immediately started to use the cleaning technique. Zhang Wen also used the fireball technique to burn Huaiming Zhen's severed strand of hair. He gritted his teeth and said, let me tell you why Shen Jilin slapped you. I originally thought it was because of the friction before, but I didn't expect that she wanted to divert trouble. While she was waving her hands, she got some black powder on your hair and clothes. It was so insidious. Luo Chen and others also guessed something at this time. Although they were scared, they couldn't help but praise Zhang Wen. Although Zhang Wen wanted to explain, he didn't know where to start, so he had to acquiesce. He can't say that his spiritual sword has become a spirit, can he? However, it is not impossible. The little junior sister's wooden sword can become a spirit, and it's normal for his gentleman's sword, which is famous all over the world, to become a spirit. Thinking of this, he felt happy and kept communicating with the sword spirit of Jingshan sword with his spiritual consciousness. The sword spirit of Jingshan sword thinks he is too annoying. How can I have the time to listen to your beeping now? My house has been occupied. Just when Fang Shi thought he had avoided this disaster, wisps of black mist drifted from the distance. Zhang Wen and the others also saw it. Although they didn't know what it was, they felt it was dangerous for the first time. Run, run quickly. They were not running slowly, but the black mist was faster than them, getting closer and closer to them. Seeing the black mist approaching, everyone had no choice but to stop and fight. At this time, the black mist turned into a ferocious human face. Hand over the sacred stone, or I will kill you. Zhang Wen said quickly, we didn't use any spiritual consciousness. It was Shen Jilin who got some black powder on us. You should go find her. The black-faced man didn't know whether he didn't understand Zhang Wen's words or what, but he still repeated what he said just now, hand over the sacred stone, or I will kill you. Zhang Wen still wanted to explain, but the black face suddenly turned into dozens of black swords, stabbing several of Zhang Wen's people. Luo Chen shouted, six-pointed star observation array. The 6 people immediately formed a six-pointed stargazing array. This six-pointed stargazing formation was improved by Zhang Wen and Zhu Xuan on the basis of the six-pointed evil-breaking formation. It focused more on defense and was more in line with the current situation. The 6 people cooperated tacitly and quickly stabilized the situation. Just when they relaxed a little, the number of black swords doubled. The offensive is even more fierce. Zhang Wen and the others soon couldn't stand it anymore and all lost their temper. Zhang Wen couldn't help but feel sad. It didn't matter whether he died or not. The key was that he hadn't found his junior sister yet. He couldn't die in peace. At this moment, he was bewildered to find that the black sword was in internal strife. One of the black swords attacked his companion desperately, puff puff puff. In an instant, several black swords were stabbed and dispersed. What's the fuss about? Those black swords stopped for a moment, and then turned into a black human face again. I just don't know why, but this black man's face seems to be having a seizure, and the corners of his mouth are twitching. You, who are you? Zhang Wen and the other 6 people were all shocked by this strange scene. But he quickly realized what he was doing and ran away. The black face turned into black mist again and wanted to chase him, but instead of chasing him, a wisp of black mist flew back. The remaining black mist hesitated for a moment, then turned around and chased after. At this time, Shen Jilin was feeling proud. Zhang Wen and the others must have been overtaken by that thing now, and maybe they're dead. Her way of bringing trouble to Shuodong was really beautiful. It's a pity that Fang Shi is not here, otherwise she would also be killed. However, maybe the bitch is dead, otherwise why wasn't he with Zhang Wen and the others? At this moment, someone exclaimed, look, what is that? Shen Jilin turned around and saw a wisp of black mist flying towards this side. The key is that the shape of the black mist looks more and more like a broom star. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 976. What a perfect occasion. Fang Shi is very happy now. It's much more comfortable to possess this black mist than to get into the Jingshan sword. This feeling of free flying is so great. Especially the mist can change its shape freely, which is really what she likes. No, in order to surprise Shen Jilin, she became a broom star. What a perfect occasion. At this time, one of Shen Jilin's admirers blurted out, why does this black mist look like a broomstick? Everyone else looked at Shen Jilin almost at the same time. Shen Jilin almost died of anger. What do you all see me doing? It's all the fault of that bitch Fang Shi. It's because she always talks about broom stars that people associate her with broom stars. At this time, she saw a lot of black mist flying behind her, so she quickly quickened her pace without thinking too much. So does everyone else. Their speed is not as fast as Zhang Wen's, so naturally they can't outrun the black mist. Especially the black broom star, which jumped over them and dangled in front of their eyes. The shaking made Shen Jilin grit her teeth and couldn't bear it. She stabbed the black broom star with her sword, but unfortunately it didn't hit. At this time, the remaining black mist also caught up and formed a human face without a mouth. Upon seeing this, Fang Shi hurriedly returned to the team. Who are you? Fang Shi couldn't help but be speechless. You asked about the whereabouts of the divine stone. What do you care about me? But Shen Jilin thought he was asking her, so she quickly said, I am Shen Jilin, a direct disciple of the Qinglong Peak of the Shangsheng Sect. The black man opened his mouth and wanted to ask, who are you? But what he said was, no, you are the broom star. The black man's face twisted. Shen Jilin's face became even more distorted. Others looked stiff. Even this black mist says that Shen Jilin is the broom star. Is it possible that she really is the broom star? Also, not to mention, the 8-tailed snow fox was very sick when she was in her hands, but when it was in Fang Zai's hands, it advanced into a 9-tailed celestial fox. Maybe it was given to Fang by Shen Jilin. No, no, no. How could we miss junior sister Jilin so much? She is kind-hearted and has led us to find many talents and treasures. She cannot be a broom star. At this time, the black man's face gritted his teeth and said, hand over the sacred stone. Of course, Shen Jilin denied it, saying that she didn't know about the sacred stone, let alone took it. The black human face turned into several long swords, surrounded Shen Jilin and others, and launched an attack. The other long swords all attacked in a regular manner, but only one long sword was sneaky, specifically attacking Shen Jilin. However, that long sword attacked the weak points of Shen Jilin's moves, and Shen Jilin was forced into danger. At this time, Ding Wenchang shouted, Junior Sister Jilin, please return that thing to it. It's important to save your life. Others echoed. They have found many treasures of heaven and earth, and they are not short of the so-called sacred stone. No matter how good the thing is, it is not as important as life. Shen Jilin bit her lip and was speechless. Fang Shi thought to herself, at this time, Shen Jilin actually gave up her life rather than her wealth. It seems that this sacred stone is very important. Ding Wenchang saw that Shen Jilin was silent and urged, Junior Sister Jilin, no matter how good things are, they must have a life and use. Don't hesitate, hand it over. Shen Jilin gritted her teeth and said, Senior brother Ding, it's not that I don't want to hand over it, it's that the so-called sacred stone has been shattered into powder. Hearing this, those black swords turned into black faces again, and Fang Shi Pidian also returned to the team. Bring it. Shen Jilin took out a jade box and opened it. It was all filled with fine black powder. It was the powder that Fang Shi found on Huai Ming's head before. The black face turned into mist and flew away with the jade box in its arms. Shen Jilin and others also ran away quickly. Only a wisp of black mist remained in place. Fang Shi felt that the black face was too disappointing. The sacred stone has turned into powder, but you gave Shen Jilin and the others a break. Why did you fly away? The key is that if you fly away, where will I go? Not finished yet, there is still a small chapter left, about 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 977 King, come and arrest me. Fang Shi thought to herself, how about going to find 5th senior brother and the others? When she was hesitating, a burst of uncontrollable force came, and she flew towards the direction where the black man's face left. Okay, since nature has made the choice for me, then I will let nature take its course. Just in time to see what this black mist is and what the sacred stone is. Maybe we can find a way to return to normal. Yo ho, just play, just have a big heart. Fang Shi quickly returned to the team, drifting forward with the other black mist. As she floated, she wondered, how could Shen Jilin and the others run in front of them if they had a big grey bird walking on their behalf? There must be something fishy here. After a while, Fang Shi followed other black mist and came to a stone wall. As the black mist approached, a hole appeared, but it was blocked by a barrier. Fang Shi had another doubt. How did Shen Jilin find out that the entrance to the cave was so hidden? Not only did he discover it, he should also have gone in, otherwise there would be no way to steal the sacred stone. It seems that she still has many secrets. At this time, the other black mist entered the barrier smoothly, and only the black mist possessed by Fang Shi got stuck on the barrier. Half is inside the cave and half is outside the cave. Fang Shi felt that her style was quite unique, and she even had the time to turn the mist in the cave into the shape of her fingers and make a hook. It means, no matter what you are, don't let me get stuck, come and help. The next moment, she felt as if the barrier was a little looser, so the cocoon crawled in. The cave was in the shape of a gourd. She was currently at the mouth of the gourd, so she continued to float forward. After passing through a narrow place, her eyes suddenly opened up. This is a huge stone chamber. The surrounding stone walls are covered with black runes. In the middle of the ground is a formation disc with black stones placed in 7 directions. Fang Shi felt that these black stones looked familiar. She got a stone when she rescued Bailey Hao before, and it was also black. But it seemed to be different. The stone she got was dull and black, but these black stones exuded a radiant light. Fang Shi guessed that there should be a sacred stone in the 8 directions of the array, but one of them was taken away by Shen Jilin. At this time, the black mist was placing the black powder brought back at the location of the missing sacred stone. Fang Shixin said, this has all turned into powder, and the power contained in it has probably been lost, so it probably won't have much effect. While she was thinking wildly, the black runes on the wall emitted wisps of black mist, and together with other mist, transformed into a black figure, but without a mouth. Fang Shi immediately floated over and returned to the team. The black figure immediately asked, who are you? This time he spoke much more smoothly than before. It is estimated that there was too little black mist before and it contained not enough energy. The next moment, the black figure whispered softly, guess. The black figure twisted. Whoever you are, get off me. The next moment, he said softly. No, I won't leave. It's easy to invite God but hard to send away. Black figure, when the hell did I invite you? The black figure twisted crazily and turned into several long swords to kill Fang Shi. But the black figure soon discovered that this was in vain. Because Fang Shi is flowing. She can possess other swords at any time, making them impossible to guard against. Finally, the black figure gave up. You can stay if you want to. After saying that, it turned into black mist again and penetrated into the lines on the stone wall. There was a deathly silence inside the cave. Without the blessing of other mist, Fang Shi could not speak and could only float around in the cave. If it were anyone else, he would have gone crazy holding it in, but Fang Shi didn't care. She flew close to the formation disk and began to study the patterns on the formation disk to speculate on its function. Fang Shi thought she had achieved some success in formations, but she couldn't understand the patterns on the formation disk at all, and she had never even seen them. She began to study the black lines on the stone wall again, and she couldn't figure out the reason, but she remembered them all in her heart. After finishing this work, she turned the mist into words and jumped word by word. Big king, come, catch, me, ah. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 978. Please call me 9 Netherlight. After seeing Fang's eyes' sexy moves, the black lines on the stone wall became distorted. However, he ignored Fang Shi. Fang Shi played by herself for a while. When she saw that people ignored her, she shamelessly tried to get into the lines, but unfortunately she was rejected. She thought, in this case, it would be better to go to the fifth senior brother, so she jumped word by word. Open black lens bracket back close black lens bracket open black lens bracket C close black lens bracket open black lens bracket A close black lens bracket open black lens bracket U close black lens bracket open black lens bracket N A close black lens bracket. Then he flew towards the entrance of the cave. It's a pity that the cricket keeper can crawl out after a long time. Grandma is a bitch. It was fine when you came, you can't go back. Fang Shi had no choice but to turn back again. After much deliberation, he decided to go with the troops in danger, and then 3 words came out. Heaven, Q, League. The next moment, wisps of black mist escaped from the stone wall, forming a human shape. Fang Shi returned to the team. Do you know about the Tiank Alliance? Fang Shi, not only do I know about the Tiank Alliance, I also know about the Shenyang army. The black figure couldn't help but trembled. Who are you? Why do you know this? Fang's eyes tone suddenly became serious. I am the hope of Juyu continent, I am the future of Juyu continent, I am the savior of Juyu continent, please call me the light of Juyu continent. The black figure was so angry that he almost collapsed. If what Fang Shi said was not too important, he would definitely ignore her. What a little lunatic. At this time, Fang Shi continued, do you think I'm joking? Do you think I'm trying to put money on my face? What I'm telling you is the truth, the truth. I was the first to discover the existence of the Tiank Alliance, and the first to learn about the Shenyang army. Moreover, I had already begun preparations to fight against the invasion of the Tiank Alliance, and it was very effective. I said that the light of the 9 netherworlds is being modest. In fact, you should call me the god of the 9 netherworlds. The black figure couldn't bear it anymore and slapped himself. Of course, the black figure's original intention was to slap Fang Shi in the mouth, but unfortunately Fang Shi ran away when he hit him. After Fang Shi returned to the team, he said, it's just a little joke, look at your look of not being able to afford it, your mental endurance is too poor. You have to learn from me. I've lost all my body. Aren't you still happy? Remember, mentality determines destiny. After Fang Shi poured a large bowl of chicken soup into the black figure, she said, what I just said is indeed an exaggeration, but it's pretty much the same. Now I know that there are very few people in the Tiank Alliance, so I'm the leader. If nothing else, the fact that I can find this place shows that this is God's will. I deserve to be here to save Juyu continent. Black figure. Time has passed, has the human language changed so much? Otherwise, why does this girl talk so weirdly in the movie? What does it mean that she deserves to save Juyu continent? While he was in a daze, Fang Shi said, I shook myself to the ground, but why don't you tell me who you are? What's going on with the lines on the formation plate and the stone wall? The black figure was speechless for a while. Fang Shi didn't urge him either. After a while, the black figure sighed. Come on, come on, come on. Now that the sacred stone has been destroyed, and you are here by chance, let me believe you. Fang Shi thought to herself, let alone your aunt, even your uncle must trust me. The black figure continued, since you know the Tiank Alliance and the Shenyang army, you should also know what happened next, right? Fang Shi quickly said, I don't know. In fact, I have very little information. It seems that a long period of history has been erased, and there is no record of it by either the human race or the demon race. The black figure said, tell me what you know and I will listen. Fang Shi didn't say a word. She was somewhat worried that the black figure was fishing. However, after some weighing, I felt that this possibility was slim, so I told everything I knew. When talking about the Shenyang army, especially the last words spoken by General Yan, Fang's eyes voice was choked with sobs. The black figure closed its eyes. It took a long time to open it. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he said, on that day, the Shenyang army repelled the Tiank Alliance almost at the cost of their own death. When they thought they could recuperate, they discovered that the aura of death appeared in many parts of the Juyu continent. Wherever the air of death passes, all life is extinguished. This is even more terrifying than the invasion of Tiank Alliance. The remaining Shenyang army went out again. This time they blocked the exit of the deathly silence at the cost of self-destructing their souls, and then used formations to suppress it. They won a breathing space for Juyu continent. However, after this battle, the entire Shenyang army was wiped out and no one survived. In this process, the Haoshan mirror played a great role. To be precise, the Haoshan mirror was the eye of all formations that suppressed the energy of death. If the Haoshan mirror is destroyed, the formations used to suppress the energy of death will also fail. It is precisely because the Haoshan mirror is so important that before the soldiers of the Shenyang army died that day, they all left a drop of their hard work to set up the 10,000 souls Earth Evil formation here. Even if the Haoshan mirror falls into the hands of the Tiank Alliance, as long as the 10,000 souls Earth Evil formation is still operating, the formation to suppress the energy of death will not fail. The black figure was immersed in grief, and suddenly he heard Fang Shi ask. I'll take the liberty to interrupt. Although I am very moved by the spirit of the Shenyang army soldiers, are you sure that this 10,000 souls Earth Evil formation can defend against the Tiank Alliance? In just a short while, Shen Jilin came in and stole the sacred stone. I came in and walked around for a long time. You were like a sieve here. Black figure. He was silent for a moment and then said. Originally, the 10,000 Souls Earth Evil formation was very powerful, but too much time has passed, and the power of the 10,000 Souls patterns on the stone wall has been greatly reduced, and it even changed from red to black. In addition, the sacred stone has been almost consumed, so the Shenjilin you mentioned has an opportunity. Fang Shi asked, you've been talking for a long time, what is this sacred stone? Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 979 Sincerity is indeed a must-kill skill. The black figure heard Fang Shi ask about the divine stone but did not answer immediately. Fang Shi was a little unhappy. What are you asking me about? I just told you the same thing as pouring beans through a bamboo tube. When I ask you, you become secretive, half hiding your face with your paper in your arms. In this case, don't say anything anymore. I don't want to hear it anymore. The black figure hurriedly said, it's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that the matter is so important that I hesitate. Anyway, since I have said so much, this is not the worst. This sacred stone is a black brick removed from the demon temple. In the past, when the Tiank Alliance invaded, everyone knelt down and begged the gods for protection, but both the gods and the demons had gone into hiding, so we had no choice but to save ourselves. Some angry people began to destroy demon temples in various places, and even the demon temple in the demon capital was not spared. Later, someone accidentally discovered that the black bricks of the demon temple in the capital actually contained the power of time and space, which was just used to hide the 10,000 Souls Earth Evil formation. After the sacred stone was activated, the cave was isolated from the outside time and space. Even if the formation was studied, it would be difficult to discover the existence of the cave. But as time went by, the black bricks were exhausted, leaving only these 8 pieces. One piece was stolen by the Shenjilin you mentioned and turned into powder. Although there is still some power of time and space left in this powder, it cannot sustain it for too long. Fang Shi was stunned. A stone that contains the power of time and space. Isn't it the time shuttle stone? However, it seems that this sacred stone is different from the time shuttle stone. How exactly it is different needs to be held in hand and studied carefully to know. Her mind was a little confused because she received too much information at once, and she needed time to process it. Now I can only ask whatever comes to mind. I previously found a dark object in a cave marked with stars. It looks similar to this sacred stone, but it is dim. What is its connection with the sacred stone? The black figure immediately said, that is the sacred stone after consumption. It is placed outside to absorb some power of time and space. If it doesn't work, it can be used for a while. Fang Shi. Do you think this is solar charging? It is estimated that the caves marked by the sun, moon and stars are filled with such stones, and there are no treasures at all. At this time, the black figure said, even if we bring in all the sacred stones from outside, it will only last for another 10 years at most. If the Haoshan mirror is obtained by the Tiank Alliance, the Juyu continent will be in danger. Fang Shi suppressed the disturbing thoughts in her heart and asked. How did Shenjilin find this place? How did she get in? The black figure sounded very confused. I don't know what happened. She seems to have known this place for a long time, and she passed the barrier so easily that when I tried to stop her, she had already obtained a sacred stone. Fang Shi probed, did she come in too quickly, or were you lazy because you were napping? The black figure was obviously a little stiff. Fang Shi, got it. But it's understandable that after being here for hundreds of thousands of years, it's normal to be lazy occasionally. Thinking of this, she asked, I've been talking for a long time, brother, who are you? Black figure. If nothing else, isn't your generation a bit chaotic? He said calmly, guess. Fang Shi, I'm stupid and can't guess. Black figure, sincerity is indeed a surefire skill. I was the one who set up the 10,000 Souls Earth Evil formation. In order to maximize the 10,000 Souls Earth Evil formation and to protect the 10,000 Souls Earth Evil formation, I refined myself into the formation spirit of the 10,000 Souls Earth Evil formation. As for my name, I have long forgotten it and cannot remember it. Fang Shi was in awe. Senior is righteous. I was reckless and said some offensive words before, please don't take offense. The black figure was a little uncomfortable seeing her speaking human language. He waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. You have shouldered a heavy responsibility at a young age. If you say you are righteous, you will not give in too much. Fang Shi echoed, what you said is correct. I am also a hero of Juyu continent, and I am also a behind-the-scenes hero who does good deeds without leaving his name behind. Black figure, that's what I said, you really climbed along the pole. There is one more chapter, around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 980. Do you know where this kind of stone can be found? However, Fang's eyes interruption made his heavy heart relax a little. At this time, Fang Shi said, Senior, as you said before, the divine stone can only last for 10 years at most, so the top priority is to prevent the Haoshan mirror from falling into the hands of the Tiank Alliance. That Shenjilin is very suspicious. Maybe she is here for the Haoshan mirror this time, so we have to act first. The black figure nodded, you mean to kill the Shenjilin? Fang Shi, no, what I mean is, let me keep the Haoshan mirror. Black figure. Why don't you always play your cards according to common sense? Fang Shi explained, it's not that I don't want to kill the Shenjilin, but she is protected by golden light and cannot be killed. Besides, if you keep her, you can catch the big fish behind her. She is more useful alive than dead. That's why I wanted to take away the Haoshan mirror. Since the Haoshan mirror is an artifact, it must have 2 brushes. When the time comes, let him make a fake Haoshan mirror here to show off, and I will put away the real one. Even if people from the Tiank Alliance sneak into the Changsheng sect, what they steal will only be fake Haoshan mirrors. Maybe we can use the fake Haoshan mirror as bait to catch a few big fish. The black figure nodded frequently as he heard this. Your method is indeed very good, but if the news is leaked, you will be in danger. Fang Shi solemnly said, Senior, although I, Fang Shi, can't compare with you, nor can I compare with the soldiers of the Shenyan army, but I have a pure heart. In order to protect Jiyu continent, and to protect the people I care about, I have nothing to fear, I will risk my life at worst. The black figure couldn't help but nod. Although this girl has a bad mouth, she has a sincere heart and is a good child. Fang Shi changed the subject. Senior, you know the Haoshan mirror very well and have been here for a long time. Can you give me some advice on how to get the Haoshan mirror away? The black figure thought for a while and said, there are two ways to conquer the Haoshan mirror. One is to forcibly kill the Haoshan mirror's weapon spirit in the outside world, and then contract with the Haoshan mirror. With your cultivation level, you simply can't do it. The second method is to find a way to conquer the Haoshan mirror's weapon spirit, and then achieve the purpose of contracting the Haoshan mirror. However, the Haoshan mirror spirit is very intelligent and unruly, so it is not easy to conquer it. However, as far as I know, the Haoshan mirror weapon spirit has a special characteristic. It likes to transform itself into mirror clones with different personalities, and then wander around in the Haoshan mirror. If you could subdue its mirror clones one by one, you might be able to force it into submission. Hearing this, Fang's ice heart moved. Mirror clone. Perhaps the giant beasts and the Dongwin tree she encountered in the selection trial were mirror clones of the Haoshan mirror weapon spirit. If she had known this, when she met the giant beast before, she would have found a way to contract with it. At this time, the black figure said, I think it's unlikely that this thing will succeed, so don't put your hopes too high. Why don't you quickly find a way to find the divine stone after you go out? At least you can make this formation last for a while. Senior, let me ask, do you have to use a sacred stone? Can other stones that contain the power of time and space be used? The black figure immediately said, of course you can. Do you know where this kind of stone can be found? You know, I have this kind of stone. The black figure was so excited that he almost collapsed. Are you telling the truth? How many dollars do you have? Fang Shi was silent for a moment and said, it's not much, because I haven't counted it, and there are big ones and small ones. If they were all converted into the size of a sacred stone, it would probably be only a few 100,000 yuan. The black figure realized for the first time that she was talking nonsense. After repeated confirmations, I finally believed that Fang Shi was telling the truth. Then, he thought of a question. Since you have so many sacred stones, why didn't you tell me just now? Instead, you asked me how to conquer the Haoshan mirror. Fang Shi said lightly, I forgot. Black figure, I believe you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 981. Is it because I look good? The black figure felt that he was too superficial. He actually thought that this little girl named Fang Shi was just a little ode and was actually quite honest. How wrong he was. She clearly knew that the Shisuo stone could replace the divine stone, and she had many more, so why didn't she mention it? Because she wants to trick him. He had no other hope but to do his best to help her recruit and conquer the Haoshan mirror. So cunning. But then I thought about it, this little girl is willing to give away the stone for free, even if she is a little selfish, it still has flaws. Besides, it's better to be cunning, otherwise you won't be able to defeat the Tiank Alliance. He calmed down and said, that's all, just forget it if you say you have. Take out the stone you mentioned and let me take a look. At this point, he was stunned. Because he later remembered that Fang Shi was now just like him, and there was no way he could take out the Shisuo stone. Fang Shi didn't take it seriously. Senior, you must have a way to get me back to normal, right? Don't waste time, act quickly. The black figure fell silent. Fang Shi, you won't be able to help me return to normal, right? That shouldn't be the case. The skeleton senior I met under the Hunyuan Sect mountain stream before could do it, but you can't do it. When Fang Shi said this, she suddenly thought of something. The formation disk that suppressed the energy of death she encountered before seemed very different from the one in front of her. Also, whether it is under the Hunyuan Sect mountain stream, inside the misty forest or the deathly aura of Langyun Abyss, it relies not only on the formation, but also on the sword energy of the Guardian. Is this black figure lying to her? The black figure became angry after hearing her question. Everything I said is true. Besides, what reason do I have to lie to you, little girl? As for the differences you mentioned, I guess something happened later. After all, there is still a long gap between what you know and what I know. Fang Shi felt that what he said made sense. Although the Shenyan army was completely wiped out at the beginning, it was not as if the younger generations knew nothing about them. Something must have changed later. Senior, put this matter aside for now and think about it carefully. Is there really no way to help me get back to normal? The black figure asked Fang Zizai to explain in detail the last time he transformed into Piao. He pondered for a moment and said, I think your transformation into Piao should have nothing to do with the air of death. Otherwise, the air of death would also escape in the misty forest. Why didn't you become Piao? Fang Shi was stunned. This is really the case. She had also preconceived ideas before, thinking that her transformation into a Piao must be related to the aura of death. Then why do you think I became Piao? Is it because I'm good looking? Black figure. I don't know if you were good looking or not, but you are so thick-skinned. I can't figure it out for the moment. Please let me think about it again. When Fang Shi saw this, she didn't urge him anymore. He thought over and over what happened, but unfortunately he still found nothing. Anyway, let's change it back first, or else reenact the original situation. As a result, Fang Shi pulled away from the black mist that possessed her, then floated to the front of the array, knelt down and kowtowed. Because she knelt down and kowtowed to the senior skeleton, and then returned to normal. In order to show her sincerity, Fang Shi knocked her head sincerely, hitting the ground with a thud, which made her teeth gritted in pain. But now she didn't care whether it hurt or not, she was overjoyed that she was back to normal. Sure enough, kowtowing is her trump card. Others rely on diligent practice in cultivation, but she relies on kowtow. The black figure was racking his brains to think of a solution. And NBS greater than just kowtow and return to normal. Why is this? At this time, Fang Shi said, Senior, I feel a little heavy on my shoulders. The black figure immediately said, you were wandering in the form of a soul body before. It is normal to feel heavy when you suddenly return to the physical body. It will take a while to get used to it. Fang Shi bared her little white teeth. What you mentioned is only a small part of the reason. The main reason is because I shoulder the future of Juyu continent. The burden on me is too heavy. Black figure. He took a deep breath. Take out the stone and let me take a look. Fang Shi immediately took out a walnut-sized stone. The black figure frowned. This is too small. But when he explored it, he was so shocked that he didn't speak for a long time. At this time, the power of time and space contained in the shuttle stone is much purer than that of the sacred stone. Even if it looks like a piece the size of a walnut, it can hold up to 10 sacred stones the size of blue bricks. He looked at Fang Shi excitedly. How many such big time shuttle stones do you have? Fang Shi sighed. It's so big, it only costs a few dozen yuan. The black figure thought to himself that although it wasn't too much, it could last for hundreds of years if you use it sparingly. The next moment, he heard Fang Shi say, the main reason is that it is too small and I don't like it, so I don't bother to pick it up. Let alone such a big one, I don't like even the fist-sized ones. Black figure. Bragging about not paying taxes, right. Look at what you are capable of, even if you look down on someone the size of a fist, you are so boastful. The next moment, Fang Shi threw dozens of washbasin-sized Shisuo stones on the ground. The emotional changes of the black figure are doubt, disbelief, shock, ecstasy, madness. He even threw himself on the stone, sometimes laughing and sometimes crying. Fang Shi felt very anxious when she saw him like this. She wouldn't scare him out of trouble, would she? I wish I had only taken out one piece like this. The key is that the storage ring contains a lot of this stuff, and she doesn't take it seriously. Just showing this little bit made him so excited. If you told him that it was just a drop in the bucket, how could he be so happy? For his own good, she'd better stop talking. After a while, the black figure calmed down. He used to think it was shameless for Fang Shi to say that he was the light of 9 netherworlds, but now he feels that he is well deserved. These stones alone are enough for future generations to erect a monument for her. He said excitedly, with these time shuttle stones, I can strengthen the formation. Even Shen Jilin will have a hard time discovering this place again, let alone stealing the sacred stones. Fang Shi was skeptical about his words, mainly because Shen Jilin had too many secrets, and the safest way was to collect the Haoshan mirror quickly. Thinking of this, she said to the black figure, Senior, you are busy first, I will find a way to subdue the Haoshan mirror's weapon spread. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future. To be honest, the black figure thinks Fang Shi is too optimistic. If the Haoshan mirror's weapon spread was so easy to tame, it wouldn't be an endless thing. Forget it, he shouldn't pour cold water on the little girl. She will naturally look back when she hits the wall. So, he nodded, be careful. After hearing this, Fang Shi did not leave immediately, but said, can you give me a wisp of black mist? Nothing else, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it here next time. The black figure hesitated, then agreed. On the one hand, it was to make it easier for Fang Shi to come over next time. On the other hand, he also wanted to see the excitement of Fang Shi hitting the south wall. Who let this girl play tricks on him before? The king has come to arrest me. Very angry. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 982 isn't you look quite nice. Although the black figure agreed, he was also a little worried. What part of the fog did he give to Fang Shi to take away? In the end, Fang Shi helped him make the decision. Hair. As a result, the black figure turned into a bald boy. He regretted it. He didn't take notice of the little girl's liveliness, but he let her see his own joke first. Fang Shi wrapped the black mist around his left wrist and walked out of the cave. When she turned around and looked over, there was no trace of the cave. Fang Shi decided to go to Junwen and the others first, so as not to worry them, and on the other hand, she could get a few more helpers. Unexpectedly, I met Junwen and others not long after walking. It turned out that after the black face left, Jiang Yan wondered. Why is the black mist still having internal strife? It seems like that wisp of mist is deliberately helping us. Others were talking about it, and Junwen suddenly thought of a possibility. Couldn't it be junior sister? Later, he realized that Fang Shi had told him that she had turned into our Piao in the Hunyuan sect and had sneaked into the Hunyuan sect's treasure house. It was because she ate too many spiritual stones that Tun Woshu died. The first one is sleeping. Thinking about the abnormality of the Jingshan sword again, he wished he could slap himself on the ear. The little junior sister was right in front of him, but he turned a blind eye. How sad and disappointed the little junior sister was. He didn't care much and immediately chased in the direction of the black man's face. Luo Chen and others didn't know why, but they couldn't care about Jun Wen's life or death, so they had to follow them. Jun Wen didn't know where the black face was, so he could only chase him in the direction he came from. Not to mention, he actually met Fang Shi. Seeing Fang Shi, Jun Wen was so excited that he almost cried. Little junior sister, I'm sorry for you, I'm just blind. Others didn't know what Jun Wen meant by this, but Fang Shi knew it very well. She took out a spiritual stone. Fifth senior brother, what is this? Jun Wen was a little confused. Ling Shi. Fang Shi bared her little white teeth and said, isn't your look in your eyes quite nice? Jun Wen. In a flash, he laughed. At this time, other people asked Fang Shi where he had been before, and Fang Shi made up a random reason. Although Huai Mingzhi and others felt that Fang Shi was not telling the truth, they were too sensible to ask further questions. Huai Mingzhen asked, Captain, where should we go next? Fang Shi still chose a direction at will. After all, she didn't know where the mirror clone of Haoshan mirror would appear, so she could only try her luck. However, she felt that the previous giant beast had been defeated by her, and with the virtue of the Haoshan mirror spirit, he would probably seek revenge on her. So, she just waited for the other party to deliver the goods to her door. Because this area is prohibited from flying, Feng Shi and the others can only stay on their legs. Feng Shi felt that she still didn't have enough spiritual pets. This is like every time I go out, I always feel that there are too few clothes in the wardrobe and there is not even one suitable one. For example, right now, she doesn't have a suitable mount at all. Either it cannot see the light, or it is too small. Otherwise, just use local materials. So Zichu pulled his neck and shouted, "Are there any monsters nearby? There is fresh human flesh here, do you want to come and try it?" Luo Chen and others. Captain's madness is getting worse and worse. I don't know if they heard her heartfelt call, but a monster blocked their way. Still an old beast. The giant beast looked down at Feng Shi, his face full of determination to win. Feng Shi smiled like a flower. "Big man, we meet again. Is this the legendary meeting that comes thousands of miles away?" The giant beast snorted coldly. "And greater than, stop talking sweet words here. If you can't answer my questions, I will kill you all." Feng Shi blinked. "What if I answer?" The giant beast pouted. "If you answer me, I'll just let you do whatever you want." "Feng Shi, you swear." The giant beast said impatiently, "Why do you have so many things? Believe it or not, I will kill you now." Feng Shi, "I don't believe it." Behemoth. It immediately wanted to go crazy, and then heard Feng Shi say, "You are different from other low-level monsters. You are wise and trustworthy. You don't bother to argue with little ants like us, and you don't know how to use brute force to solve problems." The giant beast retracted its extended claws. Okay, I don't have time to argue with you, I just swear." After the giant beast swore a poisonous oath, he couldn't wait to say, "I'm going to start asking questions now, listen up. Which came first, the bird or the egg?" After the giant beast finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing. It's so smart. No matter what the answer is, it is wrong. It is finally going to get its place back. Huai Mingzhen and others all frowned. If there is an egg first, where does the egg come from? If there were birds first, where did they come from? This problem has no solution at all. Feng Shi gave a thumbs up to the giant beast. "You are growing up so fast. You have even figured out such a rare problem." The giant beast raised its head proudly. Whether this person or beast is smart or not is directly related to the size of its head. With a head as big as mine, I am definitely much smarter than you. Feng Shi nodded. "You do have a big head." Behemoth. I always felt that what she said was not a good thing. No matter what, she definitely couldn't answer it. When it was feeling proud, Feng Shi said lightly, "The bird came first." The giant beast laughed loudly. "The bird came first. Then let me ask you, where did the bird come from?" Feng Shi looked at it. "I will only answer your previous question. As for your next question, you can ask whoever you like." Behemoth. It said angrily, "You are wrong to say that the bird came first. Where can a bird come from without eggs?" Feng Shi tilted her little head. "Where can the eggs come from if there are no birds? If you can't answer, it means my answer is correct." Behemoth. It's going crazy. My mind is full of birds and eggs. Birds fly and eggs beat. Mad. Jane is going to be so angry. It's obviously a must-win question, so why do you go around and around it to get yourself involved? It refuses to accept. But this time, Feng Shi said, "Big man, are you not convinced? You definitely can't compete with your brains. Let's do this. I'll give you a chance to regain your face. I bet you can only jump a foot away at most. If you win, your previous bet is void. If you lose, how about you not only let me handle it but also agree to an additional condition?" The beast almost laughed. "This stinky girl thinks it can't jump far because it's big. Let alone 1 foot, 30 feet is no problem. Besides, I'm already at your disposal. Is there one more condition left?" This girl must have been dazzled by the victory. So, he agreed. Feng Shi walked to the side and drew a line on the ground. 3 feet away on the opposite side of the line is the stone wall. Then he said to the giant beast, "Come on, jump." Behemoth, %*& %# and. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 983 Ignite Your Passion. The giant beast almost died of anger. "Whenever I eat enough, my belly can stick to the stone wall opposite. How do you want me to dance?" What's even more annoying is that it can't stand on the opposite side and jump, because the distance from the starting line to the stone wall can't accommodate its huge body. That stinky girl is so shameless and wicked. But Feng Shi still said in a mean manner, "Big man, why don't you dance? You should dance." Behemoth, "I'll jump on your grandma's leg." But throwing in the towel. How could it, which had been trying to be strong all its life, admit defeat? Even if it breaks through the stone wall on the opposite side, it will still win the bet. Thinking of this, it took a deep breath and suddenly hit the opposite stone wall. There was a loud bang, and the entire mountain peak and the ground shook. The giant beast successfully smashed itself into the stone wall. Then, he turned to look at Feng Shi. "I won." The next moment, he fell on his back. Then the giant beast was buried by stones of all sizes. Feng Shi rushed over with a quick stride, her voice full of worry. "Big man." The giant beast was somewhat touched. It seemed that this stinky girl was not particularly bad. The next moment, it fainted. Feng Shi arrived in front of the pile of rocks, put all the stones on the giant beast's head into the storage ring, then bit off her index finger and started contracting the giant beast. The giant beast vaguely felt that something was wrong, and when it reacted, it almost vomited blood. It said that the stinky girl was so kind-hearted. It turned out that she had such a bad idea. "You, a little ant, still want to contract me with your spiritual consciousness. It's really overpowering. I want you to know what it means to steal the chicken but lose the rice. I will make your consciousness full of holes, like a sieve." With this mentality, the giant beast remained motionless and allowed Feng Shi to contract with it. Just when the two people's consciousnesses had just established a connection, the giant beast roared loudly in Feng's eye sea of consciousness. And, bear the wrath of my thunder. Then, it was, gang bang. The beating was so miserable. Even Feng Shi couldn't bear to look down. How do I usually educate you? Does a gentleman use his words or not his actions? How can you treat a big man like this? Although it is a little stupid, even though it is a little useless, after all, it is now your brother and sister. It is really too much for you to treat it like this. Remember, from now on, you can eat no more than 3 times a day in the morning, noon and evening, no more. Behemoth. Do you think it's a meal? You still have to eat 3 meals a day, morning, noon and night. This stinky girl is so immoral that she smokes, and she farts and turns corners. She is so inhumane. It really wanted to kill the fish and break the net, but it was worried that the fish would die in the end. The net was fine. After much thought, it decided to endure the humiliation. There is opportunity for revenge, it just requires patience. Forbearance a moment, calm, take a step back, a brighter future. Patience is the best revenge. Patience is revenge its mother. The giant beast did some psychological construction for himself and finally accepted the fact that he was contracted by Feng Shi. At this time, Feng Shi was busy collecting the stones knocked down by the giant beast into the storage ring. Although it's not valuable, you might be able to use it some time. Anyway, she has a lot of storage rings, adhering to the principle of plucking the hair of a goose, even if it is broken stone, she will never let it go. After Feng Shi put away all the stones, he kicked the giant beast that was still lying on the ground. Stop pretending to be dead, get up and be my mount. Behemoth. You'd better let me die. As a mount for you. Will I still have the face to see people in the future? Seeing that it was motionless, Feng Shi snorted coldly, if you don't get up again, I will have no choice but to release the 10,000 years of fire marrow to ignite your enthusiasm. Behemoth. Do you want to ignite my passion or ignite my life? What a loss. Why did I fall into your hands? But there was also the cheering one. Before Feng Shi could summon him, the 10,000 years of fire marrow emerged from the auspicious cloud hairpin and jumped up and down in front of the giant beast. So happy. The giant beast was afraid that he would be cooked, so he quickly got up from the ground. It said to Feng Shi, a scholar cannot be killed but cannot be humiliated. I have been tricked by you and I admit defeat, but you cannot humiliate me. There is no negotiation about being a mount, and I will never agree to it even if I die. Feng Shi nodded, I'm not a person who forces things on others, and I won't force you since you don't want to. Let's do this. Find me 100 monsters and let them be your mounts. Behemoth. 100 heads. Do you want to cut yourself into pieces and then sit down? Besides, where can I find monsters for you? Seeing that it disagreed, Feng Shi said, well, I'll give you another chance. If you can answer the questions I ask correctly, forget about the mount. If you can't answer, then find other monsters for me, just be my mounts. The giant beast's big eyes suddenly lit up. I agreed without thinking. Feng Shi said with a smile, listen up, my question is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The giant beast almost laughed out loud. This was exactly the same as the question it asked before, so it just copied her answer. This stinky girl is really smart and confused for a moment. So, it immediately said, the chicken comes first. Feng Shi shook her head, you answered wrongly, the egg came first. The giant beast sneered, where did those eggs come from? Or were they laid by chickens? Feng Shi smiled brightly, did I say eggs? I said phoenix eggs, maybe dragon eggs, or maybe busted eggs. Behemoth, % asterisk and asterisk at #. If I compete with you again, I will be a pig. Although it was very annoyed and reluctant, it still kept its promise and let Feng Shi sit on its back. As for the others, no need to talk. Feng Shi couldn't force it anymore. The worst he could do was find a way to contract a few more monsters to serve as mounts for Jun Wen and the others. So, Feng Shi happily sat on the back of the giant beast to eat and drink, while Jun heard that several people were shaking their legs in pain. Even so, the giant beast looked at them with displeasure. After all, in its opinion, Feng Shi is slightly better than it in terms of brains. The remaining ants can't eat enough and can't do anything, so why should they laugh at it? So, he deliberately flicked his tail while walking. Jun Wen said they were out of luck. It was like being caught in a sandstorm. The flying sand and rocks make it hard to open your eyes. Feng's eyes consciousness moved slightly, be more honest. The giant beast's consciousness tingled, and then it subsided. But this time, it belatedly thought of a very important issue. When it was competing in the long jump, it knocked itself into the stone wall. It must have been more than a foot. So he said angrily, I obviously won before, why do you contract with me? Feng Shi took out the photo stone and said, here, take a look for yourself. You did jump quite far at first, as much as 18 feet, but then you fainted. Still fainted from behind. Your big head has already reached the starting line. Therefore, the distance you jump is negative. Do you understand what negative numbers mean? This is equivalent to you not having even one spiritual stone, but you still owe me 100 million spiritual stones. Behemoth. Come and strike me to death with thunder. I can't live this day. Next chapter around 9:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 984. I didn't expect this big man to be so warm-hearted. The giant beast was almost made autistic by Feng Shi. It decided not to speak. Don't give Feng Shi a chance to be angry. It's a pity that it doesn't speak, but Feng Shi does. Big man, since you're a monster in the Haushan mirror, why did you appear in the selection trial before? The beast remained silent. Since you are silent, let me take a guess. I guess you must be the weapon spirit of Haushan mirror. The giant beast's body became visibly tense. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi said next. That's impossible. How could you be the weapon spirit of the Haushan mirror with your appearance? At best, you can only be the subordinate of the weapon spirit. Am I right? The giant beast snorted coldly. You are smart. Fang Shi, got it. It seems that this giant beast is indeed one of the mirror clones of the Haoshan mirror weapon spirit. Prepare to see the black figure. Fang Shi hit the south wall. This was nothing like what he expected. Conquered the mirror clone of a Haoshan mirror weapon spirit with just a few sophistical questions. Is this little girl too cunning, or is that giant beast too stupid? But then he thought about it. The mirror clones have different intelligences. Maybe this is just the stupidest one, and the other mirror clones are not so easy to fool. I don't know if it was because of the giant beast, but Fang Shi and the others went very smoothly on their journey, and they didn't even encounter a single monster. Fang Shi originally wanted to catch a few monster beasts for Jun Wen and the others, but she had no choice but to give up. As we walked, a towering tree appeared in front of us. Huai Mingzhen said in surprise, isn't this the Dingwin tree? How could it appear here? But considering that the giant beast has appeared during the selection trial before, it doesn't seem so strange. Ding Yunshu saw Fang Shi on the back of the giant beast, and its leaves shook violently. Others don't understand what it means, but the giant beast does. The damn broken tree is laughing at it. Originally, it hoped that the Dingwin tree would defeat Fang Shi, so it could be considered an indirect revenge. But now it doesn't think so. Why is it so embarrassing? But the broken tree can stay out of it. Shame on everyone. If I get caught in the rain, I have to kick you into the river. Make you more embarrassed than me. So, it used its spiritual consciousness to say to Fang Shi. Don't look at how tall this broken tree is, it's all a bluff. It's actually only over a foot tall, and it's a skinny boy. As long as you find a way to move it away from where it was, it will immediately return to its original shape. You will have plenty of ways to deal with it when the time comes. Fang Shi could tell that the giant beast was telling the truth. I didn't expect this big man to be so warm-hearted. She understood the behemoth's thoughts after just a moment's thought. It's just that if I'm not good, others shouldn't think too. Although this idea is very extreme and narrow-minded, she likes it so much. It's best to climb the cloud tree with the same idea. In this way, she can save a lot of energy. However, the most important thing right now is to find a way to get Dingyunshu to leave its place. What should we do? If you do it forcefully, although it is possible to achieve the goal, it will have to pay a certain price, which is not cost-effective. It would be best if it could be done without spending a single soldier. Fang Shi pondered while waving her little paw at the Dingwin tree. Last time I said we would see each other again, and sure enough we met again. Is this an arrangement of fate or the pull of fate? Dingyunshu snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. This road is blocked, you leave quickly, otherwise I won't be polite. Fang Shi tilted her little head and said with a smile. Don't act like you're rejecting people thousands of miles away, I'm here to talk about cooperation with you this time. We had a great time cooperating last time, how about we do it again? Dingyunshu asked out of curiosity, what do you want to cooperate with? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 985. She is so good at acting. Fang Shi lowered her voice. We found a medicine garden. Although there are many natural treasures on the surface, they're just scratches the surface. Do you know why those natural treasures grow so lushly? Because underneath the medicine garden is. When Fang Shi said this, he looked at Shi Chu furtively, and then continued. Because there is a spiritual stone mine under the medicine garden, and it is a top-quality spiritual stone mine. Logically speaking, I should be able to eat such a good thing alone, but there is a barrier around the spirit stone mine, and even the nine-tailed sky fox I just conquered cannot open it. Originally I was going to give up, but after seeing you, I thought you could give it a try. It's not that I think highly of you. The key is that you are a spiritual plant. Maybe you can use the roots to loosen the barrier, so that I can open the barrier. The giant beast looked shocked. It's not that it's a spiritual stone mine that's shocking, but it's the Fang Shi made up a lie in the blink of an eye, and that there's a nose with eyes. The key point was to hit Dingyunshu's weakness. This broken tree spends a lot of spirit stones every day in order to keep up its face. This spirit stone mine is really close to its heart. Dingyunshu misunderstood. It thought that the giant beast didn't expect Fang Shi to tell such a great thing. I was a little skeptical at first, but now I am 80% convinced. It asked suspiciously, are you telling the truth? Fang Shi rolled her eyes. Do I need to lie to you? If you don't let me go, I'll just find another way. Do I need to make up lies to lie to you? By the way, we have to make an agreement first. After opening the barrier, we will divide the spiritual stone ore inside 20/80ths, and I will share 80/20ths with you. Dingyunshu sneered, you are 8 and I am 2. The other way around is almost the same. Fang Shi curled her lips. I discovered the Lingxi mine. Of course I take the big share. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm 7 and you're 3. If you agree, just agree. If you don't agree, forget it. Of course Dingyunshu disagreed and proposed to divide the money equally. Jun Wen came over and said, Junior sister, it would be a big loss for us to split the situation equally, otherwise forget it. I think the Dingwin tree may not be able to help, so why don't we think of other ways? Fang Shi looked hesitant when he heard this. Dingyunshu glared at Jun Wen fiercely, you're a bad boy. It seems like you have a long mouth, right? It immediately said to Fang Shi, I don't have time to chat with you. If you don't agree to split it equally, get out of here. Fang Shi gritted her teeth, if we split it equally, we'll split it equally. However, you have to swear a poisonous oath. I'm afraid your words won't count when the time comes. Dingyunshu snorted coldly and immediately swore a poisonous oath, and forced Fang Shi to swear a poisonous oath as well. The giant beast said in his heart, this stinky girl is so good at acting. Even I have to believe it. So, it doesn't count as a setback if I was tricked by her. After all, this broken tree will soon follow in my footsteps. Dingyunshu naturally didn't know what the giant beast was thinking. In order to make a fortune quickly, it left the place without being urged by Fang Shi. The original towering tree instantly shrank to over 1 foot tall. It was afraid that Fang Shi would be suspicious, so it said, the size is too big, which affects the speed, so I reduced the size a lot. Fang Shi slapped her forehead. I forgot about this. Big man, you should quickly reduce your size. This is what he said, but his spiritual consciousness said. Big man, charge me. Take the first step and knock this wind tree down. Behemoth. I've already leaked the secret to you, and you still want me to die personally. Are you a bit greedy? When it was about to refuse, Fang Shi said. Big man, as long as you knock it down, I will give you a set of 5-year and 3-year college entrance examination simulation, which will ensure that your IQ reaches new heights and you can shoot me on the beach. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 986 How beautiful its mood will be. Although the giant beast has never heard of 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, but the name is so long, it sounds like a secret. No wonder the stinky girl can dig holes for it many times. It turns out there is such a treasure. Of course you can't miss such a good thing. So, the giant beast agreed. Anyway, it has long wanted to clean up the broken tree. There isn't much conflict between the two of them. The main reason is that the giant beast can't stand Ngunshu's pretense. Yuzi is just Yuzi. Why are you pretending to be a big clove of garlic? The most annoying thing is that it is actually higher than that. Thinking again about Ngunshu laughing at it just now, new and old hatred suddenly surged into my heart. It immediately hit the Dongwin tree with lightning speed. The Dongwin tree has now returned to its original shape, only over a foot tall, and its roots have been pulled out of the soil to make it easier to travel. It cannot withstand the impact of the giant beast. The Dongwin tree was knocked away like a kite with its string broken. The whole tree was in a state of confusion. Who is it? Where is it? What is it doing? At this moment, Fang Shi and the giant beast arrived at the same time. The giant beast held down Ngunshu with its claws, while Fang Shi took the opportunity to make a contract with Ngunshu. Ngunshu, who feels relieved, %###. It's not scolding Fang Shi but the giant beast. You actually helped the stinky girl make a contract with me. Where are you from? The giant beast went in from one ear and out from the other without taking it seriously. Anyway, you will soon join hands with me to steal a boat. If you want to scold me, you can scold me. I will only treat you as thanking me. The brain circuits of Ngunshu and the giant beast are the same. They both have the wishful thinking of a desperate counterattack, and then it perfectly reproduces the old path of the giant beast. Got beaten up by a group of people. And Behemoth has joined in. Not only did he join, but he also worked harder than other spiritual pets. Everybody invest. Ooh-hoo. It turns out that being a thug feels so good. It can't even imagine how beautiful it would feel if it could beat the Dongwin tree 3 times a day. Ngunshu used all the curse words he could think of on the giant beast. With the giant beast as a reference, it even felt that Fang Shi was not so disgusting. Fang Shi didn't expect that things would go so smoothly, and she contracted 2 mirror clones of the Haushan mirror spirit with almost no effort. Ugh. In fact, she didn't want to do such an unchallenging thing at all, it was boring. At this time, the giant beast said to Fang Shi, where is my 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation? Fang Shi dug into the storage ring, and then gave the beast a pile of books, covering a wide range of contents. Well, this is the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. The giant beast said suspiciously, shouldn't it be a book? Why is it a pile? Fang Shi said speechlessly, I said one set, not one, okay. Besides, haven't you ever thought about why it's called the 5-year college entrance examination and a 3-year simulation? It means that you will study for 8 years. Just keep reading and you will definitely be able to photograph me on the beach in 8 years. Although the giant beast listened to Fang Zai's explanation, he still felt that something was wrong, and he couldn't explain what was wrong. At this time, Ngunshu coldly snorted, for a fool like you, let alone reading books for 8 years, even if this pile of books is stuffed into your head, you are still a fool. Behemoth, do you want a midnight snack? Ngunshu. It has now torn out the beast's heart. At this time, Fang Shi asked abruptly, since each of the mirror clones of the Haushan mirror spirit, there must be a ranking. Which of you is the boss? The giant beast snorted coldly without even thinking, of course I am the boss, this guy is not even the 5th, let alone the boss. Ngunshu. What did I say? Your mind is full of grass. You idiot. I'm taking a day off today to write out a short chapter. See you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 987 okay, Shalot. Ngunshu cursed the giant beast in his heart. The stinky girl is obviously lying. How are you? Not only did you reveal that we are the mirror clones of the Haushan mirror weapon spirit, but you also told people that there are at least 6 clones. Can't you think through your thoughts before you speak? But yes, if you had any brains, you wouldn't help her deal with me. You bastard. At this time, the giant beast realized belatedly that it had been tricked by Fang Shi, but it felt that there was nothing wrong with telling it. If the other guy can make the smelly girl suffer, it can be regarded as revenge for her. It's not bad if they're also contracted by the stinky girl, lest they laugh at it in the future. Besides, I've said it all, what else can I do? If you have this time, you might as well study the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, and try to photograph that stinky girl on the beach as soon as possible. At this time, Fang Shi said with a smile, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Why don't you two help me catch the other mirror clones? The giant beast pouted, I won't do that unhuman thing. The Dongwin tree was so angry that its leaves were shaking. Why didn't you say that when you helped the stinky girl make a contract with me just now? When it was burning with anger, Fang Shi said, Xiao Kong, what do you say? Ngunshu is even more angry. Of course I won't help others do evil. Also, if you call me Xiao Kong again, I'm not done with you. Fang Shi nodded, okay, then I'll call you Little League from now on. Ngunshu. It was also stunned and blurted out. Leeks are not as thick as spring onions. You might as well call me spring onions. Fang Shi followed the good advice. Okay, Xiao Kong. Ding Yunshu was so angry that he jumped on the ground. It's hard to believe that a tree can jump more than 1 foot high. Fang Shi watched it jump with a smile, and even gave it some advice. If you shake off all the leaves, you can definitely jump higher. Ding Yunshu, do you want me to become bald? You vicious woman. When they reached the Dingwin tree and couldn't move any more, Fang Shi said slowly. Xiao Kong, I don't ask for your help in vain. If you help me catch a mirror clone, I will reward you with 1 million spiritual stones. How about it? Ding Yunshu sneered, you want me to help the tyrants do evil? You are really whimsical. Fang Shi, 5 million. The leaves of the Dingwin tree swayed slightly. Oh, am I like the kind of tree that betrays its friends for money? You must give up on this idea. Fang Shi, 10 million. The leaves of the Dingwin tree swayed significantly more. I can't possibly promise you, please stop dreaming. Fang Shi raised her lips. 1 price, 50 million. I'll give you 3 figures of time to think about it. If you don't agree, forget it. 1. Before Fang Shi could say, 2, Dingwin Shu hurriedly said. I'm not doing it for the spiritual stone. The main reason is that I think a family must be neat and tidy, no one should be missing. The giant beast's mouth is about to curl into a gourd. If you are greedy for money, just say greedy for money. What's the use of saying these beautiful words? At this point I am much nobler than you. I'm teasing you entirely because I couldn't stand you before, and you don't have any grudge against me, so let alone 50 million, it's 500 million, and I can't possibly join in with you. Fang Shi said, big man, if you are willing to help, I can give you some elixirs that I have refined. These elixirs have the effect of nourishing spiritual consciousness. The giant beast pouted, my consciousness is not injured, so what use do I need that thing for? Fang Shi smiled, intelligence is closely related to spiritual consciousness. Now that you have made a contract with me, you should be able to see how powerful my consciousness is. It is precisely because my consciousness is strong that I am so smart. If you want to catch up with me, in addition to carefully studying the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, you must also strengthen your spiritual consciousness. Enhancing your spiritual consciousness will not only make you smarter, but will also further improve your cultivation, and your status as the boss will be more stable. Of course, if you don't want to pretend that I didn't say anything, I will feel confident with Xiao Kong's presence anyway. The giant beast can wait to say, what can a skinny guy do? If you want to contract with that idiot, you need my help. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows, so you agreed. Didn't you say before that you didn't want to do such inhuman things? The giant beast calmly said, I'm not a human after all. Fang Shi. What you said makes sense and I can't refute it. The black figure is somewhat doubtful about life. She could so easily instigate the rebellion of 2 mirror clones of the Haoshan mirror weapon spirit. Is it because these 2 mirror clones have no professional ethics or is the little girl too cunning? Fang Shi immediately gave Ding Yunshu and Behemoth a portion of the deposit, expressing full sincerity. Ding Yunshu suddenly felt that the name Xiao Kong was no longer so harsh. The giant beast also feels that the title big man is comparable to a nickname. Fang Shi asked them, can you tell me in detail what the other mirror clones are like? What are their weaknesses? The giant beast immediately said, those idiots are not active in our area, so I don't know what they look like or what their weaknesses are. Ding Yunshu, while counting the spiritual stones, echoed, yes, the Haoshan mirror is divided into the western regions, which are spring, summer, autumn and winter. Dasha and I are here in spring, and the other western mirror clones are not here. Fang Shi was silent for a moment and said, since you are all mirror clones of the Haoshan mirror spirit, don't you know anything about them? The giant beast showed off the elixir given by Fang Shi and said, you also said that we are just clones, and of course the main body will not let us know too much. Otherwise, wouldn't it be dangerous if we have the intention to replace it? You still claim to be smart, but in fact, that's all. Fang Shi. After working on it for a long time, my work was in vain. After a moment of silence, she said to Little Black Ball and the others, from now on, give Ding Yunshu 1 late-night snack and the big man 3 late-night snacks every day. Ding Yunshu suddenly felt that the spirit stone was not so attractive. The giant beast also felt that the elixir in his mouth no longer tasted good. The Little Black Ball used his spiritual consciousness to talk to them. What are you still doing? Why don't you quickly provide some useful clues to make you guilty? Next chapter around 9:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 988. The spirit stone is discounted in half. Under the kind reminder of Little Black Ball, Ding Yunshu and the giant beast began to think hard in order to avoid eating midnight snacks. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, I couldn't come up with any useful clues. It's not that they have a bad memory, it's that the main body is on guard against them. Initially, the giant beast and Ding Yunshu thought there were only 2 of them, but later they accidentally learned that there were other mirror clones. Ding Yunshu's mind is much more flexible than that of the giant beast. Since I couldn't think of any clues and didn't want to eat midnight snacks, I had no choice but to give in. So he kicked away the so-called face and began to express his loyalty. Although I can't think of any clues, if I meet other clones, I can recognize them at the first sight. This will save you a lot of detours. In addition, I will do my best to help you deal with them. Maybe I will discover their weaknesses during the battle. Hearing this, Fang Shi only said one sentence, fold the spiritual stone in half. Ding Yunshu. So cruel. Will you give me a 50% discount on the first connection? Is this folded in half? This is a fracture. But the tree had to bow its head under the eaves, and could only reluctantly agree. Fang Shi looked at the giant beast. Your elixir has also been halved. It doesn't matter that the giant beast has never taken elixirs before. It doesn't matter if he eats it or not, but now he has tasted the sweetness. Hearing that it is going to be reduced in half makes his heart bleed. It tried, can you not give me a discount? I can help you catch monsters or help you find heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Fang Shi nodded, okay, I'll give you a chance. The giant beast immediately continued to show off the elixir happily. While eating, it showed off its power to the Dongwin tree, which made the top of the Dongwin tree tremble with anger. But it also knows that everything comes first, and the giant beast is contracted first. Fang Shi must be better to the giant beast. Fang Shi felt that the most important thing now was to conquer the Haoshan Mirror's weapon spirit, so she said to the giant beast, "Let's go to the Jia domain." The giant beast agreed while saying, "Thank you for meeting the two of us. Otherwise, even if you were exhausted, you would not be able to find the entrance to Xiao, let alone find a way to get in." Before Fang Shi could say anything, Little Black Ball said, "This is all you can do, and you still have the nerve to ask for credit. Shut up now, or else I'll give you a late-night snack." Behemoth. The tiger fell down and was bullied by the dog. Its loud mirror image was actually insulted by a donkey dung egg. It's so unreasonable. But it didn't dare to say anything. After all, Donkey Dung Dan was his eldest son, so he could barely be considered an outsider. Fang Shi soon discovered that the direction the giant beast was walking looked familiar. Isn't this the direction they came from? However, she then thought that this was normal. After all, this place was special and she had to get out of here first no matter where she went. After leaving this area, Fang Shi released Xiao Hui and the others to use them for transportation. The giant beast and Deng Yunshu showed Fang Shi the way through their spiritual consciousness. This road becomes more and more familiar. Finally, it stopped in a valley. The giant beast said very proudly, "You don't see anything different here, right? You'll know when I show my magical powers. It takes a lot of effort to show your magical powers, and you only have face. If it was someone else, I wouldn't work so hard." Then the giant beast began to form seals, and then a transparent barrier appeared. Within the barrier, a group of big grey birds were playing. No, to be precise, grey with a little gold mixed in. Fang Shi, Xiao Hui and the others. The pace is a bit slow today, there is still a small chapter left, probably around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 989 Love is so unexpected. The giant beast stared at the big grey bird in the barrier with its big eyes, then turned to look at Xiao Hui and the others, looking back and forth several times, and said doubtfully, "Why do you look so similar? Are you related? Xiao Hui and the others. Are you so stupid that you still want to photograph the unscrupulous owner on the beach? You'd better dig a hole and bury yourself." Deng Yunshu reacts much faster than the giant beast. It looked at Fang Shi in disbelief. She has entered Xiao before. Not only did he enter the Chia territory, but he also made a contract with the demon birds there. How did she do it? Although the giant beast and Deng Yunshu had discovered Xiao a long time ago, the birds were not there at the time, so they had not seen the big grey bird before. In addition, the magical power to make the barrier appear consumes spiritual consciousness, so they never tried it again. At this time, those big grey birds also discovered Fang Shi and others, and the bird king quickly flew over. The bird king was very happy. It thought that Fang Shi would have to spend a long time to gather the herbs for the golden elixir, but he didn't expect to come back so soon. Although it also saw the giant beast and the Dongwin tree, it didn't take it seriously. Even if the other party's cultivation seems to be high, this is the territory of the golden winged rock, and no matter who comes, they can't get any advantage. No matter what happens, they can still escape into the water. As for the barrier thing, the bird king thought it was Xiao Hui and the others who did it, and didn't even think about the giant beast and the Dongwin tree. Xiao Hui and the others lowered their bird heads, not daring to look at the bird king. Because they have now betrayed the group and the king of birds. They are the shameless traitors. But they are also helpless. People go to higher places and water flows to lower places. They can only ignore their conscience for the sake of their future. The bird king didn't pay attention to this at all. He was thinking about dyeing the golden elixir, and opened the barrier in a hurry. Fang Shi and others filed in. The bird king cooed and asked Fang Shi if he had collected all the herbs. Although Fang Shi couldn't understand what the bird king said, there was still no problem in communicating with Xiao Hui as a translator. The herbs in Fang Shi's storage ring were enough. The so-called finding herbs was just an excuse, so he nodded. The bird king was very excited and immediately urged Fang Shi to make elixirs. Fang Shi agreed while looking at the birds and asked the bird king, "Where are Dejin and the others?" The bird king's eyes were somewhat meaningful, and then he cooed a few times. Xiao Hui paused for a moment, and then said to Fang Shi, "Master, the bird king said that Dajin and the others are hatching eggs." Fang Shi. Hatching eggs. She almost thought that Xiao Hui had made a mistake in the translation. If nothing else, they were both male, so how could they hatch eggs? Could it be that the bird king was deliberately torturing Dejin and the others? She looked at the bird king. What's going on? The bird king cooed. Xiao Hui told Fang Shi exactly what the bird king said. The bird king said that after we left, Daijin and the others fell in love with several female birds, and they were willing to become stepfathers and help the female birds hatch their eggs. Fang Shi, Janshu is out of touch with Dapu. When she asked Daijin and the others to intermarry with the big grey bird, they refused to agree. They also said that the other person was ugly and not worthy of them. As a result, she had only been gone for a few days, and they were already having sex with each other. And you thoughtfully help someone else's female bird hatch her eggs. Why doesn't she believe it? Could it be that the bird king was telling lies? Seeing her suspicious look, the bird king immediately led Fang Shi and the others to find Daijin and the others. When Daijin and the others saw Fang Shi, their faces turned red and they looked guilty. Even so, he did not leave his job and still hatched eggs conscientiously. Fang Shi asked the sky speechlessly. Sure enough, love is great. Love is also so unexpected. Fang Shi felt that Daijin and the others would probably not leave with him. Fortunately, she collected Xiao Hui and the others, 10 to 5, and she made 5 more. Just as he was thinking about it, Daijin's voice sounded in his consciousness, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely take my wife and children with me." Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 990. You have so many ideas. As soon as Da Jin finished speaking, Shi Jin also expressed his intention to follow Fang Shi with his family. Although I have to go hungry twice a year and once for half a year with an unscrupulous master, I feel absolutely safe and have a bright future with her. Besides, it's useless for them to be hungry. If they can store more food reserves, they won't be without meat. Fang Shi was very pleased. As expected of her spiritual pet, she even used the beauty trick. However, she was still very curious about the psychological processes of Dakin and the others. Didn't they look down on those big grey birds before? How come we ended up bringing the whole family together? Dejin said coyly, relationships are cultivated, and appearance is not that important. Also, I think what you said makes sense. We golden-feathered eagles can only fly in the sky, which is too limited. If future generations can fly on land, water and air, we will definitely be able to carry forward our golden-feathered eagle family and become the first family of demon birds. Fang Shi. You have so many ideas. Besides, these eggs belong to her and her ex-husband, so they have nothing to do with your offspring. Isn't it pretty that you want to be a father? Forget it, let's just talk about it. How long will it take for this bird's egg to break out of its shell? Dejin immediately said, it can take as long as 10 days or as little as 7 days. Fang Shi nodded, she still had plenty of time, and it wouldn't be too late to pick up Daijin and the others after they were busy with other things. Besides, sooner or later, this house and mirror belongs to her, and Dejin and the others will have no problem even if they want to stay in it. Behemoth. Ding Yunshu. Do you know that this idea of yours is dangerous? Even if we are the mirror clones of the house and mirror weapon spirit, we don't dare to think so. The two of them were sizing up the Bird King together. The giant beast even came close to the Bird King and sniffed it. The two of them originally thought that the Bird King was also the mirror image clone of the house and mirror spirit, but after careful study and discussion, they felt that the Bird King was not the same kind as them. Firstly, the aura is not right, and secondly, their mirror clones are very aloof at heart and prefer to be alone. How can they have the leisure to be kings? Fang Shi was not surprised by this result. The weapon spirit of house and mirror was very wary of the mirror clone, and would definitely not want to see the mirror clone becoming king and dominating. Isn't this cultivating the opponent's ambition? Therefore, the Bird King cannot be a mirror clone. The mirror clone should be in the underground river. She had followed the water before, so she probably had to go to the source. However, you have to deal with the Bird King first. Bird King, you lied to me before about the cave hiding treasures in the distance, and also concealed the fact that you guys have to take regular baths. How do you explain it? The Bird King was obviously well prepared, and immediately said, there is indeed a place where treasure is hidden in the distance, but you were just unlucky and didn't find it. As for taking regular baths, you didn't ask, so there's no need for me to catch up and tell you, right? You said these are of no use, so you should make alchemy quickly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what kind of things I will do. Xiao Hui gave the Bird King a sympathetic look and translated what it said to Fang Shi. Fang Shi looked at the Bird King and smiled. We haven't seen each other for a few days. It seems that this Bird King has water in his head. Bird King, I'm the only one in this world who can refine the dying elixir, but any bird can be the Bird King. Do you think you have the right to yell at me? Believe it or not, as long as I say a word, you, the Bird King, will become a thing of the past. Of course the Bird King didn't believe it. It feels that its position is still very stable. Fang Shi looked at the birds. Kill it now, and I will turn you all into golden winged rocks right away. Not only that, I will also give you the pill of fertility and fertility, so that you can lay eggs every day. In less than a year, the number of your tribe will double. There was a commotion among the birds. Although there is no action for the time being, the Bird King knows that it is only a matter of time. It was so numb. Fairy, what I just said was all a joke. You saw it. We are all married now. How could I do something bad to you? If you have time to practice the dying elixir, if you don't have time, just do your own business first. It's not too late to practice it again after you're done. Fang Shi snorted coldly. Is that all? You have caused spiritual harm to me. Do you need to compensate me? Bird King. I've given you so many treasures before, and you still want to blackmail me. You are so greedy. The key is that I've given you everything in the cave. Where can I get it for you now? Fang Shi looked at it. If you can't come up with anything, then use your subordinates to pay the debt. In addition to Xiao Hui and the other 10, Da Jin and his wife and children also belong to me. Do you have an opinion? Of course the Bird King has an opinion, but he doesn't dare to say it. It regrets it so much. If I had known this, it would not be so quick to talk. Fortunately, now that the stinky girl has found an opportunity to exploit the problem, she can only accept the consequences. Seeing that the Bird King agreed, Fang Shi smiled and said, actually, I'm a very talkative person and I'm not greedy. Let's do a lot of good in the future. Bird King, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say this? Next, Fang Shi asked the Bird King about the source of the underground river. Unfortunately, the Bird King only went to the underground river to eat moths, and they had to pay attention to the rise and fall of the underground river at all times, so they never went to the source. Fang Shi asked Xiao Hui and the others again and got the same answer. It seems that the only way to go is in person. Fang Shi rested in the valley for a while, and then asked the Bird King to send them to the underground river. But this time, the Bird King hoped that Fang Shi would never come back. It doesn't matter whether you want the dying gold pill or not. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 991. I want to take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands. Fang Shi sat on Xiao Hui's back and moved quickly in the dark river. The giant beast and the Dongwin tree have been put into the spirit beast bag by her. The two of them were very surprised when they saw Xiao Hui turn into a big fish when he got into the water. But they were just surprised. After all, they still had a sense of superiority, even if they had fallen into the pit of Fang Shi. All other spiritual pets have to work diligently, but they are the only ones who get paid. Therefore, they are more noble. The little black bull looked at them silently and sneered in his heart. You guys don't understand the unscrupulous master so much. The benefits you are getting from her now will be returned 1,000 times 100 times sooner or later. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Compared to the calmness of the little black bull, the sealed wooden sword was about to die of panic. This unscrupulous owner is simply a playboy. I just took in the vixen, and now I have taken in 2 idiots. It seems that we have to accept this big fool. By the way, there are also a bunch of ugly birds. There are even 5 eggs. When it goes out, will there still be a place for it to stand? I didn't expect that the ancestor of 10,000 swords would one day compete with the bird egg for favor. It seems that he still has to work hard to find anger and strive to regain his freedom as soon as possible. Scumbags, tremble. Sooner or later I will take back everything that belongs to me. When Feng Shi and the others arrived at the bottom of the waterfall, it happened to be when the water flow was very small. They successfully jumped to the top. Although Feng Shi did not see the image of the Shenyang army, he still bowed 3 times to those around him. Zhengwen and Wei Frame followed closely behind. Although Jing Yan and the other 2 people didn't know the truth, they also paid their respects. Seeing this scene, the giant beast said to Deng Yunshu, "Is there something wrong with them? Otherwise, why would they worship the cave?" Deng Yunshu wisely chose silence. Sure enough, the next moment I heard Feng Shi say, "Give the big man a late-night snack." Behemoth. At this time, it deeply understood the saying that disease enters through the mouth and misfortune comes out of the mouth. It seems like you have to keep your mouth in check in the future. After swimming some distance ahead, moths began to appear one after another on the top of the stone wall. The moths were trembling with fear because the big grey fish was their nemesis. Xiao Hui and the others were a little confused. Normally, they would salivate when they see these moths. But why do you think these moths are so disgusting now? Not to mention eating it, it feels ugly just looking at it. Could it be that their taste has changed because they were contracted? After traveling for a certain distance, the water level began to drop, and Xiao Hui and the others ran aground. Feng Shi put Xiao Hui and the others into the storage ring. Those moths suddenly became angry. Feng Shi released the giant beast and Deng Yunshu. The time has come for you 2 to play your role. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Behemoth. Deng Yunshu. It's true that we are powerful, but are you sure you want the 2 of us to deal with so many moths? Even if we are tired, it will exhaust us to death. But I had to listen, so I had to bite the bullet and deal with the constant stream of moths. After a while, the giant beast was panting from exhaustion, and Deng Yunshu couldn't stand firm for a while, and fell into the riverbed. Seeing that the heat was almost done, Feng Shi said, "Little Huohuo, it's time for you to shine." The 10,000 years fire essence slowly flew out from the Xiangyun hairpin, flickering brightly and darkly several times. Soon, a group of alien moths flew from a distance, their vibrating wings making a buzzing sound. The group of moths that had been attacking madly suddenly dispersed and fled. Feng Shi recognized it. It was the alienated moths from before. She thought they would never meet again, but she didn't expect to meet again. The giant beast and Deng Yunshu were shocked and angry. Surprisingly, the 10,000 years of fire marrow was actually able to control those alienated moths. The angry thing is, since the smelly girl has a trump card, why does she still let them risk their lives? Isn't this clever tricking a fool into using a fool? At the same time, he was a little more afraid of Feng Shi. This stinky girl has so many tricks. The simple head is hard to guard against. At this time, Feng Shi let the alienated moths lead the way to the source of the underground river. Halfway through, the water level began to rise again, and Feng Shi dug out another wave of bamboo shoots from before. The main feature is a wild goose plucking its hair. Feng Shi released Xiao Hui and the others again, and the alienated moths were immediately frightened and ran away, which made Wanyan Huomui very dissatisfied. It flickered brightly and darkly, and the alienated moths shakily gathered together again and continued to lead the way. The giant beast couldn't hold it back anymore and said to Feng Shi, "I've known that moths fly into flames before, but I didn't expect that this 10,000-year-old fire essence can actually control those moths. It really has 2 brushes. This is the first time I have heard of fire marrow that can control demonic insects. I can only say that those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black. If you are a pervert, the things following you will also be perverted." Feng Shi. I think you want to have late-night snacks every day. As time went by, Feng Shi found that there were fewer and fewer moths on the stalactites, and the height of the stone walls was getting lower and lower. In some places, you even had to bend your waist to pass. Feng Shi stopped. In such a cramped place, if they encounter danger, they will not be able to escape even if they want to. So Feng Shi called the golden pig out and asked it to explore the way ahead. Golden pig. Why do you think of me first every time like this? Why don't you think about me when you eat something good? It's really like using a pig to move forward, not using a pig to move backward. Although he was full of complaints, he still flew ahead to investigate. The reason why Feng Shi chose the golden pig was because even if it was dissipated by an attack, it would not cause much damage. If it were replaced by another spiritual pet, it might be killed. Furthermore, although the golden pig is greedy, it is still very clever. After a while, the golden pig flew back. According to what it said, there was a dead end ahead, and there was nothing unusual except for water drops dripping down from the cracks in the rocks from time to time. Not to mention the mirror clone, it didn't even see a living creature. Feng Shi frowned and asked the giant beast and Deng Yunshu, "Are you sure there is a mirror clone here?" Behemoth. Logically speaking, in principle, from my judgment, it should be like this. Be more careful in what you say, lest the stinky girl finds trouble. Feng Shi. At this time, Deng Yunshu said, "Judging from the cautiousness of the main body, there must be a mirror clone in Xiao, but I can't figure out why I haven't found it yet. Do you think the other party is hiding?" Feng Shi thought for a while and said, If it hides, it's up to you two to find a way to bring it out. Whether you use coercion or abuse, you can find a way to force it out. Although Dungyunshu and Behemoth felt that they were losing their status, they still took turns. It's a pity that no matter whether it is to move it with emotion, understand it with reason, or use the provocation method, nothing is achieved. During this process, Fang Shi once again sent Golden Pig to investigate, and this time he took the Shadow Stone with him. Fang Shi checked the image stone and it turned out to be exactly the same as Jinzhu said, without any clues. At this time, Jiang Yan grinned and said, "Captain, I think it's unlikely that the clone is hiding inside. You see, the giant beast and Dungyunshu are both big guys, so the clone must be a big guy too. It's so narrow inside, unless the thing is very small, otherwise you can't get in." Huai Ming Frame couldn't help but curl his lips. Your inference is too random. Who stipulates that other mirror clones must be as big as these two? Maybe it's like the 10,000 years fire marrow, only as big as a palm. Jiang Yan said unconvinced and angrily, the 10,000 years fire marrow is the 10,000 years fire marrow, and it's not a mirror clone. If you use it as an example, it's just an argument. Huai Mingzhen was speechless. Who among us is arguing? Forget it, when a scholar encounters a soldier, there is no reason to explain. They were arguing here, and an idea flashed in Fang Zai's mind, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on the one in fire essence not far away. A very ridiculous possibility occurred to her. Could this 10,000 year fire marrow be the mirror clone she was looking for? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 992 It's better to burn you into a bald chicken. There is certainly a reason why Fang Shi thinks so. Before entering the Haoshan mirror, it was true that she had never used the 10,000 years of fire marrow, but at that time it only had superficial spiritual intelligence, not even spiritual intelligence, only the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid evil. But now it is not only very clever, but it can also command alienated moths, and even compete with Jilei for territory. Who would be a serious fire marrow person to do this? She has every reason to suspect that the core of this 10,000-year-old fire marrow has been changed. Or it was disguised after being swallowed by something. It's a fake. Otherwise, why wouldn't you let her put it in the jade box? Because if the core was changed or it was a counterfeit, she would not be able to put it into the storage ring without a contract. In addition, even if she could put it into the storage ring, its freedom would be restricted and there would be no way to escape. Whether it is or not, just give it a try and you will find out. Fang Shi waved towards 10,000 years of fire marrow. Little Huo, come. The 10,000 years fire marrow immediately flew over and landed in Fang Zai's palm. The next moment, Fang Shi dropped blood on it with lightning speed, and then started the contract. Although Fang Shi squeezed the 10,000 years fire marrow with all her strength, she was still able to break free. It flickered brightly and darkly, and the originally obedient alienated moths pounced on Fang Shi and the others like crazy. While Fang Shi continued to contract the 10,000 years fire marrow, he released Xiao Hui and the others. At this time, the water in the river was very shallow, so Fang Shi made Xiao Hui and the others turn grey. Little birds, because they were too big to move. Originally, Xiao Hui and the others were the nemesis of moths, but now that Xiao Hui and the others can still fly, they can restrain those alienated moths even more. Seeing those alienated moths fleeing to the west, Xiao Hui and the others fell into confusion. Why haven't they ever thought of turning into birds and preying on moths before? Isn't that more convenient than a fish jumping? Why do you still swim back with great effort every time, and then swim back again? Exercise. They seem stupid. No, it's not that they're stupid, it's that the kingbird is stupid. If the kingbirds were as smart as their unscrupulous masters, they would have thought of this long ago. Sure enough, one soldier is in a raging state, and a general is in a raging nest. Fang Shi Wuxiao paid attention to Xiao Hui's condition and focused on the 10,000 years fire marrow. At this time, she was sure that the 10,000 years fire marrow was a fake. Because the opponent's spiritual consciousness is stronger than that of the giant beast and the Dunwin tree. If the 10,000 years fire essence was so powerful, he wouldn't have been fooled by her in the first place. But what puzzled her was that the soul of this thing was still a small flame. What was going on? A quarter of an hour later, despite 10,000 years fire marrow's strong resistance, Fang Shi was still given the contract. The 10,000 years fire marrow lied on the ground, looking half dead. The giant beast wanted to go up and kick him, but he was afraid of getting burned, so he spat at the 10,000 years fire marrow. It's a pity that it evaporated before it touched the 10,000 year fire marrow. The 10,000 years of fire marrow suddenly pretended to be a corpse and rushed towards the giant beast. Dungyunshu was gloating at the side. This 10,000 years of fire marrow is causing trouble. You go up there to have fun, aren't you making yourself uncomfortable? It's better to burn you like a bald chicken. So that you don't get angry. The giant beast howled in fear. If Fang Shi hadn't put it into the spirit beast bag in time, it would have been burned. The next moment, the 10,000 years of fire marrow hit the stone wall on the side. Fang Shi. Is it possible that you still want to kill me to prove your ambition? The key is that your collision is in vain. Sure enough, 10,000 years of fire marrow hid loneliness. Then, he stretched his body on the ground again, looking like he had no hope of life. Fang Shi looked at it. You really want to die? I can help you. In order to make your death a worthy one, I'll let the little fat bird dazzle you. Little fat bird. I came back late. This chapter is a bit short. The next chapter will be longer, about 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 994, Can't you even recognize me? When Fang Shi was feeling happy, Huai Mingzhen lowered his voice and exclaimed. Captain, my cultivation level has actually reached the 3rd level of foundation building. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen and others also discovered that their cultivation had been suppressed to the foundation building stage. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were even worse, being suppressed to the qi refining stage for the first time. Fang Shi, on the other hand, didn't feel much, because since Jin Dan ran away from home, she didn't even know what kind of cultivation she was. At this time, two teams of demon guards suddenly appeared at the gate of Wuming City. One of the little leaders shouted sharply, "You humans dare to wander outside my nameless city. You are really looking for death." Luo Chen and others suddenly became nervous. If their cultivation had not been suppressed, they would naturally have nothing to fear. But with the current level of cultivation, Jian Shou is like meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by others. At this time, they found that the passage they came from had disappeared. Even the cluster of 10,000-year-old fire marrow was gone. Could it be that they fell into a trap? At this moment, Fang's eyes figure flashed, and he hit the little leader with 2 big blows. "Blinded your dog eyes. Can't you even recognize me? These few behind me are all human prisoners I captured. Why don't you quickly open the city gate and let me in?" The little leader looked confused. "No matter how blind I am, I still can't mistake the demons for the humans." However, when he probed Fang's eyes aura again, he was shocked to find that the other party was actually a demon. What frightened him even more was that he couldn't see through Fang's eyes' cultivation level. This shows that the other party's cultivation level must be higher than his. As for how high it is, you can only guess. Considering that Fang Shi had slapped him twice when he came up, he felt that the opponent's strength was unfathomable. After all, the greater your temper, the greater your strength. So, he quickly nodded and bowed and said, "My lord, I have offended you because of my blindness. Please don't be the same as me. Please come in." Fang Shi didn't even roll her eyes at him, but said to Luo Chen and others behind her, "You all come in with me." Luo Chen and others followed Fang Shi into Wuming City in a daze. Is this okay? The key is, why did the little boss believe what she said? However, they had no time to think about this for the time being, as they were all attracted by the bustling scene in the nameless city. This nameless city doesn't look much different from a human city. There are many shops on both sides, and there are even many stalls, and the sound of hawking is endless. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused. According to what the old man said at the beginning, the nameless city is different from ordinary cities. It is a magic weapon for transporting demon soldiers. Logically speaking, this city should be filled with troops and teams. Why does it look like an ordinary city now? Is this nameless city not the nameless city? Fang Shi saw an alley not far away, so he turned in with Zhang Wen and others. When they arrived at a quiet place, Fang Shi took out 6 pills and handed them to Luo Chen and the others. "Eating this elixir will make people mistakenly think that you are demons. I will teach you a set of techniques for converting demonic energy, so that you can hide it from others." Luo Chen and others' eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Can it be disguised as a demonic elixir? Is there any technique that can convert spiritual energy into demonic energy? They thought this was too outrageous, but seeing Fang's eyes' serious look, it didn't look like a joke. Thinking about what happened at the city gate before, they had no choice but to believe it. They didn't ask if the elixir and the exercises had any side effects, so they simply took the elixir and ate it. Fang Shi was very satisfied with this. Luo Chen and the others were indeed geniuses, and they quickly learned the technique of converting demonic energy. Of course, it will take time to master it, but now you can at least deceive others. Although Zhang Wen knew it before, he didn't show it and his performance was mediocre. He has passed the low-grade stage of showing off. Mature, restrained, and wise, these are his labels. The next chapter will be extended, probably around 12 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 995 Chia Yuhei on the Damming Lake. Fang Shi was originally worried that after converting into demonic energy, the cultivation level of several people would drop again, but fortunately, they still maintained the previous cultivation level. After getting ready, Fang Shi took Zhang Wen and others to the downtown area and found a restaurant. She was not there to eat, but to collect some information. I've heard a lot about people from the east and west, but unfortunately none of them are of much value. Fang Shi and the others didn't dare to eat. After all, the nameless city looked very strange. Who knew if these things were edible? Before we knew it, it was Yushi. The sky gradually darkened, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. To be precise, it was dead silence. Fang Shi and others were shocked to find that the surrounding scene had completely changed. There is no restaurant anywhere, just ruins. There are still many skeletons scattered among the ruins. At this moment, a horn sound came from the distance, and a strange scene happened. The scattered skeletons actually spliced together into human shapes, and then ran towards the sound of the horn. When Fang Shi and the others were confused, several skeletons passing by shouted, "What are you little soldiers doing standing around? Why don't you hurry up and gather? If you arrive late, be careful of military law." Fang's eyes flashed slightly, and she said to Luo Chen and others, "Let's go. Go and have a look." So, Fang Shi and the others followed the skeletons to the meeting place. When you see one skeleton, you may feel scary, but when you see tens of thousands of skeletons, you feel even scarier. Even Jiang Yan felt his hair stand on end at this moment, and unconsciously moved closer to Fang Shi. Only when he was with the captain did he feel confident. The sound of the trumpets gradually ceased. Luo Chen and others were shocked to find that the skeletons around them turned into living people again. They all wore uniform clothes and had solemn expressions. Fang Shi was stunned. She recognized these costumes. They were the costumes of the Yuheng camp of the Shenyang army. General Yan had introduced her that Yuheng camp was composed of demons. Although before the Tiank alliance attacked Jiyu continent, the demons and humans were in the same situation, but now that the enemy is in sight, both humans and demons have shown unprecedented unity. General Yan was also full of praise for Yuheng camp, especially Ni Laomo, the head coach of Yuheng camp. Of course, Demon Ni is the nickname given to the opponent by General Yan. Demon Ni is named Ni Bully. He is not only profound in cultivation, but also very strategic. Among the 8 camps of the Shenyang army, only the Yuheng camp has more wins than losses. It can be said to be the elite of the Shenyang army. Fang Shi was very confused. Why did the scene of Yuheng camp appear here? What does they have to do with the nameless city? Is this nameless city the same as the nameless city in the polar ice fields? Just when Fang Shi was confused, a majestic voice came from the front. Now the remaining 7 divisions of the Shenyang army have been frustrated and are in trouble. For this reason, only our Yuheng battalion can fight to the death to gain a glimmer of hope for the remaining 7 divisions and a glimmer of light for the Jiyu continent. Tonight, we will use the nameless city to sneak attack on the Tiank League's lair in the polar ice field to draw out the firepower. As long as their home base is severely damaged, the dispersed troops will have no intention of fighting, and the other 7 will also have a chance to breathe, and we will have completed our mission. Of course, we have almost no chance of surviving this battle, and it will be a fight to the death. As a coach, I feel sorry for you all, but I have no choice. In order to protect our relatives and our home, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Kill all the evil thieves in Tiank and give me a bright future. Kill, kill, kill. The scene suddenly burst into shouts of killing. Fang Shi, Zhengwen and Wei Frame also joined in. In addition, the Westerners were somewhat confused about the situation, but they were also infected by the atmosphere, and they also raised their arms and shouted. Jing Yan and Bailey Hao were a little reluctant to let go at first, but then they started shouting at the top of their lungs. After stimulating morale, General Ni used his spiritual power and shouted. All the officers and soldiers of Yuheng camp are listening to the order and the team is ready to go. The soldiers immediately formed their teams according to their affiliations and were ready to go. The 7 people from Fang Shi wanted to join the vanguard camp next to them based on the principle of being nearby, but they were disliked by Hao Yitong. Are you from our vanguard camp? Judging from your cultivation, you are from the supply camp. Go back quickly. Although everyone is going to die, we still have to kill a few more beasts from the Tiank Alliance. Don't cause trouble here. You shouldn't be from the animal stable department of the transport camp, right? No wonder you smell like daddy. Ellipsis. Fortunately for others, Zhengwen had already recovered his memory of the ancient battlefield, and naturally he also recalled the dark history of shoveling daddy in the animal stable department. I had deliberately forgotten about it, but in the end I was reminded of it again. Although he no longer has any mysophobia, he still felt uncomfortable all over and used the cleaning technique several times. At this time, Fang Shi said, "Follow me." Huai Mingzhen and the others were like headless flies, naturally following behind Fang Shi. Fang Shi took them and ran all the way to find General Ni. Of course, General Ni is not that easy to see, and Fang Shi and the others were stopped by guards. The leader, General Wu, frowned and said, "Which battalion are you from? What are you doing here? Also, why aren't you wearing the uniforms of the Shenyang army?" Luo Chen and others said, "We also want to know what the captain brought us here for. Do you want to serve as a guard for General Ni? The key is that our current cultivation level is not good either. Or does she want to tell the truth? Even if you say it, others can't believe it." Just when they were thinking wildly, Fang Shi said with a crying voice, "Can you please inform General Ni that his granddaughter is here?" General Wu, Luo Chen and others. At the scene, only Zhang Wen looked calm. Junior sister must be addicted to recognizing relatives again. Grandpa, Dad, Master, every once in a while, she has to collect a few, otherwise it will cause trouble. He said before that he was obsessed with finding his father, but she was actually just as obsessed with it. General Wu was very confused. He remembered that General Ni had no family and seemed to be all old bachelors. Why did a granddaughter suddenly appear? But no one should be joking about this kind of thing at this time. Isn't this looking for death? After weighing the situation, he asked Fang Shi to wait where he was and find General Ni to talk about the matter. General Ni thought this sketch was a big joke. He has never eaten meat in his life, so where did he get his granddaughter? Could it be that it fell from the sky? If it were normal, he would definitely ignore it and just ask people to drive them away. But now that he was about to die, he couldn't die with questions in mind, so he asked General Wu to bring Fang Shi and the others in front of him. General Ni looked at Fang Shi from side to side. Although the little girl looked pretty, she had no resemblance to him at all. How could she be his granddaughter? He said in a deep voice, "You claim to be my handsome granddaughter, tell me, what's going on?" Fang Shi looked at General Ni with tears in her eyes. "Don't you remember Chia Yuhei by Daming Lake?" General Ni fell into deep thought. Chia Yuhei. He does know a lot of people named Chia, but there is no woman named Chia Yuhei. Besides, I've never heard of Daming Lake. Is this little girl suffering from some kind of crazy disease? At this time, Fang Shi said, "It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Anyway, my grandma said before she died that you were my grandpa, and you had my father back then. My grandma originally thought you would pick her up, but she didn't wait until she died. Because of my cold heart, I used the word, ice, when naming me. I also thought you were unkind, so I added the word, bo, so my name is Chia Bingbo. Later, I don't know who lacked great virtue and called me Chia Binghai." General Ni, what a mess. When he was about to ask Wu Pianjiang to drive him out, Fang Shi suddenly said seriously, "General, what I said before was all nonsense, just to see you. The 7 of us are all human beings and were sent by General Yan from Tianji camp. We are here to help you and destroy the Tiank Alliance's lair in the polar ice field in one fell swoop." After Fang Shi finished speaking, he took out the token of Tianji camp. When Shi and Zhengwen buried the Shenyang army soldiers before, they got a lot of storage rings, and this token was found inside. What Fang Shi was holding at this time was Wang Qingqing's identity token. General Ni looked at the name on the identity token and then at Fang Shi. This little girl looked so pretty, why did she have such a rough name? No wonder he said his name was Chia Binghai when he made up a lie just now. Their family's naming skills should have been passed down from their ancestors. General Ni really believed Fang Zai's reasons. On the one hand, Fang Shi and the others were indeed from the human race, and on the other hand, General Yan's signature was very useful. Although General Ni and General Yan did not meet many times, they cherished each other and spoke highly of each other. Of course, the main reason is that this is not reality at this time, and it is not too serious. After General Ni lamented in his heart that the Fang Shi family's ancestral naming was useless, he looked at the Fang Shi people again. To be honest, he really didn't understand why General Yan sent 7 losers here. Even if you send a few people in the nascent soul stage, it will be fine. However, he soon discovered that he can see through Feng Xi's cultivation. His heart suddenly trembled. Little girl, what is your cultivation level? Feng Shi said with a smile, my cultivation is unstable. Sometimes I transform into gods and sometimes I refine qi. It mainly depends on my mood. General Ni. Lao Yan sent a crazy girl to me. When he was speechless, Feng Shi lowered his voice and said, General, is it safe to talk here? General Ni saw her serious expression. Although he felt that everything was safe, he still activated a few isolation arrays and then said, say it. Feng Shi immediately said, I know how to crack the Tiank Alliance's resurrection method. General Ni didn't believe it at all. I feel more and more that Feng Shi is crazy. I guess I got some stimulation on the way here, so I went crazy. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 996. This kid has a secret show. General Ni looked at Feng Shi sympathetically. What a good kid, crazy. It's all the fault of Tiank Alliance. Although Feng Shi didn't know what he was thinking, she knew from his expression that she didn't believe what she said. She was too lazy to talk nonsense and said simply, as long as you continue to use your spiritual consciousness to attack the aura behind those in the Tiank Alliance, those people will completely die and never come back to life. General Ni didn't believe it. To be exact, I couldn't believe it. Can the method of resurrection be cracked so easily? Is it possible? When Feng Shi saw this, he immediately said, General, I know you may be skeptical of my words, but everything I say is true. If there are prisoners of the Tiank Alliance in the city, you will know after a try. But there are big disadvantages in doing this, and it will make other people in the Tiank Alliance be on guard. General Ni interrupted Feng Xi's words and asked, what do you mean? Even if the prisoner is in our hands, the other party can still understand his situation. Feng Shi nodded. Those people in the Tiank Alliance are all projections of their souls, which means that their bodies are not in our Juyu continent. Maybe their bodies can sense the projections of their souls, so I said it might be possible to alert the snake. General Ni looked at Feng Shi in disbelief. Soul projection. How do you know this? We, General Yan, captured several prisoners of the Tiank Alliance and finally pried their mouths open to ask questions. Feng Shi put the blame on General Yan. After all, he was a strong man and should have no problem carrying a few large pots. General Ni was still doubtful. It was not that he had never interrogated the prisoners of the Tiank Alliance. Their consciousness should have been restricted. When they talked about the key points, they would lose their minds and couldn't ask anything at all. Feng Shi was not a patient person to begin with. Seeing that General Ni still refused to believe her words, she slapped the table. General Ni, fortunately, our General Yan respects you very much. How long has it been, and you are still suspicious and indecisive? If what I say is true, not only can the Tiank Alliance's home base in the polar ice sheet be destroyed, but it can also minimize our casualties. It doesn't matter if what I say is false, our original intention is to die anyway. Besides, I am your granddaughter, can I still lie to you? General Ni. If you don't add the last sentence, the credibility will be higher. Whatever. This girl is right, they're going to die anyway, why not take a gamble? He is not indecisive, but the burden on his shoulders is too heavy. If this sneak attack does not have the expected effect, he will be the sinner of Juyu continent. He was heartbroken and said, okay, I will believe you this time. If it is true as you said, I will give you a great credit. Feng Shi said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you have great merit or not. Just give me more rewards when the time comes, such as magic crystals and spiritual stones. The more the merrier. General Ni. Unexpectedly, this girl is also a money addict. General Ni inquired in detail again, and became more confident about this sneak attack. Demons are better at spiritual attacks than humans. If what Wan Qingqing said is true, this sneak attack will definitely be a success. It's just that this little girl's name is so awkward. Not as good as Summer Hale. General Ni was about to summon the generals to discuss the spiritual attack, when Feng Shi said, this matter should not be publicized for the time being. As the saying goes, sail with caution and sail for 10,000 years. It is too late to inform the army when we are about to arrive at the Tiank Alliance's lair. After weighing the situation, General Ni adopted Feng Xi's suggestion. He nodded approvingly. Although you are a little, lively girl, you are brave and careful. You can find a place to rest for a while and recharge your batteries. Feng Shi shook her head. General, although we have a way to crack the Tiank Alliance's resurrection, we are outnumbered and the opponent may be on guard. The success of this sneak attack is not very high. Therefore, I plan to sneak into the Tiank League's lair first. When the time comes, we will cooperate inside and outside and overthrow their bastard's nest first. General Ni said with a smile, little girl, your courage is commendable. But your method will not work. If nothing else, those people in the Tiank League have a halo behind them, and there's no way you can get away with it. Feng Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, I put on the jersey specially made by Taylor Gang, and instantly gained my own halo, bling bling. It almost blinded the eyes of General Ni and others. Then Feng Shi took a disguise pill, and her appearance instantly became ordinary. Grandpa, how much do you think I looked like before? General Ni. He calmed down and then said, although your method can make the fake look real, if you don't protect it well, people will find out the flaws. Then you will only die. Are you really determined to do this? Feng Shi put away her playful expression and said seriously, General, as a member of the Shenyang army, if you can die bravely, so can I. Besides, I think those people in the Tiank Alliance are stupid and they shouldn't pose any threat to me. Just wait for my good news. General Ni, let's just ask where do you get your confidence? If the Tiank Alliance were all idiots, we wouldn't be forced into a desperate situation. However, he also saw Feng Xi's determination. He is a good boy who is brave and resourceful. Perhaps because Feng Shi provided a way to crack the method of resurrection, or perhaps because of the determination in Feng Zai's tone, he decided to take a gamble. How long do you need? According to the situation of the other 7 battalions, I can only give you 5 days at most. Feng Shi thought for a while and said, 5 days is enough. Let's do this. General Ni's expression gradually solidified. He seems to be able to understand where her confidence comes from. This child is really a show. Next chapter around 9:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 967 I'm here again. General Ni's so-called undercover is full of evil. He is a demon, and he doesn't have so many rules for doing things, so he thinks Feng Zai's character is very good. Crazy is a little crazy, but as young people, it's better to be a little crazy to be more energetic. Feng Shi discussed the details with General Ni and finally finalized the action plan. Immediately afterwards, the 7 people from Feng Shi were led by General Wu Pian to the animal stable department of the transport camp. Zhengwen was instantly wrapped up in bad memories. Junior sister, can't you consider my feelings when you make plans? There are so many divisions in the baggage camp, why did you choose the animal stable division? Of course there is a reason why Feng Shi chose the animal stable division. The animal stable manager has fewer people and more animals, which makes it easier to do things. Feng Shi easily got the team leader of the animal stable department and turned the 7 of them into a team. They were only responsible for feeding, not cleaning the animal stables. Zhang Wen. Why would the same thing end completely differently if it were a junior sister? Feng Shi called Luo Chen and others together, and after activating the isolation array, he told everything about the Tiank alliance. She wanted to hide it, but she couldn't hide it now. Besides, she is no longer the same person she was on the ancient battlefield. At that time, she was still young and could only keep secret about the affairs of Tiank alliance. Now she can try to expand the scope of insiders. Of course, this is also because Feng Shi feels that Luo Chen and others are of good character and are trustworthy for the time being. Although Luo Chen and others had guessed some clues before, they were still extremely shocked after hearing what Feng Shi said. In their inherent knowledge, the enemies of the southern territory are the humans and demons of the northern territory. As a result, if you tell them now that the entire Juyu continent is about to fall into catastrophe, how can they not be shocked? The way they looked at Feng Shi couldn't help but change. Although they were very convinced of Feng Shi before, it was somewhat mixed with the weighing of interests. To put it bluntly, they could get benefits by following Feng Shi. But at this time, Feng Zai's image in their hearts was extremely high. She, a little girl, went from the human race to the demon race, from the northern region to the southern region, went through countless hardships, and was on the verge of danger several times. What did she want? Name. Is it profitable? Do not. She did all this just to protect Juyu continent, and it came from her inner kindness and sense of responsibility. Captain, justice. Jiang Yan gave a thumbs up. Captain, don't say anything else. I will follow you from now on. Just do whatever you ask me to do, even if it means going through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Luo Chen and Bailey Hao also expressed their opinions. No matter how selfish they usually are, at this moment they are all forgotten. Sacrifice for righteousness is not just talk. The Juyu continent is facing a disaster. As direct disciples of the Shangsheng sect and members of the Juyu continent, they have a duty to do so. Feng Shi nodded with satisfaction. The Tiank alliance may never know why they failed. They underestimated the determination of the creatures in Juyu continent to protect their homeland, and they also underestimated how tenacious they could be in desperate situations. Again, the intruder is destined to have a bad end and will be judged sooner or later. After Feng Shi gave Luo Chen and others some chicken blood injections, he said, you guys should familiarize yourself with the situation in the animal stable department first. I'll go out for a walk. Everyone. This is a camp, not a vegetable market. What a fool you are. That's right, this place is full of ghosts. Logically speaking, discipline is very strict in the camp. Not to mention the chaos in the west, anyone who leaves his post without authorization will be punished by military law. However, Feng Shi wandered around for 2 hours and nothing happened. Not only did nothing happen, but I also came back with a full load. This is the armor my 6th uncle gave me. This is the hemostatic pill that my uncle Ding gave me. This is the little comb my sister Bai gave me. Ellipsis. Luo Chen and others, are you going to purchase goods? Before they could ask further questions, the army set off. Unlike the other 7 battalions, the Yuheng battalion can teleport with the help of Wuming City, and the so-called army departure is just to stay in place and wait for orders. Feng Shi is even more greedy for Wuming City. If she can get the Wuming City, after she cleans up the Tiank League in the future, she can wander around the west with a bunch of grandfathers, masters and so on. However, until now, she was not sure whether the nameless city they were in was a result of obsession or a real nameless city. But this is not important. What is important is, kill the Tiank alliance. Regardless of whether this is reality or not, let's vent our anger first. The Tiank alliance is doing evil in the Juyu transformation realm, so naturally she can do whatever she wants amidst the obsession of the soldiers of the Shenyan army. 5 hours later, the nameless city appeared on the polar ice field. The city gate opened wide, and the vanguard battalion rushed out first. Sure enough, just as Feng Shi expected, before they even reached the Tiank League's lair, they were blocked by people from the Tiank League. Speaking of which, this is thanks to the fact that Wuming City has a big fort, that is, the landing position is random, and there is only an approximate range. There are not that many people in the Tiank alliance, otherwise General Ni and the others might have landed in boxes first. Tiank League and Yuheng camp immediately started a melee. General Ni did not inform everyone of the method to crack the resurrection, but reinforcements from the Tiank alliance had not yet arrived, and the two sides were temporarily tied. Feng Shi took advantage of the chaos and sneaked into the Tiank League's team. She not only changed her appearance, but also her gender, and even put boosting pads in her boots. Except for people who are very familiar with her, there is no way to recognize her. When she was in the ancient battlefield, she killed a person first and then pretended to be the other person. She wasn't going to do that now. As she said before, the main body may have a way to sense the projection of the soul, so she needs to be more rigorous. Even if it was caused by obsession, she tried her best to act according to the real situation. This was also to prepare for the future confrontation with the Tiank alliance. At this time, reinforcements from the Tiank League arrived one after another, and General Ne ordered the Gold to withdraw his troops. The soldiers of the Yuheng camp returned to the nameless city and disappeared on the polar ice sheet. The people from the Tiank alliance suddenly cursed. Those pigs in Juyu continent are only capable of this, and they still want to confront our Tiank alliance. They're simply trying to shake the tree. Almost. In half a year at most, Juyu continent will be ours. Half a year feels too long to me. I don't want to stay in this hellish place like the polar ice sheet for a moment longer. Ellipsis. Fang Shi also joined in and scolded her more loudly than anyone else. Because of his excellent scolding skills, he quickly became involved with those people. Someone asked, "Little brother, what's your name? Which battalion are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Fang Shi looked embarrassed and said in a voice like a mosquito, "To tell you the truth, my name is Shi Juoduo. I was originally from the Chongwang division and was responsible for the encirclement and suppression of the Tianji camp. There was no one above me, and my cultivation level was average, so my life was not easy. I heard that it was better to climb up here in our headquarters, so I thought a little bit, walked away from the favor, and transferred here. It was also unlucky that the person I sent the favor to was captured by the Yuheng camp, and as a result, I am now a criminal. At first glance, these two brothers are very particular people. Please don't tell anyone, otherwise I will definitely be sent back to the Chongwang department, and they will have to give me little shoes to wear." Fang Shi said, taking out some spiritual stones and giving them to those people. The Tiank League's team was originally made up of a patchwork of people. Except for the elite, discipline was very loose, so those few people had no doubts about Fang Zai's words. Besides, even if you have doubts, for the sake of the spirit stone, you don't care. Anyway, people from Juyu continent can pretend to be members of their Tiank alliance. This Shi Juoduo would definitely not be a spy. Fang Shi said some more flattering words, and painfully took out all the so-called family assets and asked these people to help with the operation, and successfully whitewashed the criminals. Tremble. The scumbags of Tiank alliance. I, Shi Juoduo, am here again. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 998 Auspicious Omen. The first thing Fang Shi did after successfully clearing her name was to continue to suffer miserably. Forget about that miserable situation. It can be said that the listeners were sad and the listeners were in tears. Those who received Fang Shi Lingxi almost wanted to return the money to her. Because Fang Shi was so miserable, everyone else felt very superior in front of her. It is precisely because of this sense of superiority that they have no defense against Fang Shi, a weakling. Coupled with Fang Zai's subtle inducement, their mouths are no longer open to the public. Fang Shi deliberately avoided things that might trigger the imprint of divine consciousness, beating around the bush and asking some peripheral questions. Then, she analyzes, extracts, and integrates the answers she wants from this complicated information. In this way, you can achieve your own goals without arousing suspicion from others. Of course, that is Fang Shi, it would be difficult for anyone else to do it. Fang Shi discovered that some of her previous inferences were wrong. She originally thought that the ontology and soul projection could share real-time information, but this was not the case. She was also misled by what happened in the 9 Netherworld transformation realm. It seemed that although the 9 Netherworld transformation realm was very realistic, it was still very different from reality. After her analysis, she learned that only after the soul projection dies, the main body can receive the memory of the soul projection, and there is a certain delay period. The specific time ranges from 3 days to half a month, mainly depending on the cultivation level of the body. The higher the cultivation level, the shorter the delay period, and the lower the cultivation level, the longer the delay period. In other words, the latest news the Tiank continent knows is 3 days ago, or even longer. As long as you make a good time difference, you can achieve great results. In addition, only a few high-level people among Yuanshan Project have spiritual weapons that can communicate with Tiank continent, and these spiritual weapons can only be used deep in the polar ice sheets. This is one of the reasons why the Tiank League has set up its lair here. Fang Shi felt that there must be something interesting in this, otherwise why is it the only place that can communicate with Tiank continent? It's a pity that she only has 5 days, and this is not reality after all. After hundreds of thousands of years, it may have changed a lot. In any case, after the Changsheng sect was stabilized, she still had to go to the depths of the polar ice sheet. Although Fang Shi still wanted to find out more information, firstly she was afraid of arousing others' suspicion, and secondly, time was running out, so she had to work hard. After 2 days of undercover life, Fang Shi had already laid a solid foundation of connections. There are 6 battalions in the Tiank League headquarters, and Fang Shi is in the Biaofeng camp. There's no one in Biaofeng camp who doesn't know about Shi Juoduo. Even General Dong Qian of Biaofeng camp knew that he had a miserable little man under his command. On the morning of Fang Shi's 3rd day undercover, it was her team's turn to go out on patrol. Due to the severe cold weather here, the people of the Tiank Alliance spend most of their time huddled in the camp, and will only leave the camp when they're on duty for inspection. As soon as they left the camp, other people in the team began to complain. This ice and snow can freeze people to death, so what's the point of patrolling? Those ants from the Shenyang army haven't moved since they were scared away by us last time, and they probably don't dare to come anymore. Those losers are no match for us. Even if they come, we won't have time to leave the camp to fight them. Stop saying anything. Who said we are just minions? All the officials are nestling comfortably in the camp, and we are the only ones who come out to get cold. Ellipsis. Fang Shi also echoed a few words, but his momentum was obviously lacking. Others can also understand. After all, she has just cleared her name from the underworld and lacks the confidence to do so. She is afraid that these gossips will be known to the superiors. After a while, Fang Shi said cautiously, Brothers, do you want to make meritorious deeds? Do you want to be promoted and make a fortune? Someone immediately laughed and scolded. Isn't what you said all nonsense? Who doesn't want to make meritorious deeds? Who doesn't want to be promoted and make a fortune? The key is to have that fate. Fang Shi blinked. I do have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible or not. Can we all give advice? Although the others thought she was daydreaming, they still wanted to hear it, so they all coaxed Fang Shi to stop being so pretentious and speak quickly. Fang Shi immediately said, everyone wants to hear good things, and so do the officials above us. So we have to flatter them and cater to their preferences. Several people were discouraged upon hearing this. You are right, but we are all minions, we can't even get close to others, how can we flatter them? Besides, we don't know people well, so how can we know what their preferences are? Fang Shi smiled and said, people, what they pursue is nothing more than fame and fortune. We have no money, so we can't make a fuss about profit. But we can make a fuss about the name. The other people looked confused, making a fuss in name. How to do it? Fang Shi smiled slyly, how about we create a miracle? The other people were even more confused. Miracle, what do you mean? Fang Shi lowered her voice and made a sound. The other people were confused at first and then in disbelief, but in the end they all gave a thumbs up. You were definitely a good flatterer. How come you were so miserable in the Chongwang department before? Fang Shi sighed, didn't I tell you before? I acted like a villain and offended people I shouldn't have offended. No matter how hard I try, I can't climb to the top. It can only be said that time is also destiny, and luck is not good. Fortunately, I met my brothers. We share the blessings and can get promoted and make a fortune together. Since none of the brothers have any objections, why don't we start the whole thing now? Several other people nodded in agreement and got busy. A few hours later, someone hurried outside General Dong's tent to ask for a meeting, saying that the patrol team had something important to report. General Dong thought that the Shenyang army was coming for a sneak attack, so he quickly asked someone to come in and respond. It was Fang Shi who came in. Logically speaking, there are more than 10 people in the team, so this job is not her turn. But if you can't stand her, she will trick you. Brothers, this is a good opportunity to show your face in front of General Dong. I won't steal it from you. You can discuss who will go. However, I have to remind you that no matter who goes, there are risks. After all, we don't know much about General Dong. If anything is wrong, the flattery will probably be slapped on the horse's hooves. When the others heard this, they immediately felt anxious in their hearts. Soon someone said, Brother Shi, this idea came from you. We can't take the credit from you. It's better for you to go see General Dong. Others also agreed. Fang Shi refused for a long time, but couldn't refuse, so she reluctantly agreed. After entering the tent, Fang Shi saluted, Shi Jueduo, my subordinate, comes to see General Dong. Although General Dong knew that there was a poor man in his camp, he had never seen Fang Shi. But he didn't care about it now and asked, what happened? Fang Shi immediately said with a happy face, while our team was patrolling, we discovered that 16 large red characters appeared under the ice. What it says is, chaos breaks out in Juyu, all life is in ruins, heaven saves the world, and the world returns to its center. General Dong, a miracle has appeared, a sign of auspiciousness. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 999 Personal Guard Shi Jueduo. General Dong Qian first looked shocked, then thoughtful, and then stared at Fang Shi with a scrutinizing look. He didn't speak for a long time. The joy on Fang's eyes face gradually turned into panic, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and finally she even became unsteady and collapsed on the ground. Subordinate, I am guilty. I lied so boldly, please forgive me for being so noble as General Dong. Dong Qianjiang snorted coldly, tell me, what's going on? Fang Shi wanted to get up, but her body was like chaff, so she had to sit on the ground and said, my subordinates were utilitarian and wanted to please the commander-in-chief, so they came up with such a bad idea. General Dong, I am really afraid of being bullied, so I want to climb up and gain a foothold quickly. I didn't expect you to see through it at a glance. I'm so smart. How could I hide these clumsy tricks from you? Dong Qianjiang felt a little complacent in his heart, but it didn't show much on his face. He said coldly, you were so cowardly, you actually tried to deceive me. Once the general trusts you and reports the news to the commander-in-chief, wouldn't it be a big mistake? Even if you are in a miserable situation, I will never give you mercy if you make such a big mistake. Someone come, give me Shi Jueduo. Fang Shi was so frightened that she shouted at the top of her lungs, General Dong, I have something to report back. Dong Qianjiang stared at her, say. Fang Shi looked at the guards who came in, and then at General Dong Qian, looking like he was hesitant to speak. General Dong waved his hand and asked the guards to go out. He snorted coldly, you'd better really have something important to do. If you dare to play tricks on me, not to mention the projection of your soul, even your body will not be able to eat it. Fang Shi suddenly sweated like rain, shaking like a small fallen leaf in the wind. Dong Qianjiang looked at him coldly, and when he was about to let the guards in again, Fang Shi raised his head and said with a risk-taking tone. General Dong Qian, I did the miracle not just to please the coach, but also for a deeper consideration. Dong Qianjiang sneered, you, a little guy, still think deeply. You really dare to put gold on your face. I want to hear how you go about it. Fang Shi continued. General Dong Qian, although the Shenyang army is a bit useless, they are all very hard-boned. It will not be easy for us to completely annihilate them in a short period of time. I think if you want to deal with them, you can't just be tough, you have to use soft knives. General Dong raised his eyebrows. Soft knife. Yes, soft knife. Let the faith in their hearts collapse and make them doubt themselves. In this way, the Shenyang army will defeat itself. Originally, General Dong thought that Fang Shi was talking nonsense just to get away with it, but now that he heard Fang Zai's explanation, he couldn't help but become interested and urged Fang Shi to continue. Fang Shi hesitated for a while, then said, you should know the origin of the name of their Shenyang army, right? They think Shenyun has escaped, so they have to rise up to save themselves. All we have to do is let God show up. Not only did God appear, but he also supported our Tiank Alliance platform. The way to make God show up is to fake a miracle. The people in Juyu continent are very ignorant and easy to fool. As long as we increase our momentum, many people will definitely believe it. At the same time, if we spread some rumors that are unfavorable to the Shenyun army, the people of Juyu continent will have doubts and even dislike the Shenyun army. The Shenyun army fought tooth and nail to protect them, but ended up being treated like this. What would they think? It must be frustrating. In this case, where do they have any fighting spirit? By then, the Shenyun army will be finished without us taking action. Not only that, we can also use the word of God to control the people of Juyu continent, making them work like cattle and horses for us, squeezing out all their remaining value. Fang Shi was a little stammering at first, but then she became more fluent and excited as she spoke. She even got carried away and stood up, speaking and gesticulating. General Dong has no time to worry about this now. The excitement on his face was no less than that of Fang Shi. He felt that what Fang Shi said was very reasonable. To be honest, the tenacity of the Shenyun army exceeded their expectations. The battle lines were getting longer and longer, and there were more and more troubles. Although the final victory definitely belongs to them, it would be great if there was a way to shorten this process. Unexpectedly, Shi Jueduo actually came up with the wonderful idea of a miracle. If it goes well, the Shenyun army will soon be defeated. It would definitely be a great achievement if this matter was reported. No, it's a miracle. Thinking of this, he had the intention to kill. Such a great contribution should be received by him, not this little guy in front of him. Just when he wanted to kill someone and silence him, Fang Shi collapsed on the ground again and stammered. General Dong Pian, I was greedy for merit and forged a miracle. I thought you would punish me, but I didn't expect that you were so wise that you turned corruption into magic and came up with the wonderful idea of using miracles to disintegrate the Shenyun army. I admire you greatly and am willing to do my best for you. I, Shi Jueduo, hereby swear that if I have any second thoughts about General Dong Pian and go out to talk nonsense, I will be struck by thunder from the sky, my danshan will be shattered, and I will die a terrible death. General Dong Pian stared at Fang Shi and laughed loudly after a while. Get up. Although you are a little timid, you are still sensible. Don't be in the 6th Squadron anymore. Please be transferred to my side as a personal guard. Fang Shi suddenly looked flattered, and even shed a few tears with excitement. General Dong, I will definitely live up to your cultivation of me. As long as you can use me, I will not hesitate even if it means going through fire and water. Dong Pianjiang nodded with satisfaction. He also decided to let Fang Shi go after weighing the pros and cons. First, Shi Jueduo was not the only one who knew about the miracle. In addition to the people in the 6th team, there were probably many people who had also heard about it. If he kills Shi Jueduo, it will be difficult to block the mouths of others. Secondly, the commander-in-chief is very scheming. Once he finds out the clues, he will have to suffer a lot. Thirdly, this Shi Jueduo is very knowledgeable and very timid, so I don't think he dares to go out and talk nonsense. Dong Pianjiang had no doubt that Fang Shi had thought up this rhetoric before, because one look at her performance showed that she was desperate and wise at the moment of death. He hurriedly chatted with Fang Shi for a few more words, and then went to the commander-in-chief to claim credit. The newly minted bodyguard Shi Jueduo looked at his back silently. She likes to interact with smart people the most. Because there is a saying that if you are smart, you will be misled by your cleverness. General Dong, behave well, I am optimistic about you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1000 Miracle. Dong Pianjiang trotted all the way to see Commander Lu at the Tiank League headquarters. Lord Commander, I have something important to report. Commander Lu was in a deep city, his expression was no different from usual, and he said in a deep voice, what's the matter? Dong Pianjiang thought about what to say on the way and said immediately. Half an hour ago, Shi Jueduo from my camp reported to me that he had discovered a miracle. 16 large red characters appeared under the ice. What it says is, chaos breaks out in Juyu, all life is in ruins, heaven saves the world, and the world returns to its center. I saw that he looked a little unnatural, and felt that this matter was quite strange, so I became suspicious. Sure enough, when I pressed him, he admitted that the so-called miracle was a forgery made out of his deeds. Originally, his subordinates wanted to punish him severely, but considering that his original intention was to serve the Tiank Alliance, and the subordinates were inspired by this incident, they spared him for the time being. Having said this, he paused for a moment and then said, Commander, I forgive my subordinates for daring to express some superficial opinions. After seeing Commander Lu nod, he almost repeated what Fang Shi had said before. He wanted to change it, but he felt that no matter how he changed it, it would never be as good as the original version. Even Commander Lu, who showed no emotion or anger, was no longer calm at this time. He couldn't help but nodded frequently. Yes, your idea is very insightful. Among the generals, you are the one I admire the most. You really did not disappoint me. Don't worry, I will report this matter truthfully and take credit for you. General Dong Pian quickly said, Commander, you single-handedly promoted me. I can think of these thanks to your daily teachings. My subordinates dare not be greedy for credit. This is all your credit. He is not stupid. He can think of killing Shi Jueduo and grabbing the credit. Commander Lu might think so too. Therefore, he had to give up the credit quickly. As the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. If Commander Lu gets a commendation from above, he can also get benefits. Commander-in-Chief Lu was very satisfied with General Dong's knowledge and he praised a few words and said, The idea you proposed is good, but how to implement it is a problem. The polar ice sheets are inaccessible, let alone here. Even if you perform a miracle, those foolish people in Juyu continent will not see it. I'm still a little worried about letting other branches do it. It would be bad if it turns out to be self-defeating. General Dong Pian certainly understood the subtext of Commander Lu's words. Although Commander Lu was nominally the supreme leader of the Tiank Alliance in Juyu Continent, in fact there were several people in his headquarters who were competing against him. Those people are inextricably linked to several branches, and Commander Lu certainly doesn't want him to take the lead. General Dong couldn't think of a solution for a while, so he had to say, "Commander, my subordinate is too impatient and came to see you without thinking carefully. Please allow me to go back and think carefully before reporting to you." Commander Lu nodded. "Okay, then you go back and think about it carefully, and then come back to me after you have thought it through." Dong Pianjiang returned to the tent with a sad look on his face, and he couldn't think of a way to deal with it even after racking his brains. Finally, thinking of Fang Shi, someone called her over. He was so anxious now that he didn't bother to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I have some doubts about miracles. You are smart and can help me get the details." After hearing this, Fang Shi began to think hard, her brows furrowed, and her face turned into a bitter melon. First he walked back and forth in the big tent, and then he simply squatted on the ground and beat his head with his fists. General Dong Pian was somewhat moved. Shi Jueduo was really working hard. Although this guy is a bit utilitarian, he is still honest. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Fang Shi suddenly screamed, frightening General Dong. Fang Shi obviously didn't care about these minutiae now, and said excitedly, "General Dong, I have an idea." Dong Pianjiang hurriedly urged, "Hurry, speak quickly." Fang Shi said with a trembling voice, "Do you have water here? Let me drink some first, and I will take my time." Dong Pianjiang quickly sent someone to bring tea and snacks in, and even poured a cup of tea for Fang Shi himself. Fang Shi drank 2 cups of tea in one breath and wolfed down 2 snacks. Although General Dong was anxious, he didn't rush him. After all, he was still counting on Fang Shi to give him advice. After Fang Shi had eaten and drank enough, she said, "I heard what you just said. The Commander-in-Chief wants to arrange miracles around our headquarters, but you are worried that the ignorant people in Juyu Continent won't see it, right?" Dong Pianjiang nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. Please tell me how to solve this problem." Fang Shi immediately said, "The ordinary people in Juyu Continent cannot come to us, but the Shenyang army in Yuheng camp can." Dong Pianjiang frowned. "The miracles we forged are not for them to see. What's the use of them seeing them?" Fang Shi said, "Putting this question aside for now, do you think the Shenyang army will make the miracle visible to the public?" General Dong Pian laughed. "Do you even need to ask? They wish they could destroy the miracle, how could they make it public?" Fang Zai's face showed a hint of treachery. "You are right, they will definitely not make it public, which will help us take the next step. You send someone to secretly record the scene of the Shenyang army seeing the miracle, make it public after a while, and then use public opinion to guide it. The direction of guidance is that the Shenyang army deliberately concealed the miracle. The so-called Shenyang army is just an excuse concocted by the Shenyang army. They just want to profit from fighting against the Tiank Alliance, and their intentions are to be punished. Those people are so stupid that they will definitely believe it. By then, won't our goal be achieved?" General Dong's eyes lit up instantly. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wonderful, wonderful. This is a great way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You boy really have 2 brushes. But soon he thought of a question. Even if the Yuheng camp comes to attack us, the location of the nameless city is not fixed. How can we ensure that they can see the miracle? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1001 This Shi Jueduo is really a talent. Fang Shi slapped her forehead. "General Dong, you are very thoughtful. I forgot about this. Let me think about it again." After a while, she said, "Although the location of the nameless city is erratic, it is generally around our headquarters. Why don't we come up with a trick to lure the enemy and find a way to lead them to the location of the miracle? What do you think?" General Dong shook his head. "What you think is simple. Those people in Yuheng camp are not stupid. They are afraid that we will set up an ambush. How can they fall into the trap?" Fang Shi sighed. "You are right, let me think about it again." She spun around in circles and beat her head, and finally her eyes lit up. "Now that the other 7 units of the Shenyang army have been forced into a desperate situation by us, the only way Yuheng battalion can rescue them is to cause trouble for our Tiank League headquarters. Therefore, as long as the bait we throw out is big enough, even if they become suspicious, they will definitely take risks." "What's the bait you're talking about?" "We have spies in Yuheng camp. Once we know that they are about to attack, we will gather everyone to worship the miracle. Then, the first person to encounter Yuheng camp pretended to accidentally leak the news to them. Given the current situation, even if they suspected there was fraud, they would take the risk to find out. In this way, not only can we lead the people in Yuheng camp to the miracle, but we can also fool the ignorant people into thinking that we are really worshipping the miracle, which will increase the credibility of this matter. After we use the image stone to record it, we can deal with those idiots in Yuheng camp. Anyway, our strength is much higher than theirs, there is nothing to be afraid of. In addition," having said this, Fang Shi looked at the west side and lowered his voice and said, "Also, if the Commander-in-Chief has other ideas, he can add a scene. We deliberately let the Yuheng camp have the upper hand, and then asked for help from other branches. Judging from their performance, the Commander-in-Chief knew it. Of course, this is all nonsense. If I'm wrong, just treat it as if I didn't say anything." Dong Pianjiang's eyes flickered. The method Shi Jueduo mentioned later had touched Commander Lu's heart, and he was likely to adopt it. This Shi Jueduo is really a talent. However, for safety reasons, you still have to keep him under your nose to prevent him from causing any trouble. Once it is discovered that he has a different intention, he will be killed and silenced at the first opportunity. Dong Pian turned over several thoughts in his mind, and then said, "I'll think about it carefully. You can go back first. Remember, you must keep secret what happened today." Fang Shi swore an oath and expressed his loyalty before leaving the tent. But she did not leave, but respectfully stood guard outside the tent. After General Dong noticed this, his initial vigilance subsided a lot. At least for a short period of time, Shi Jueduo should not dare to have any different intentions. He thought over and over what Fang Shi said for a long time, and he felt that Commander Lu would agree. If the matter was completed, he would be Commander Lu's confidant from now on. Thinking of this, he once again went to find Commander Lu in a rage. Fang Shi looked at General Dong's back and silently sent him a good guy card. General Dong Tian worked so hard for her plan. As expected by General Dong, Commander Lu immediately agreed to the method he proposed and discussed the specific details with him. Within the Yuheng camp, General Ni had no confidence at all. Although the girl's method is good, if there is a slight mistake, it will be catastrophic. Can she really do it? Time seemed to pass extremely slowly, and finally it was the 5th night that he and Fang Shi had agreed to. He immediately summoned the soldiers of Yuheng camp to gather and stand by. As soon as they gathered here, the Tiank Alliance received news. Commander Lu gave an order, and everyone except the patrolling people rushed to the vicinity of the miracle. When the people of the Tiank League saw the bright red 16 characters under the ice, they all felt very fresh and rushed over to watch the fun. These 16 characters were not the ones originally made by Fang Shi and his team, because that one looked a bit petty, so Dong Qianjiang made a new one at Fang Zai's suggestion. Fang Shi is naturally responsible for this matter. After all, she is now regarded as General Dong's confidant. In order to keep things like that, Fang Shi also built a big incense burner in front of the miracle, and Commander Lu personally put incense sticks as thick as 3 arms. For a moment, cigarette smoke filled the air. Someone recorded the whole process with a photo stone. Now all we have to do is wait for the people from Yuheng camp to fall into the trap. Wait and wait, the sound of killing came from the distance. Dong Qianjiang's eyes lit up. Here he comes. Commander Lu's spirit was also shaken. He first suspected that several deputies were colluding with those branches. This time, he let them reveal their true colors to see if they were humans or ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the people from the Yuheng camp came to kill them. Commander Lu said sharply, "Ni bully, the miracles now appearing in the world are enough to prove that our Tiank Alliance is complying with God's will. We are here to save the people of Juyu continent, but your Shenyang army is a person who deceives the world and steals your reputation. In the name of doing good for Juyu continent, you are actually seeking personal gain. I advise you to find your way back and quickly surrender, otherwise we will do justice to God." General Ni said angrily, "Bah, you know better than anyone what this so-called miracle is about. Stop talking nonsense and suffer death." The two sides immediately started a melee. Commander Lu's direct descendants secretly let go, so the Tiank League soon fell into a disadvantage. Commander Lu immediately sent a message to other ministries, asking them to come over immediately for reinforcements. Although each department is far away from the headquarters, there are teleportation arrays that can reach the headquarters within a short time. Although there is a limit on the number of people, it can also solve urgent needs. When Commander Lu was mentally calculating which branches could come and which branches could not come, suddenly many people from the Tiank Alliance started shouting, "Why is my spiritual power getting weaker and weaker? My spiritual power is not right either. Poisoned, must be poisoned." Ellipsis. Commander Lu's heart sank, and he was vaguely aware of some physical discomfort, but maybe because of his high cultivation level, it wasn't obvious. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The problem was probably related to the 3 incense sticks he lit before. He subconsciously looked at General Dong Pian. General Dong was looking for Shi Jueduo at this time, but where was Shi Jueduo's shadow? His face suddenly turned pale. He had a very terrible guess. That Shi Jueduo might be a spy. Although it was ridiculous, Shojue told him that this might be the truth. When Commander Lu saw him like this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. But then I thought about it, and I took a step back and said, even if everyone is poisoned and commits suicide first, they can still come back to life anyway. At this moment, someone in Yuheng camp shouted, "The thieves of Tiank Alliance have been poisoned." Everyone uses their spiritual consciousness to attack the aura behind the thieves of the Tiank Alliance. As long as the aura is extinguished, they will blow out the lamp and pull out the wax. Completely burped. For the sake of our loved ones, for the Juyu continent, and for the justice in our hearts, go for it. Kill. It was Zhang Wen who shouted. He shouted as he rushed ahead. The little junior sister is not afraid of life and death and sneaks into the enemy camp as an undercover agent. He is a gentleman and his sword is heard all over the world without hesitation. Jing Yan and others followed closely behind. At this time, General Ni also shouted. The entire army obeys the order and uses all their strength to attack the halo behind the Tiank dog thief with all their strength. When the people of the Tiank Alliance heard that their weaknesses were exposed and they were all poisoned, they suddenly lost the desire to fight and wanted to withdraw to the camp as soon as possible. As long as they hide inside the camp, they have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Commander Lu thought the same way. Although those branches had different intentions, they would not send any reinforcements. Once the reinforcements arrived, he would settle the accounts with Yuheng camp. At this moment, there was a loud roaring sound in the distance, and fire shot into the sky. The Tiank League headquarters camp was blown into pieces. The few elites from the branch who had just been teleported suffered heavy casualties. Under the light of the fire, Fang Zai's little face blossomed with joy, and she was humming an off-key ditty. "I'll send you away, thousands of miles away." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1002 How can a defeated general be brave? Fang Shi hummed a little tune while rushing to the battlefield. As the director behind this big drama, of course she had to go to the curtain call. Otherwise, Dong Pian would have given these actors a chill. Every scene of this drama was based on the script she wrote, without any mistakes. This was thanks to the cooperation of everyone in the Tiank Alliance. Of course, she also wrote the script well. When she went to report General Dong's miracle, she deliberately let him see through it. Otherwise, how could she make him jump into the trap? She also deliberately did not tell the complete plan, because it would be more realistic and allow her to become General Dong's confidant in the shortest possible time. Only by becoming Dong's confidant can she be responsible for the miracles, and only then can she have the opportunity to manipulate the incense. As for letting Commander Lu pretend to let off steam, and then asking other branches to support him, it was just a matter of improvisation and the icing on the cake. After the two sides fought, she took the time to go back and blow up the camp. Anyway, it was just a matter of a few sacks of talismans. As a director, she also has to do the work of a props artist. She is so dedicated. She just took another disguise pill, and her appearance changed again. Because Shi Jueduo is so hated by others now, she has to change her identity. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. As Fang Shi was running, a large group of people came running toward him, led by Commander Lu. General Dong Pian followed closely behind. Fang Shi sneered in her heart. When faced with danger, officials would run faster than soldiers, so the Tiank alliance was doomed to fail. With this thought in his mind, he looked panicked and shouted, "Commander, something bad has happened. Our camp was bombed. The reinforcements that came also suffered heavy casualties." Commander Lu knew something was wrong when he saw the flames rising into the sky. Even so, his head was buzzing when he heard Fang Zai's words. "Finished. It's all over. I wanted to use the miracle to accomplish great things, and test the deputies around me, but I fell into the Shenyang army's conspiracy." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but anger General Dong. If it weren't for this idiot, how could he have made such a big mistake? But it's too late now. It's still important to find a way to escape, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Now that the camp is destroyed, we can only turn back and fight our way out of the siege. So, Commander Lu and his men ran back again. Fang Shi followed suit and shamelessly got behind Commander Lu. No one was paying attention to this at this time. Everyone wanted to run away quickly. Soon, Commander Lu and others encountered Yu Hengkamp's pursuers. Commander Lu had no intention of fighting now and just wanted to escape quickly, but unfortunately he was blocked by General Ni. Commander Lu gritted his teeth and said, "Ni bully, I accidentally got into your trap this time, let's see. Sooner or later I'm going to make you pay a heavy price." General Ni was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he just took action. There was no need to beep. But when he saw a soldier behind Commander Lu winking at him, his heart moved and he sneered. "Did you accidentally get in my way? Why can't I understand what you said?" Lu Tong was so handsome that his face turned green. "You do not know. Isn't this pretending to be confused while pretending to understand?" He sneered and said, okay, I won't have a verbal quarrel with you and you will die." As he spoke, he swung his sword and stabbed General Ni. At this moment, a big tile of consciousness with a bastard painted on it hit the halo behind him. Fang Shi has spent a lot of money. I have never painted so many bastards at once in my life. She finally understood the pain of Leonardo da Vinci painting eggs. Commander Lu's attention was all on General Ni. Who would have thought that the soldiers behind him would sneak attack and be smashed to pieces? He also reacted, but it was too late. Fang Shi didn't give him a chance to breathe, and kept smashing and smashing. General Ni on the opposite side also made frequent moves. Commander Lu was having trouble keeping track of the enemy, and he soon lost the ability to resist. But Fang Zai's mouth is still busy. "Commander Lu, maybe you don't know me, right? Can I introduce myself to you? I'm the hero behind the miracle project, Shi Jueduo. Thanks to your strong support, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sing in this play. It's a pity that the time our General Ni gave me was too short. Otherwise, let alone your headquarters, I would have lost several other branches too. Don't talk about you scumbags in the Tiank alliance. Even if you are a bastard in the Tiank continent, I will destroy it for you. You are obviously shameless appropriators, but you still have the nerve to put money in your own face. How shameless." Ellipsis. Commander Lu and Commander Jian are going crazy. He didn't care about General Ni anymore, turned around and rushed towards Fang Shi. He only has one thought now, even if his soul projection is completely dissipated, he will still kill this Shi Jueduo. This guy is so hateful. And keeping her will be a disaster sooner or later. Seeing that Commander Lu was getting closer and closer to her, Fang Shi bared her little white teeth and smashed all the stacks of sky collapse and earth-shattering talismans. At the same time, General Ni's sword light also arrived. With a scream, only Commander Lu's clothes and a storage ring were left on the ground. This means that his spiritual projection has completely disappeared. After his death, the people of Tiank Alliance became even more chaotic. Panicked like a bereaved dog, anxious like a fish that slipped through the net, unable to resist at all. Some people can't even bear this fear and commit suicide. General Dong Pian knew that he would inevitably die today, but he couldn't swallow this breath. He intentionally moved closer to Fang Shi, and felt so cruel that even if he died, he would drag Shi Jueduo along with him. 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Fang Shi, bloodlust flashed in his eyes. "Shi Jueduo, go to hell. Then there is no more then." The halo behind him dissipated almost instantly. It turned out that Zhang Wen found out that he intended to approach Fang Shi, and immediately winked at Luo Chen and the others, and they secretly poked and formed a siege. Although their cultivation has been suppressed a lot, their spiritual consciousness has not changed much. It is natural for them to work together to deal with General Dong. Just before Dong Pian disappeared, he saw Fang Shi wiping his neck towards him. "I almost lost my temper. Oh, no, I'm so angry." 2 hours later, everyone in the Tiank League headquarters died, those who were captured, and the Shenyang army won a complete victory. Fang Shi knew that it was time to say goodbye again. Sure enough, General Ni smiled and said, "Little girl, thank you for letting us see hope. You can definitely do what we haven't been able to do." As soon as he finished speaking, General Ni's figure gradually became lighter, as did the surrounding scene. Suddenly, Fang Shi pulled her neck and shouted, "Grandpa, you want to find my grandma when you get down there. She is always thinking about you." General Ni's figure trembled, and he almost got angry. But when he saw Fang Zai's red eyes, he smiled and nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to my good granddaughter." Just when Fang Zai's tears were about to fall, a resentful voice sounded. "Shi Jueduo, stop daydreaming. Our Tiank alliance is unparalleled in strength. Even if you are cunning, it will not help. You are just a worm trying to shake a tree, and you do not know your own abilities. Fang Shi followed the sound and saw the afterimage of Commander Lu. Fang Shi said coldly, how can a defeated general speak bravely? If you want to die, die quickly and get out. Commander Lu was the first to lose his temper. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1003. We are all kind-hearted. Finally, the scene of the battlefield in front of him completely disappeared. What appeared in front of Fang Shi and the others was a dilapidated city that was frozen. The words, unnamed city, are clearly written on the plaque. Fang Shi looked at Wuming City in silence for a long time, then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Junwen and others quickly followed suit. After Fang Shi stood up, she said coldly, get out. The next moment, 10,000 years of fire marrow emerged from the corner of the horn. Even Jiang Yan could tell that it looked guilty. The fire marrow of 10,000 years wants to cry but has no tears. It thought that the stinky girl would definitely be trapped in the obsession of the Shenyan army, and would be naturally ejected when the time for Haoshan Mirror training came. Even if it is contracted, she can't do anything to it through the Haoshan Mirror. It will still be a free and uninhibited little flame from now on. But it never dreamed that Fang Shi would come out as soon as it farted. The flow of time in obsession is different from that in the outside world. Fang Shi and the others feel that 5 days have passed, but in fact, not even a quarter of an hour has passed. 10,000 years of fire marrow feels that his life is too bitter. When it was in the underground river before, it just wanted to take a ride outside for a walk, but in the end, it was contracted by the stinky girl. From now on, the sky and the clouds have nothing to do with it. It has lost its freedom and self-esteem. For example, now, what else can it do besides being soft? It thought that Fang Shi would definitely scold it, and even use its spiritual consciousness to punish it. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi just said lightly, tell me, what's going on? The 10,000 years fire marrow knew that if the deal was agreed upon, the matter might be easily dismissed, but if the deal was not made, it would have to eat 12 prison meals every day from now on. 1 meal an hour. It trembled and said quickly, I also accidentally discovered this abandoned city and found that there were complicated obsessions inside. If it were other people, I would definitely not dare to let them in. After all, they're too useless and they will definitely be killed by those obsessions. But you, Master, are different. You are smart, clever, brave and wise, so I just want you to come in and play and experience a different feeling. Fang Shi, speak in human language. 10,000 years of fire marrow shivered again. Oh no, the flattery seemed to have been slapped on the horse's hoof. Master, I really mean well. I saw you mingling with the people of the Shenyan army in the Dark River, and I guessed that you wanted to know more about them, so I let you enter the nameless city. In. Fang Shi snorted coldly and was speechless. Seeing that there seemed to be a door, Wanyan Huomui quickly continued. You may not look at the shabby condition of this nameless city, but this thing was once a divine weapon, and it's only a little worse than the Haoshan Mirror. This thing is divided into 2 cities, the inner and outer cities. The one here is the outer city. If you can find the lost inner city in the future and merge the 2 into 1, this artifact will be yours. Although it is somewhat damaged and cannot reach its original power, if you use it for outings or something, it will definitely be fine. Fang Shi suddenly realized that the unknown city in the polar ice field was the inner city, while the one here was the outer city. It is estimated that after the Wuming city was destroyed for some reason, part of it was taken into the Haoshan Mirror, and the other part fell into the hands of the demons. Thinking about the contents of the ice and obsession here, it is likely that the nameless city was destroyed on the polar ice sheet. And it was destroyed during a sneak attack on the Tiank League headquarters. It is possible that all the soldiers of the Yuheng battalion were killed. Fang Shi felt a burst of sadness in her heart, followed by hatred. Sooner or later, she would pay back the blood debt owed by the Tiank alliance one by one. Seeing Fang's eyes silence, Wanyan Huosui felt anxious and decided to make atonement for his sins. Although the outer city of this nameless city is damaged and the weapon spirit is gone, it can still be refined. Please hurry up and refine it. Otherwise, after the Haoshan Mirror artifact spirit notices it, it will definitely obstruct it, because I suspect it wants to absorb the nameless city and use it for its own use. You don't know that the main body is nothing like a thing, but our clones are actually pretty good and kind-hearted. Fang Shi, haha. However, its words reminded her. The nights are long and the dreams are many, so we should hurry up and refine the outer city of Wuming City. But, how to refine it? She remembered that she had picked up a lot of green bricks on the road before, probably all dropped from the outer city of Wuming City. So, she took out a blue brick, dropped blood on it, and tried to refine it. At the same time, Fang Shi asked 10,000 years of fire essence to warm Wuming City, and find a way to melt the ice around Wuming City. 10,000 years of fire essence was not happy, but he did not dare to disobey, so he could only go and warm himself up by the fire. As Fang Shi's refining progressed, Wuming City began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Fang Shi became more energetic in refining. She also took out all the green bricks she picked up before. Since they are a family, they must be neatly arranged. Suddenly, those green bricks flew towards the nameless city and landed on the gap in the city wall. The nameless city rises from the solid ice and hangs in midair. Fang's eye sea of consciousness then became turbulent. Just the damaged outer city has such a large formation, which shows its strength. Now Fang Shi completely believed the words of 10,000 years fire marrow. This nameless city was indeed a divine weapon. Less than half an hour passed, and Fang Shi finally refined the outer city of Wuming City. With a flash of Fang's eyes' spiritual thoughts, the nameless city turned into the size of a palm and landed on her palm. Fang Shi looked at it for a while and put it into the storage ring. At this time, the ground shook. 10,000 years of fire marrow said happily. The main body must have noticed that the outer city of Wuming City was taken away, so it got angry. It is incompetent and furious, and it cannot do anything to you, the master. After all, how can its big brain compare with your wise and mighty master? The sealed wooden sword suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This 10,000 years fire marrow is not only cunning, but also very smooth talking, which is second only to it. If it doesn't go out, I'm afraid it will really be replaced. However, it then thought about it, this flame is the mirror image clone of the Haushan mirror artifact spirit. When the master contracts the original body of the Haushan mirror artifact spirit in the future, this thing will disappear. Therefore, there is no need for it to be jealous of something destined to be. If you have this time, you might as well think about how to deal with donkey dung eggs and little tea foxes. Ugh. There are so many enemies in its life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1004. A combination of meat and vegetables is healthy. Wooden sword can think of these, and of course 10,000 years fire marrow can also think of these. It is much smarter than the other 5 mirror clones. It finally understood that Feng Shi, a stinky girl, was full of bad intentions. She was no match for her and would be dealt with sooner or later. It doesn't matter whether the main body is taken care of or not. The key is that if the main body is contracted, their mirror clones will turn into nothingness. It will never allow such a tragedy to happen. Therefore, it wants to make the stinky girl think that the main body of the weapon spirit is not a good thing. Instead of contracting with the main body of the tool spirit, it is better to contract with 6 of them. Anyway, as long as the main body of the weapon spirit is killed, the 6 of them can control the Haushan mirror. The 6 of them can still check and balance each other. Will they not be the only one who is no better than the idiot of the contract body? However, this matter cannot be rushed, and it must be communicated with several other mirror clones. Of course, forget about things like giant beasts that succeed but fail. When Wanyan Huomui was pondering these things, Feng Shi asked it. Where is the entrance to Autumn Domain? 10,000 years of fire marrow said immediately. The iceberg in the distance is the entrance to the Autumn Domain. By placing the nameless city here, the main body is equivalent to adding a natural barrier. That is, you are so wise and powerful that no one else can get past it. Let's just say that the main body is quite insidious, isn't it? Compared with it, our mirror clones are too simple, just like 2 idiots. When it said this, it also said to Dungyunshu, Xiao Kong, tell me, am I right? Before Dungyunshu could speak, the giant beast said angrily, you are just stupid if you are stupid. Don't always take us along, we are not stupid. Especially me, my wisdom is soaring now, and my body can't compare with me at all. 1,000 years of fire marrow. What did I say? Not afraid of godlike opponents, but of pig-like teammates. Fortunately, Dungyunshu understood its intention and immediately said, yes, although we are a little clever, we are far behind the original body. Not to mention anything else, its defensiveness is not as high as usual, otherwise it would not have divided the Haushan mirror into several domains and not allowed us to meet. Feng Shi is so good. She instantly guessed the thoughts of Dungyunshu and 10,000 years of fire essence, but she did not expose them. As for whether we want the contract body, we'll decide when the time comes. She said to 10,000 years of fire essence, okay, don't say you don't have these anymore, lead the way. Wanyan Huosui Pidian led the way, followed closely by Feng Shi and the others. Although it seemed that the iceberg was not far away from him, it was actually not that close. It took several people 2 hours to reach the foot of the iceberg. The 10,000 years of fire marrow summons the Dongwin tree and the giant beast to form a seal together. The giant beast muttered dissatisfiedly. You show off your abilities all day long, but then you think of us when you're working. It's as if you are the only smart person in the world and we are all stupid. Wanyan Huosui said in his heart, you are just a fool. Of course, I could only think about this in my heart. After saying a few nice words, I finally made the giant beast happy. As they formed seals, a transparent barrier appeared on the iceberg, and inside it turned out to be a vast ocean. Feng Shi couldn't help but sigh, this Haushan mirror is really all-encompassing. Feng Shi and others entered the barrier one after another. They all had water-avoiding beads, so even in the sea, they were not much different from the land. Although the 10,000 years fire essence is not afraid of water, its nature dictates that it dislikes water, so it went back to the Xiangyin hairpin. Jilei immediately beat it up. Although it had no effect on the 10,000 years fire marrow, Jilei felt that it was damaging to its spirit. Anyway, after the beating, Jilei felt quite comfortable. 10,000 years of fire marrow silently recited words like, endure the calmness for a while, and take a step back to open up the sky, more than 100 times in my heart. I advised myself that if I can't bear it, it will mess up my big plan. It won't be too late to take revenge after it has a firm foothold. Feng Shi didn't want to waste too much time, so he asked 10,000 years fire essence, Dongwin tree and giant beast to come out and shout. Of course, their so-called propaganda does not mean speaking what others say, but using their own way. The Dongwin tree was constantly shaking its leaves, the 10,000-year-old fire marrow flickered brightly and dimly, and the giant beast roared wildly. Feng Shi felt that let alone reading 5 years and 3 years of college entrance examination simulation to the giant beast, even if the library was stuffed into its brain, it would still be a 250. Dungyunshu and the others have been busy for a long time, but to no avail. Feng Shi thought to herself, it seems that Chuyu's mirror clone is a bit of a thief, so he needs to use some inhuman methods to do it. Feng Shi immediately released the violent moray eel, sea snake army and Xiao Hui, allowing them to search for what was suspected to be the mirror image clone in a 360-degree angle. Violent moray eel and sea serpent army Jian Shul is going crazy. Although I got some food reserves in the underground river last time, the more of them the better. Just take this opportunity to get more. Anyway, those who can be defeated are food reserves, and those who cannot be defeated are suspected mirror clones. They're so smart. The monsters in this sea are in bad luck. After the army of violent moray eels and sea snakes followed Feng Shi, they learned nothing more than plucking the feathers of wild geese. Not to mention monsters, even seaweeds were pulled out by them. A combination of meat and vegetables is healthy. This scene made Xiao Hui and the others dumbfounded. Are these sea snakes just a starving ghost? Are you not so picky about food? Their noble golden-winged dapping family would never do such a shameful thing, and the owner would not starve them anyway. As time goes by, the army of violent moray eels and sea snakes have accumulated a lot of food reserves, and fewer people can breathe in the sea. 1,000 years of fire marrow secretly said to Ngunshu. Did you see that this stinky girl has done a lot of damage to her family? She fished out everything alive in the sea. Unless the mirror clone of Chuyu was dead, it would definitely come out to settle the score with her. In this way, it will fall into a trap. Ngunshu said nothing, thinking, this is not the first day you have known about her loss. If she is not harmed, can we both be deceived by her? Just wait, the remaining three can't escape either. At this moment, the surrounding seawater suddenly churned violently, and countless water arrows rushed towards Feng Shi and several people. Feng Shi and the others were already prepared, and they formed a sword formation to protect their bodies without any hesitation. At the same time, the nearby sea snake army began to return quickly to support. In order to express itself, the 10,000 years fire essence took the initiative to ask for help even if the water was not its home field, saying that it would burn the seawater dry. Feng Shi. She originally thought that the wooden sword was already cheap enough, but she didn't expect that this 10,000-year fire marrow would be even cheaper. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1005, is reverse promise okay? However, the words of 10,000 years of fire marrow reminded her. She had previously obtained a 1,000-year-old ice soul from the polar ice field. If she took it out, the surrounding seawater would freeze into ice in an instant. The mirror clone hiding in the dark has nowhere to hide. Thinking of this, Feng Shi winked at Luo Chen and others. Although the few people didn't know what Feng Shi wanted to do, they understood that he was asking them to use their spiritual power to protect their bodies, so they hurriedly followed it. At this time, Feng Shi took out 7,000-year-old ice souls and placed them all in the seawater. The Millennium Ice Soul was originally aggressive, but it lost its activity after being captured, so Feng Shi was not afraid that it would escape. The power of the 1,000-year Ice Soul is extraordinary, not to mention releasing all the Ice Souls at the same time. Even if one is released, the seawater for several miles around will condense into ice. Therefore, almost as soon as Shimei Millennium Ice Soul touched the water, the surrounding seawater froze solidly. If Luo Chen and others had not been protected by spiritual power, they would have been frozen into popsicles. Feng Shi had thousands of years of fire marrow to protect her body, so it didn't hinder her. She opened her eyes wide and looked for suspicious objects in the surrounding ice. Finally, a clue was discovered. Frozen in the ice not far from them was a crystal clear ginseng. Feng Shi was a little unsure, but it looked like it was indeed a ginseng tree. But how could the mirror clone in this sea be a ginseng tree? But then I thought about it, the 10,000 years fire essence was found in the river. The body of the Haushan mirror equipment spirit seems to like this kind of tone, and its main theme is a rebellious psychology. So it's no surprise that the mirror image clone here is ginseng. Feng Shi let the 10,000 years of fire marrow melt part of the surrounding ice, and she swam to the ginseng. Ginseng was trying to get out of trouble, but unfortunately it was surrounded by solid ice. It worked hard for a long time, but it only melted the nearby solid ice a little. Feng Shi didn't say a word and took the blood contract first. Even though she usually likes talking, she doesn't talk nonsense when it's critical. Villains die from talking too much, and so do decent people. Wanyan Huosui persuaded Feng Shi to take ginseng and praised Feng Shi as a flower. He also spoke from his own experience, saying that only after following Feng Shi did he understand what life is. At most, it was just alive, eating and waiting to die. The 10,000 years of fire marrow is working so hard just out of a simple wish. The family must be neat and tidy, and no one can be missing. Ginseng's spiritual consciousness was incomparable to Feng's eyes, but the 10,000 years fire marrow was still beeping nearby, and Feng Shi contracted her without paying attention. Of course it was not willing to be contracted like this, and it immediately wanted to have its consciousness bite back, and then it was beaten by a group of people. Behemoth, Dingwintri and fire marrow worked the hardest. Especially the giant beast, shouting slogans to himself while fighting. Hey, 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 hey. Hit you, just hit you. Hey, 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 hey. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, plus supper. Ellipsis. Ginseng Jane is going to be so angry. This is your typical ginseng attack. It really couldn't stand this kind of grievance, and then it turned black. From a crystal clear ginseng to a black ginseng. Golden Pig's surprised voice sounded in Feng Shi's consciousness. It turned out to be Yueling Wushan. Although this thing has roots, it doesn't actually grow in the soil. It floats in midair all year round. It absorbs the essence of the sun and moon and uses it for its own use, so it is the purest thing in the world. I thought this thing was just a legend, but I didn't expect it really existed. Feng Shixin said, no wonder the sea snake army didn't find this thing in the sea before. It was probably floating on the sea before. At this time, Golden Pig said, Master, I heard that this stuff is not only great tonic, but also delicious. You let me take a bite of its whiskers and I'll see if it's the real deal. Feng Shi. If you are greedy, just say you are greedy. What excuse can you make? So, he scolded the Golden Pig. Golden Pig feels that it is not easy for him. He has to endure the double test of morality and instinct every day. There are delicious foods all around. And they're all things he's never eaten before. Who understands the pain of being able to only watch but not eat? For a foodie, this is really torture. After Feng Shi gave up Jinzhu's unrealistic fantasy, she looked at Yueling Wushen. Maybe it's because the black color looks mature, but the Yueling black ginseng looks a lot more stable. Yueling Wushen. If you get beaten up by Fatty, you are still stable. Feng Shi looked at it with a smile. I originally thought that the mirror clone of Chuyu was an old bastard. After all, he seemed quite tolerable, but I didn't expect that he turned out to be a little carrot. Yueling Wushen, are you blind? Which of your eyes can tell that I am a carrot? I am ginseng. Do you understand ginseng? Personal attack on that ginseng. Of course, the above are all its psychological activities, and I dare not say 'em out. The reason is simple, it doesn't want to be beaten. Little carrot, let me ask you, what treasures are there in this autumn domain? Yue Ling Wuxian couldn't bear it any more. You have scraped away 3 feet of sand in the sea. What do you think I have left to treasure? Fang Shi shook his head. You can't say that. What I took are superficial things. Is there any hidden treasure? Yue Ling Wuxian was about to give a negative answer when her heart moved and she said, yes, there is, but I'm afraid you won't dare to get it. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. You want to use provocation to stimulate me, right? I'm really willing to be fooled by you. Tell me, what is this good thing? Where is it? Yue Ling Wuxian. This is a pervert that came out of nowhere. Why is it different from normal people's brain circuits? Do you really want to go see it? The place I'm talking about is the underwater cemetery. Although there are many funerary objects inside, it is very dangerous. You will only die if you go there. Fang Shi. There is such a good place. I like to visit people's graves and burn paper. If they don't have descendants to offer sacrifices to, I can also recognize them on the spot. Yue Ling Wuxian. Abnormal. This is a pervert. However, it then thought, if she wanted to go, just let her go and die inside. Anyway, their mirror clones are different from normal spiritual pets. Even if she, the contract owner, dies, they will be severely injured at most and will not survive. Thinking of this, it snorted coldly. You went there voluntarily. If you encounter any trouble, don't blame me. Fang Shi nodded. Don't worry, I like to vent my anger the most. If there is any danger, I will be the first to push you out as a scapegoat. Yue Ling Wuxian. Is reverse promise okay? It regretted a little. It shouldn't have spoken out about the cemetery. It seemed like it had tricked itself. Unfortunately, the words had already been spoken and I couldn't take them back even if I wanted to, so I had to lead the way. On the way, Yue Ling Wuxian didn't say a word. On the one hand, it is very upset, on the other hand, it feels that if it talks too much, it will be wrong, and if it fails, it will be beaten by a group of people. Especially that pig, it looked like a sneaky dog, it was not a good thing at first glance. At this time, Golden Pig secretly said to Fang Shi, Master, why don't you take a water vat and throw this moonstruck black ginseng into it to soak for a while, and I'll drink it as tea from now on. Fang Shi, are you sure you want to drink Yue Ling Wu ginseng's bath water? Golden Pig. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1006. You are just too kind. Golden Pig suddenly didn't want to drink the so-called tea. A little disgusting. Logically speaking, as a glutton that can even show off itself, it shouldn't have such thoughts, but it can't stop it from thinking. What a disservice to an unscrupulous owner. Fang Shi ignored Golden Pig and asked Yue Ling Wuxian. Are there any other mirror clones besides you in Chuyu? Yue Ling Wuxian, none. Fang Shi asked again, have you ever entered that cemetery? Yue Ling Wuxian, no. Fang Shi, then how do you know it's scary there? Yue Ling Wuxian, guess. It doesn't want to speak at all, but it's afraid of being beaten by a group, so it can answer in one word but never in two. Fang Shi doesn't mind either, as long as he can give the answer. Besides, there are many talkative people around her, so it would be nice to have someone who cherishes his words like gold. 5 hours later, Yue Ling Wuxian stopped. Jiang Yan stared around and said, Captain, isn't this tricking us? Is there any cemetery here? It's clearly no different from other places. Before Fang Shi said anything, the giant beast that had just learned swimming skills bared its big teeth and said, You idiot, do you even need to ask? Of course it's because there is a barrier here. Jiang Yan. Let's add $1 to 500, no one can tell anyone else. Besides, do you think I really don't know there is a barrier here? I am speaking for the captain, otherwise the Yue Ling Wuxian would definitely not take the initiative to speak out. I am called the Great Wise Man. You know the shit. At this time, Fang Shi looked at Yue Ling Wuxian, open the barrier. Yue Ling Wuxian, no. Fang Shi, you can't open the barrier, how do you know it's an undersea cemetery? Yue Ling Wuxian said very naturally. Although I can't open the barrier, I can see it. One grave is next to another, what is it if it's not a cemetery? The Golden Pig used his spiritual consciousness to say to Fang Shi, it is the purest thing in the world, so it can see through all illusions and barriers. Master, tell me, if I take a bite of it, will I be able to do the same? Fang Shi automatically ignored the nonsense sentence at the end and gave Junwen a wink. Although Junwen knew that Fang Shi wanted him to make a fool of himself, he didn't know where to start for a moment. His brain was racing so fast that the seeds in his head were spinning. I wish I could recite all the 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and coldly snorted. Little junior sister, since the 10,000 years of fire marrow can open the barrier of the nameless city, it means that the mirror clone should be able to open things in its own domain. This black little carrot must be lying. You are just too kind, too honest, and too trusting in your spiritual pet. That's why this stupid bitch dares to lie to you. As the saying goes, spoiling a child is like killing a child. When it's time to teach someone a lesson, you have to teach him a lesson. I think its swaying whiskers are quite annoying, so why not chop off the first and second branches? Fang Shi. To be honest, she just wanted the 5th senior brother to help her become popular, but she didn't expect that the 5th senior brother actually performed exceptionally well. She didn't think about the Wooming City for a moment, but 5th senior brother actually did. 5th senior brother has really grown up. Fang Shi sighed in his heart, Yue Ling Wuxian is so angry. It originally wanted Fang Shi to enter the cemetery and die, but then after hearing Fang Zai's perverted remarks, it felt that if it encountered danger, it would probably die in front of that stinky girl. Therefore, it didn't want Fang Shi to enter the cemetery, so it lied and said that it couldn't open the barrier. I didn't expect to be exposed by this guy named Junwen. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together, and those who can play with perverts are no good. It knows that it can't hide now, so it can only open the barrier. otherwise the pervert will definitely let the giant beasts attack it even if it doesn't cut off its beard. Its roots kept waving, and a transparent barrier appeared in front of everyone. Sure enough, as it said, there were dirt bags one after another inside, but all of them were erected with wordless monuments. Huai Mingzhen asked, Captain, do you think these graves are the graves of Shenyang army soldiers? Fang Shi couldn't tell at the moment, but it didn't look like it. Because things about the Shenyang army seem to have been artificially erased, no one knows about them, let alone builds tombs and monuments for them. Regardless of whether it is true or not, go in and take a look. The roots of the moon strip black ginseng waved for a while, and an entrance appeared on the barrier that could only allow one person to enter or exit. At this moment, an idea flashed in its mind. After the stinky girl entered, it took the opportunity to slip away. The idea was over just as quickly as it had begun. Because 10,000 years of fire marrow had done this before, Fang Shi was on guard and put Yue Ling Wu ginseng into the strip beast bag as soon as the barrier was opened. By coincidence, the giant beast was reciting two literate words he had just learned. Death before leaving the army, it will make the hero burst into tears. Yue Ling Wu Shen almost cried. Now it just hopes that the pervert Fang Shi can be perverted enough to get out of the cemetery alive, otherwise it will definitely die too. Just as Fang Shi was about to enter the barrier, Jiang Yan jumped ahead. Captain, I'll go first. He went in without even giving Fang Shi a chance to refuse. His thoughts were simple. The captain shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving Juyu continent and must ensure her safety. If there is danger, naturally his subordinate will rush to the front. Others actually had the same idea, but they were not as quick as Jiang Yan. After all, people with simple brain circuits don't have to deal with so many twists and turns, and just do what comes to mind. There was nothing unusual after Jiang Yan entered, so he felt relieved and let Fang Shi and the others follow them in. It is said to be an undersea cemetery, but in fact there is no seawater at all in the barrier, and it looks just like land. After everyone counted them, they found that there were a total of 139 graves, all of which were erected with unmarked monuments, and there were no signs of worship. There is nothing but grave bags. However, Fang Shi still discovered some clues. Although these wordless monuments have no words, they are engraved with patterns, and the patterns on each tombstone are different. Judging from the traces of the lines, these wordless tablets are of different ages. But even the nearest tombstone looks hundreds of years old. Zhang Wen came close to Fang Shi and whispered, Little junior sister, according to the tradition of our Xuanshan sect, should we kneel down and kowtow a few times first? Fang Shi. When did our Xuanshan sect have this tradition? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1025. A smart person can tell at one point. When Shan deeply understood an idiom, killing people kills the heart. Every word of Fang Zai's words touched his pain point. Why does he look like a fairy? Why does he follow the rules? Just to show off. While alive, he gained a good reputation for this. After death, in the forbidden world, he is a unique existence. But compared with the yellow-haired girl in front of him, he is nothing. He never even dared to think that he could become the light of the southern region. When Xiang Ji saw his chameleon-like expression, he immediately looked gloating. Should live it. I told you that you used to just use the rules to get things done when nothing happened, but now you have encountered a tough problem, right? Needless to say, these 3 generations of ancestors really have 2 skills. Apart from being too weak in cultivation, I really can't find any other faults. But it's normal for her cultivation to be weak. After all, she is showing off at her age. Given time, it will surely soar into the sky. After a while, when Shankai calmed down, stared at Fang Shi and said, Since you are already covering the sky in the northern territory, why do you want to join our Changsheng sect? What do you want? Fang Shi sighed. I just said so much, but you didn't take it to heart at all. Can hypocritical people like us use the phrase, covering the sky with one hand? You should say that I have become the mainstay of the northern territory. Wen Shan. He seemed to understand why he couldn't achieve Fang Zai's achievements, because although he was hypocritical, he still wanted to have face. This person in front of me is so shameless. He took a deep breath. Don't talk about him. What is your plan? Fang Zai's expression suddenly became serious. I came to the southern region not for personal gain, but to save all sentient beings. Wen Shan's nose almost ran out of breath and became crooked. Just you, can you save all sentient beings? Why do I not believe it so much? However, he did not interrupt Fang Shi. Fang Shi continued, I accidentally discovered a place filled with deathly silence in the northern territory. She immediately told the story about Tiank Alliance and Shenyang army, and finally said, Although I like to show off, love vanity, and am greedy for money, I have absolutely nothing to do with hypocrisy, which is completely different from you. Everything I do is entirely for Juyu continent, and I truly deserve the title of Light of Juyu. Wen Shan, actually, you don't need to say the last few sentences. Of course, he was more shocked now. What Fang Shi said was beyond his knowledge. Although he had guessed before that there was a higher interface, otherwise where would the patriarch ascend to? But I definitely didn't expect the Gao interface would cover their interface. He looked at Fang Shi with a complicated expression. To be honest, he didn't like Fang Shi. Because the same, sex, is mutually exclusive. This sex is not a gender, it's a character. They're so similar. He prefers people like Lin Xiangchuan and Yuan Qinghe who are easy to manipulate. As for Xiang Ji, forget it, it's not a good cake. He doesn't like Fang Shi, but he admires Fang Shi very much. It is really not easy for a little girl to have such a pattern, such strategies and methods. Just when he finally digested what Fang Shi said, Fang Shi took out Duan Wei Zhang's token again. The 17th generation young disciple heard Shan and listened to his orders. I am the 2nd generation sect master's personal disciple. Why don't you quickly kneel down and salute? Wen Shan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Shi, kindly, released a photo of her and her master for him to watch. The next moment, when Shanshi lay upright on the ground and fell asleep. As for whether they're really sleeping or pretending to sleep, everyone knows. Xiang Ji was delighted to get his first pat on the thigh. Why did he come? He just wanted to see the scene. He selectively forgot that he came here to see Feng Zai's jokes. Take away your magical powers. Zheng Wen also wanted to kneel down and watch. Once again, he deeply realized the gap between himself and the peerless boss. However, this had little impact on his self-confidence. What he lacks most is confidence. Although there is a big gap between him and the two big guys now, how old he is. Besides, when he saw the sword he would wield in the future in the Blood family's secret realm, it was earth-shattering. As long as he practices diligently, as long as he unswervingly follows the footsteps of his junior sister, although I can't say that he will definitely surpass the two big brothers, at least the gap will not be too big. While he was thinking about it, he secretly used a photo stone to record the scene of the competition between the two sides. On the one hand, I will keep it for future observation, and on the other hand, I will avoid denying my credit to Ji. He is such a clever little kid. As time went by, Xiang Ji spent more and more time thinking about sword moves, and his brows furrowed more and more tightly. Fortunately, he is now a Piao, otherwise he would have been sweating profusely. On the other hand, Feng Shi's side was still calm and calm. As long as he attacked Ji, he would retaliate without any pause. Lin Xiangchuan felt that it was impossible to even kneel down and watch. He had to watch with admiration. While the second-generation ancestor is very powerful, he found a good disciple by lying in the grave bag. 2 hours later, Xiang Ji's figure became increasingly faint. Feng Shi. We are just competing with each other. Are you trying to get into trouble? Upon seeing this, Lin Xiangchuan quickly said to Feng Shi, Ancestor Xiangge must have exhausted his spiritual consciousness too much, otherwise the competition would end here. Anyway, the outcome is already clear. Xiang Ji, who was thinking about the sword move, suddenly yelled, Which eye of yours can see that the outcome is already clear? You are blind, you 205. Lin Xiangchuan. I didn't say who would win or lose, why are you so crazy? It seems that you yourself think you have lost. He didn't dare to argue with Xiang Ji, so he had to pretend he didn't hear anything. At this time, Feng Shi said calmly, If you consume too much spiritual consciousness, you will just fall into a deep sleep and not die, right? Lin Xiangchuan. Yes, that's it. Feng Shi nodded. That's okay, I'll give Protector Xiang a good night's sleep first, so that he won't have the courage to face the fact that his skills are inferior to others. Well, some people are just cowards who dare not face their own failures. Xiang Ji. You can beat me to death. In fact, he knew in his heart that even if he competed for 100 years, he would not be able to compare with the little girl in front of him. How could a yellow-haired girl? He knew in his heart that even if he competed for 100 years, he would not be able to compare with the little girl in front of him. How could a yellow-haired girl have such profound attainments in swordsmanship? What? How did he know that he had really seen a ghost? The hero behind the scenes, blood-devouring world, was boasting so loudly that Feng Shi could only ignore it. Xiang Ji struggled with his thoughts and gritted his teeth. I give up. Feng Shixin said that although this, Bai, had a weird personality, he was still kind. She smiled and said, Although I won this competition, my cultivation level is low, and I can only do it on paper. If I really do it, I will not be your opponent. Xiang Ji has never heard such pleasant words in his life. I was still a little angry because I lost the competition, but now it has completely disappeared. I couldn't help but laugh. You little girl can talk, but you are right. Although you are very knowledgeable in swordsmanship, your cultivation level is still too low. It's like you are a top-grade spiritual stone, and I'm a spiritual stone mine. Even if it is just an ordinary spiritual stone mine, it is far superior to you. Feng Shi smiled and nodded, but Zhu Huan's screams and curses sounded in his consciousness. Bah, you shameless lion spirit, are you the only one who wants to return the spirit stone mine? I think you are a trap. A trap. Feng Shi. Please, take away your magical powers. At this time, Xiang Ji said. You have been selected as the Protector Elder, right? Stay, I will personally teach you and guarantee that your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Coupled with your attainments in swordsmanship, you will definitely be able to soar into the sky in the future. Lin Xiangchuan curled his lips secretly. You have such a big face. Does my ancestor of 3 generations need your guidance? Just take care of yourself. After hearing Xiang Ji's words, Feng Shi smiled meaningfully. Xiang Protector, I'm afraid I'm going to let down your good intentions because there is a gap in our seniority. Xiang Ji said nonchalantly, I don't mind whether you are senior or not. The smile on Feng Zai's face deepened a little, and she silently took out Duan Muwaishang's identity token. You may have misunderstood. What I meant is that my seniority is too high. I am the direct disciple of the 2nd-generation Sect Master. You should respectfully call me the 3rd-generation ancestor. Xiang Ji didn't realize the meaning of Feng Zai's words for a moment. What a mess. A direct disciple of the 2nd-generation Sect leader. 3rd-generation ancestor. Where is this going? Lin Xiangchuan said in a cowardly manner, Ancestor Xiangge, don't you understand? This is the disciple of the 2nd-generation Sect leader and our 3rd-generation ancestor. Let me do the math. You are the 26th-generation Protector Elder. If you count, you are the disciple of her 3rd-generation ancestor, the grandson. Xiang Ji's mind was already in a mess, but he was even more confused by Lin Xiangchuan's series of tuts. At this time, Feng Shi started playing Master and Disciple photo. Look, you must be fully prepared at all times. Wouldn't the small self-directed and self-acted theater come in handy? Xiang Ji finally understood the huge amount of information contained in Feng Zai's words, but he couldn't accept it. Even if the little girl in front of me is a genius, the 2nd-generation ancestor should not accept her as his apprentice. Let him call a girl ancestor. Just kill him. So, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. When the second generation ancestor wakes up, I will ask him to confirm this matter. Before that, I will not recognize your identity. Lin Xiangchuan looked at Feng Shi. How are you doing? Let me just say this is a stubborn species, right? What a waste of effort. However, he also knew that if Feng Shi hadn't convinced Xiang Ji with his sword skills first, he might have been kicked out of the grave bag by now. This donkey Xiang Ji doesn't care how many generations of ancestors you are. Feng's eyes expression remained normal. Xiang Protector, do you know why my master accepted me as his disciple? Xiang Ji immediately said, of course it's because of your talent in swordsmanship. Feng Shi shook his head. My master doesn't know my talent in swordsmanship at all. He accepted me because of the overall situation and wanted me to become the leader of Juyu continent. Xiang Ji. With a small body like yours, you still play a big role. I see you can't even lift a bucket of water. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 10:22, why not use the two of them to show off the cowardice? Lin Xiangchuan was left speechless by Xiang Ji. I don't know if my eyes are cramped or not, but your brain must be cramped. Why can't you tell the height of your eyebrows? Also, if he could see it, he wouldn't be called a donkey. Feng Shi understood Lin Xiangchuan's intention, but she thought it would be good to let Xiang Ji follow. Sometimes the shit stirrer is also useful. So, she looked at Lin Xiangchuan soothingly, then smiled and said to Xiang Ji. You can go, but you must agree to two conditions. The first condition is that before Wen Shan and I have a showdown, the identity of my third generation ancestor must not be revealed. The second condition is that as soon as I cough, you shut your mouth immediately. Can you do it? Xiang Ji was not happy in his heart. When he was alive, he was rampant in the Changsheng sect. After his death, no one dared to mess with him in the Forbidden Realm. As a result, he now found an ancestor for himself. When he was about to bargain, Lin Xiangchuan said, Ancestor Xiangge, otherwise you'd better not go. Before he could finish speaking, Xiang Ji said angrily, whether I go or not is none of your business. Get out of here. Lin Xiangchuan was yelled at, but he got used to it and became numb. Who makes him a young man in the Forbidden World? After being persuaded by Lin Xiangchuan, Xiang Ji was too lazy to bargain and said to Feng Shi, I promise you that's all. Originally, I was too lazy to talk nonsense with that old man. Lin Xiangchuan sweated for Feng Shi. Xiang Ji, a dumb donkey, has promised well now. Maybe he will go his own way when the time comes. But he didn't dare to say anything now. If he stopped him again, Xiang Ji would have to let him fly freely. Feng Shi said a few more funny words, and Xiang Ji's beard burst into laughter. Lin Xiangchuan. If he hadn't been there for every song, he would have thought that Xiang Ji had been replaced by someone else. After joking for a while, Xiang Ji opened the tomb chamber. Feng Shi took the lead and walked out, followed closely by Zheng Wen. No matter whether the junior sister is a third-generation disciple or a disciple of multiple generations, he is his own senior brother, and there is nothing wrong with him following behind the junior sister. Xiang Ji was the third one to come out, and Lin Xiangchuan was last. Yuan Qinghe, who was waiting for Melon outside, was stunned when he saw this scene. On the one hand, I was shocked by the order in which the Westerners came out, but on the other hand, that living donkey Xiang Ji actually had a smile on his face. Isn't this hell? Could it be that he was so happy because he successfully persuaded Feng Shi to stay? He looked so curious. Secretly sent a message to Lin Xiangchuan. Uncle Master, why is Patriarch Xiangge so happy? Is it because he convinced Feng Shi and Zheng Wen? Lin Xiangchuan had just suffered a lot of useless anger from Xiang Ji, and now he had found someone to vent his anger on. Suddenly he said angrily, why is he so happy for you to ask him? What are you asking me for? You don't look at those disciples honestly, but you come over and ask questions. Look, you have nothing to do. If you really feel uncomfortable with your free time, just carve yourself a few more tombstones so you can grind your teeth. Yuan Qinghe, did you take the wrong medicine? I've provoked you, why don't I just ask casually? Are you concerned? He suddenly felt that his life was so miserable. In this forbidden world, anyone can yell at him, but he is the lowest ranking person. Thinking of seniority, he couldn't help but look at Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. By the way, these two brats are lower than him. It's better to use the two of them to show off the cowardice. So, he said to Feng Shi and Zheng Wen with a cold face. Although you two are somewhat capable, you are nothing in front of us old-timers. His tirade had just begun and then ended. Because he was shot away by Xiang Ji. It flies so far. The first shot was taken on the barrier in the distance, and then slowly slid to the ground, as quiet as a chicken. Xiang Ji snorted coldly. Although he still felt that the third-generation ancestor was a bit mysterious, he would never allow that little monkey boy Yuan Qinghe to talk nonsense. Lin Xiangchuan felt a delicate balance in his heart when he saw Yuan Qinghe's misfortune. While gloating about his misfortune, he accompanied Feng Shi to find the grave of Wenshan, the 17th generation leader. Lin Xiangchuan said respectfully, Ancestor Wenshan, I have something important to discuss with you. Please open the tomb. After a moment, a deep voice sounded from inside the tomb. Lin Xiangchuan, you are a disciple of the 66th generation, and I am a disciple of the 17th generation. Reports should be reported to each level, and you should not jump over the rank to come to me. Please step back. Lin Xiangchuan. Reporting at all levels. What you mean is that I have to go to the 65th generation disciples first, and then the 65th generation disciples go to the 65th generation disciples. I guess by the time the incident is reported to you, the daylilies will be cold. He looked at Feng Shi. The meaning was self-evident. What did I say? This one is even more difficult to deal with than Xiang Ji. Xiang Ji, who was used as a reference, just wanted to watch a show. If this third-generation ancestor could not subdue Wenshan, he would use this as a reason to negotiate terms with her. Snort. Everyone thought he was a reckless man, but in fact he had a lot of good intentions. To be honest, he felt that Feng Shi probably had nothing to do with Wen Shan. After all, even seeing Wen Shan gave him a headache. Look, they probably won't even be able to enter the tomb. At this time, Lin Xiangchuan bowed again and said, Ancestor Wen Shan, this junior's matter is extremely urgent. If we report it to everyone, it will be too late. Wen Shan said displeasedly, no matter how urgent the rules cannot be abolished. Don't say any more and leave quickly. Lin Xiangchuan looked at Feng Shi helplessly, I tried my best. There was no trace of anxiety on Feng Zai's face and she said calmly, if everything needs to be reported at all levels, I will definitely tell the disciples in the sect after I go out, and from now on I will only sacrifice the 67th generation ancestors. Then the ancestors of the 67th generation will find a way to sacrifice to the 66th generation, and the 66th generation will find a way to sacrifice to the 65th generation. The ancestors are endless. Wen Shan inside the grave bag. If I don't let you into the grave, will you cut off my incense? You are really at a loss. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 10:23, what a gift of immortality. Xiang Ji was so happy that his teeth almost fell out. Wen Shan, you two will have today. Are you speechless? Aren't you pretty good at talking? You keep going on. Wen Shan felt that if he didn't pull the words back, other people in the Forbidden World would have to attack him. After all, their vital interests are involved. He could only say, the matter is urgent, so I will make an exception. Come in. Following the voice, a hole appeared on the tomb that could only allow one person to enter and exit. Lin Xiangchuan and Xiang Ji didn't move and looked at Feng Shi. Lin Xiangchuan's idea is, Ancestor, you are senior, you are advanced. Xiang Ji's thought was, that old-fashioned Wen Shan must have not held his shit in well, and he would definitely be unlucky if he went in first. It was just a good time to test the depth of this three-generation ancestor. Things that Xiang Ji could think of, Feng Shi could also think of. So, she said with a smile, please ask the protector. Xiang Ji. I thank you. He snorted coldly and walked to the front. But as soon as he stepped one foot in, the figure stopped. After a moment, he raised his other foot and went in. Lin Xiangchuan immediately wiped away a cold sweat that didn't exist. He was careless. I didn't expect Patriarch Wen Shan to be quite yin. Fortunately, Ancestor Xiang Ji was the first to go in. If an ancestor from 3 generations entered, wouldn't he be in trouble with the other party? Maybe the 3rd generation ancestor would misunderstand the hole he and the other party jointly dug, and then he would have died unjustly. In just a short moment, Lin Xiangchuan had a lot of information in his mind. At this time, Feng Shi said to Zheng Wen, 5th senior brother, there are probably formations here to test your state of mind, so be careful. Zheng Wen said nonchalantly, little junior sister, don't worry. My heart is empty, these formations are not a big deal to me. When Feng Shi was speechless, Zhu Yanhuan said, this kid should actually say that his head is empty. Feng Shi. At this time, Zheng Wen turned around and asked Feng Shi, little junior sister, do you think I should go in with my left foot or my right foot first? Feng Shi rolled her eyes and ignored him. Zheng Wen smiled happily, raised his left foot and stepped into the cave entrance, and then his figure stopped in place. But in just a blink of an eye, he stepped in with his right foot and disappeared. Lin Xiangchuan's eyes were as wide as bells. Whoops. This Zheng Wen is not only talented in swordsmanship, but also has a really good character. He is worthy of being the senior brother of a 3rd generation ancestor. He is truly extraordinary. He really didn't take Xuanshan Sect seriously before. If they weren't afraid of the Demon Clan, they would have razed the Western Gate sect of the Northern Territory to the ground. Now it seems that Xuanshan Sect is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. His direct disciples are so powerful, so others must be the same. While he was thinking about it here, Feng Shi Shiren walked into the cave entrance, very smooth and without any pause. Lin Xiangchuan. Did Wen Shan turn off the formation? If that wasn't the case, why did the 3 generations of ancestors wander in? With this thought in mind, he stepped into the cave entrance with one foot. At this time, inside the tomb, Feng Shi was looking at the old man sitting in the main seat. He has white hair and a childlike face, wears a loose robe, and sits cross-legged. What a gift of immortality. This is probably what the world imagines the old immortal to be. Wen Shan also looked at Feng Shi and Zheng Wen with a scrutinizing gaze, and did not even look at Xiang Ji. What he dislikes the most is deviant people, and Xiang Ji is exactly this kind of person. Xiang Ji didn't care whether he looked at him or not, he just pulled up a chair and sat down. What seniority and lack of seniority. The 3rd generation ancestor is here, and your 17th generation disciple is nothing. When Shan finally looked at Xiang Ji, his brows knitted into a knot. With a slight flick of his hand, the chair Xiang Ji was sitting on turned into nothingness, and he fell down one after another. Xiang Ji didn't mind either and simply sat on the floor. Zheng Wen couldn't help but wonder, this Xiang Ji had a bad temper, why did he act like a beast with its claws chopped off in front of Wen Shan? If Xiang Ji would not be so docile in normal times, he wanted to watch a good show now and was afraid that Wen Shan would kick him out if he made a scene, so he looked easy to talk to. At this time, Feng Shi belatedly realized that someone was missing. Where was her 66th generation disciple and grandson? Could it be that he is stuck in a formation that tests his state of mind? Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Xiangchuan walked in very embarrassed. The figure is obviously lighter than before. Feng Shi wasn't too surprised. This young disciple was a bit narrow-minded, so naturally he wasn't as smooth as the 3 of them. After all, the 3 of them all have pure and simple temperaments. Especially her, as simple as a baby. At this time, Wen Shan said with great displeasure, don't you even understand basic etiquette like saluting? Lin Xiangchuan was about to salute when he heard Feng Shi say, since you can't report beyond the level, you can't salute beyond the level. When we have free time, we will salute the ancestors of the previous generation, and then let them pass on our sincere greetings step by step. Wen Shan. I'm afraid it won't be 10 days and a half by the time I receive your greetings. No, their previous generation is not here. Do you want me to wait until the next time the Haoshan mirror is opened? I thought that the live donkey Xiang Ji was the most unruly, but now it seems that this little girl named Feng Shi is even better. That Xiang Ji is openly deviant, and this Feng Shi is a roundabout and bad follower. When Xiang Ji saw that Wen Shan was deflated again, he was so happy that his beard looked like a peacock. Wen Shan is even more angry. He said solemnly, "Why are you looking for me?" Reported quickly. Lin Xiangchuan lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't even know what kind of medicine was sold in Feng Shi Gourd, so he naturally didn't dare to talk nonsense. Feng Shi looked up at Wen Shan and said with a heartbroken expression, "Now the Changsheng sect has no rules at all. The peak master of Suzaku Peak had an affair with his own niece and gave birth to an illegitimate child." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xiang Ji's roar. "What are you talking about? Someone broke the shoe, or was it with his own niece? Is it so exciting?" Feng Shi. "No, let's just say why are you so excited?" When Shan slapped the table, "Xiang Ji, don't talk nonsense, what a shame." Xiang Ji rolled his eyes and remained silent. When Shan looked at Feng Shi displeasedly, "Are you telling the truth? If you dare to deceive me, you will be severely punished." Feng Shi curled her lips. "Of course it's true. This matter has spread throughout the northern and southern regions. Do you think this is over? This is just an appetizer. Today's peak master of the Changsheng sect is not like the peak master, the sect master is not like the sect master, the supreme elder is not like the supreme elder, and his head is like a plate of loose sand." Feng Shi recounted the current affairs of the Changsheng sect fighting for power and profit. Lin Xiangchuan kept wiping the cold sweat that didn't exist in the first place because he felt guilty. If this matter can be traced back to its origin, he will be more or less responsible. After all, the supreme elders of the West are all his disciples. Originally, he wanted to hand over the position of the next sect leader to his apprentice, but he was overtaken by Yuan King has 250. Therefore, he had some resentment in his heart, and his disciples were influenced by it. Later, Yuan King He died, and the position of sect leader fell into the hands of Sima Qinghong, and his apprentice became the supreme elder. It was probably out of resentment that he began to fight for power. When he was feeling guilty, he jumped up to Xiang Ji and yelled, "Sima Qinghong is pretty good, but if you ask me, that supreme elder of the West is nothing. I don't know which stupid and bad bitch taught it. Lin Xiangchuan, just tell me your name." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1024. Feng Shi is very satisfied. In fact, Xiang Ji never remembered that the supreme elder of the West was Lin Xiangchuan's disciple. Lin Xiangchuan had a guilty conscience, so he accepted the invitation. However, when Xiang Ji saw his old face turning red and blue, an idea suddenly occurred to him and he pointed at him. "Isn't it you who taught that bastard?" When Xiang Ji saw Lin Xiangchuan, he acquiesced, and immediately began to output like crazy. "What's wrong with the upper beam and crooked lower beam? What's the scum of the Changsheng sect? What's so stupid?" Lin Xiangchuan's face was full of shame, and he wished he could die to apologize. No, he is already dead. But this time, Feng Shi coughed. Xiang Ji's yelling and cursing stopped abruptly. Feng Shi was very satisfied. Although this Xiang Ji has a reckless personality, he still keeps his promise. Lin Xiangchuan's brief introduction was so touching. The third-generation ancestor is trying to save him from the siege. The ancestors were so kind to him. Wenshan didn't connect Xiang Ji and Feng's eyes coughs. He just thought Xiang Ji had scolded enough. He looked at Feng Shi. "You came to me just to report the current chaotic situation of the Changsheng sect. You can definitely find Yuan Qinghe, the 67th generation sect master, to report this matter. Why did you come to me after so many generations of sect masters?" Feng Shi immediately said, "Because the Changsheng sect is now eager to re-establish rules. Naturally, we need to find someone who is good at setting rules. The first and foremost rule of a sect is its sect rules. Now the sect rules of the Changsheng sect are full of loopholes. The reason I'm here this time is to ask you to help perfect the sect rules so that no scumbags can take advantage of them." Wen Shan's favorite thing in life is to set rules, so even though he felt that Feng Zai's report was not appropriate, he still nodded. "Forget it, since I'm a member of the Changsheng sect, I should contribute to the sect. Give me a copy of the rules and I will improve them now." Feng Shi tilted her little head and looked at Wen Shan. "Give you a copy of the sect rules. As a former sect master, can't you even memorize the sect rules verbatim? Shouldn't this thing be engraved in the blood?" Wen Shan. "I'm the sect master, and I am not a disciple of the law enforcement hall. What should I do if I memorize the rules?" But it was hard to say this, so he shouted with a stern face, "Presumptuous. Is this your attitude when talking to your elders?" Feng Shi sighed. "You said before that you can't overstep your level in everything. I can only be polite to the elders of the sect who are the closest to me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a violation of the rules?" Wen Shan. "Are you planning to use the same reason to fight me for the rest of your life?" Feng Shi added, "It seems that you really don't know how to memorize the sect's rules, otherwise you wouldn't be so angry. A sect leader who pays the most attention to sect rules can't even memorize the sect rules. No wonder the Changsheng sect is in chaos now. I see, what Protector Xiang just scolded is wrong. The source of this chaos does not lie with Sect Master Lin, but with you. In fact, you should change your surname to Wei." Xiang Ji bared his teeth and said, "Wei Shan. Isn't that hypocrisy? Ha ha ha. This name is great, so realistic." Wenshan's nose almost ran out of breath and became crooked. The immortal temperament can no longer be maintained. It was a slap towards Feng Shi. His palm didn't mean to hurt Feng Shi, he just wanted to knock her out of her grave. "Feng Shi is so good. I had been prepared for it a long time ago, so when I saw him raising his hand, I slinked and hid behind Xiang Ji. Xiang Ji, who was baring his big teeth. No wonder you agreed to let me come along and let me be your human shield. Although he was cursing in his heart, he still took action to resolve Wen Shan's palm. Wen Shan was originally very angry because he spoke nonsense to Ji Da, but now he was even more angry. Xiang Ji, what crime should you commit if you commit the following crime? Xiang Ji rolled his eyes. It's not the first time I've done this. You can convict me of whatever crime you want. It's best to kill me, lest I go to jail here. Wen Shan was so angry that his beard stood up. He shouldn't have let these people in. He is making himself uncomfortable. But this time, Fang Shi poked her little head out from behind Xiang Ji. You don't have to shout and kill. Let's go out now and tell everyone in the forbidden area to let them know that you Wen Shan can't even memorize the rules. Although this is not a sin, it can ruin someone's face. Wen Shan has never been so angry in his life. When he was about to take action again, Fang Shi said again. Hypocrisy actually doesn't matter. The key is that your ability to adapt to changes is terrible. I ask you to memorize the rules, and you can just make up a few of them. If I say that you are not reciting it correctly, just say that when you were the sect leader, the sect rules were like this, and I have no way to verify it, right? You can also take the lead and let me carry it the other way around. Wouldn't the initiative fall into your hands? Or you can let Protector Xiang or sect leader Lin take the blame and throw the blame away, wouldn't that work? No matter how bad it is, you don't know even a single sect rule, right? If you just say something casually and then elaborate on it, won't this topic be confused? You chose the least popular way to deal with this matter. Are you stupid? Wen Shan. What this stinky girl said seemed to make some sense, and he was also confused. Fang Shi put her hands behind her back and continued. It's a good thing to pay attention to rules, but using it as a way to show off yourself is an inferiority. At this point, I'm doing much better than you. Before I do anything, I will stand on the moral high ground. No matter in terms of momentum or public opinion, I can crush the opponent. For example, before I joined the Changsheng sect, I was just a guest of the Wang Fu family, but I caught the fact that Master Han had no regard for human ethics, and I stood on the high ground of morality from then on. Not only has she become the granddaughter of the head of the West University family, but she has also been specially invited by Sima's sect master to be the direct disciple of Wu Daopeak, and now she is standing in front of you to give you a class. When Fang Shi was having fun, Xiang Ji interrupted her with big eyes. No, after talking for a long time, you were the one who revealed the matter about Big Master Han. Fang Shi glanced at him. If the sore is not broken, it is a stubborn disease. I am cutting the flesh and gouging out the sore for the Changsheng sect. I am a hero of the Changsheng sect, the kind of hero who will be famous for generations. Xiang Ji looked confused. Was that so? Wen Shan's focus is, you just joined the Changsheng sect not long ago. Where did you practice before? Fang's eyes little white teeth. I am a direct disciple of Xuanshan sect in the Northern Territory. All of them. Isn't it normal for a person as outstanding as me to have several personal discipleships? In addition to these two direct disciples, I am also the princess of the Tao clan and the Demon clan, and the island owner of the Demon clan Lang in Yuan. As for the granddaughter of the head of the Western Great family, the leader of the Northern Territory Tian Shui Alliance, there are too many, I can think about it all at the moment. Of course, the identity I am most proud of is the light of the Northern Territory. Everyone in the Northern Territory only gives a thumbs up when they mention me, Fang Shi, and no one can tell me what I am not. This should be the ultimate goal you strive for, right? Unfortunately, you are not me, you can't do it. Wen Shan. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1028. He is a diligent person. Lu Bui coughed lightly and said to Fang Shi, I will now show you how to make the mirror flower water moon talisman. You should look at it carefully. Fang Shixin said, the name of this talisman seal is quite worthy of its name. Isn't the forged aura just like the mirror flower and the moon in the water? Lu Bui took out the talisman seal pen and spent a quarter of an hour to draw a mirror flower water moon talisman, which was of the highest quality. He did not deliberately slow down because he planned to explain the mirror flower water moon talisman to Fang Shi first, and then slow down when he drew the second one to facilitate Fang's eyes understanding. He put down his talisman and seal pen and was about to explain it to Fang Shi in detail when he saw that Fang Shi had already started drawing. Lu Bui couldn't help but shook his head. Young man, you really can't hold your breath. It seems that this little girl is very proud, which is unacceptable. I have to teach her well later to prevent her from going astray. He was sighing in his heart when he saw that the lines drawn by Fang Shi seemed to be correct. He thought he was dazzled, so he stretched his neck and took a closer look. He was actually right. Although he was a little surprised, he felt that it was nothing. After all, the front part of the mirror flower water moon talisman was relatively simple, and the finishing part at the back was very complicated. That was the real test. Soon, Fang Shi reached the final part of the painting. The speed was slightly slower than before, but the Shanhei Chang'an brush did not pause at all and was very smooth. After a quarter of an hour, put away the pen and complete the symbol. Fang Shi wiped away the non-existent sweat and said to Lu Bui, this mirror flower, water moon talisman is really difficult to learn, but it makes me exhausted. Lu Buchi. You drew it after only reading it once, and it was of high quality. The most important thing is that it took the same amount of time as me. You said it exhausted you. Is that appropriate for you to say? Little did he know that Fang Shi rarely told the truth. She could actually finish the painting in half a quarter of an hour, but in order to save some face for her senior brother, she deliberately slowed down her speed. It's hard to hide one's clumsiness, okay. Lu Bui asked Fang Shi with a complicated expression, have you seen this mirror flower water moon talisman before? Fang Shi shook his head, no. Lu Bui asked again, then have you seen similar talismans? Fang Shi shook his head in concern, no. Lu Bui was silent for a long time, then picked up the talisman brush and painted a few more talisman seals. Before he could say anything, Fang Shi picked up the Shanhei Chang'an brush and drew the same talisman seal. It still took the same time as him, and it was still top grade. Without missing a beat or saying a word, he continued painting. Fang Shi also continued painting. She felt that this 90% new senior brother was really a good person. As soon as we met, he taught me everything he had learned. Much better than those disciples. Liu Biyu did not hesitate to draw 5 talisman seals in one breath. He wanted to draw a few more, but his soul couldn't support it anymore and had to stop. He took the talisman drawn by Fang Shi and looked at it carefully for a while. His expression became more complicated. This girl didn't try her best. In other words, even if she only watched it once, she could draw it faster than him. It is even possible to draw the best talisman and seal script. He had guessed before that she could draw top-quality talismans, but his attention was attracted by the Shanhei Chang'an brush, so he forgot about it. No wonder Yun Shaoshan would choose her to be the head of the Yunshao sect. In the past, the Yunshao sect was good at talisman and seal making. When they saw such a talent for making talismans, they naturally looked at her with a new eye. Wen Shan and the other 3 were also extremely shocked. Although they didn't know that Fang Shi didn't try her best, even what she showed was enough to make them stunned. There was silence in the tomb bag, and no one spoke for a while. Only Junwen silently put all the seals drawn by Fang Shi, including those drawn by Liu Buji, into the storage ring. Not for anything else, but mainly for environmental sanitation. He is a hard-working man. Seeing this scene, Liu Bui felt even more complicated. When Fang Shi was talking just now, he mentioned Junwen, so he knew that Junwen was also a disciple of Xuanshan sect. When he was alive, the Northern Territory was still in its heyday, and the disciples of the Yunshao sect were very proud. Unexpectedly, the disciples of the Northern Territory today were so eclectic. However, Junwen's actions made him calm down a bit. No matter what, he was very happy to meet such an outstanding young man. Although he guessed that Fang Shi had other motives for entering the Changsheng sect, this girl was simple and honest, and she probably didn't have any bad intentions. She probably wanted to use the power of the Changsheng sect to investigate the collapse of the Yunshao sect. But he didn't quite understand why Wen Shan, Xiang Ji, and Lin Xiangchuan got involved, and why they asked to see him. Do you just want to ask about Yunshao sect? But Wen Shan and the others didn't seem to know anything about the Yunshao sect. The old man was confused and simply asked Lin Xiangchuan, why did you ask to see me just now? Lin Xiangchuan quickly looked at Fang Shi and said to himself, Ancestor, the heat is almost over, stop hiding it and start the showdown. Fang Shi immediately said to Liu Buyi, Senior brother, actually I have something to ask you. Liu Buyi thought he had misheard, Senior brother. Is this girl crazy or stupid? Why do you call me senior brother? Could it be that the discussion comes from the Yunshao sect? Even if you were talking about it from that side, you were still my junior. When he was confused, Fang Shi took out Duan Muaizhang's identity token. Senior brother, I am your real little junior sister. As she spoke, she took out the photo stone and took a group photo. After Liu Buyi heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After shaking for several times, he could barely maintain his figure. Master. Although our master and apprentice have not spoken to each other for hundreds of years, and have not seen each other for thousands of years, the friendship between our master and apprentice should still be there, right? Let's just ask, what do you think? Why did you accept a little junior sister from me? Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1026. Why is it so difficult to eat a whole melon? Wen Shan's rule was not that he was eaten by a dog, but that he understood a truth from Fang Shi. Rules are dead, people are alive. If the rules can be used by me, they're rules. But the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1025. A smart person can tell at one point. Wen Shan deeply understood an idiom, killing people kills the heart. Every word of Fang Zai's words touched his pain point. Why does he look like a fairy? Why does he follow the rules? Just to show off. While alive, he gained a good reputation for this. After death, in the forbidden world, he is a unique existence. But compared with the yellow-haired girl in front of him, he is nothing. He never even dared to think that he could become the light of the southern region. When Xiang Ji saw his chameleon-like expression, he immediately looked gloating. Should live it. I told you that you used to just use the rules to get things done when nothing happened, but now you have encountered a tough problem, right? Needless to say, these 3 generations of ancestors really have 2 skills. Apart from being too weak in cultivation, I really can't find any other faults. But it's normal for her cultivation to be weak, after all, she is showing off at her age. Given time, it will surely soar into the sky. After a while, when Shankai calmed down, stared at Fang Shi and said, Since you are already covering the sky in the Northern Territory, why do you want to join our Changsheng sect? What do you want? Fang Shi sighed. I just said so much, but you didn't take it to heart at all. Can hypocritical people like us use the phrase, covering the sky with one hand? You should say that I have become the mainstay of the Northern Territory. Wen Shan. He seemed to understand why he couldn't achieve Fang Zai's achievements, because although he was hypocritical, he still wanted to have face. This person in front of me is so shameless. He took a deep breath. Don't talk about him. What is your plan? Fang Zai's expression suddenly became serious. I came to the southern region not for personal gain, but to save all sentient beings. Wen Shan's nose almost ran out of breath and became crooked. Just you, can you save all sentient beings? Why do I not believe it so much? However, he did not interrupt Fang Shi. Fang Shi continued, I accidentally discovered a place filled with deathly silence in the Northern Territory. She immediately told the story about Tiank Alliance and Shenyan Army, and finally said, Although I like to show off, love vanity, and am greedy for money, I have absolutely nothing to do with hypocrisy, which is completely different from you. Everything I do is entirely for Juyu continent, and I truly deserve the title of Light of Juyu. Wen Shan, actually, you don't need to say the last few sentences. Of course, he was more shocked now. What Fang Shi said was beyond his knowledge. Although he had guessed before that there was a higher interface, otherwise where would the patriarch ascend to? But I definitely didn't expect the Gao interface would cover their interface. He looked at Fang Shi with a complicated expression. To be honest, he didn't like Fang Shi. Because the same, sex, is mutually exclusive. This sex is not a gender, it's a character. They're so similar. He prefers people like Lin Xiangchuan and Yuan Qinghe who are easy to manipulate. As for Xiang Ji, forget it, it's not a good cake. He doesn't like Fang Shi, but he admires Fang Shi very much. It is really not easy for a little girl to have such a pattern, such strategies and methods. Just when he finally digested what Fang Shi said, Fang Shi took out Duanma Weizhang's token again. The 17th generation young disciple heard Shan and listened to his orders. I am the 2nd generation Sect master's personal disciple. Why don't you quickly kneel down and salute? Wen Shan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Shi, kindly, released a photo of her and her master for him to watch. The next moment, Wen Shan lay upright on the ground and fell asleep. As for whether they're really sleeping or pretending to sleep, everyone knows. Xiang Ji was delighted to get his first pat on the thigh. Why did he come? He just wanted to see the scene. He selectively forgot that he came here to see Fang Zai's jokes. Lin Xiangchuan looked at Fang Shi with admiration. If she hadn't defeated Wen Shan's psychological defense first, Wen Shan's temperament might have gone to the grave of the 2nd generation ancestor to remonstrate with him once he learned that the 2nd generation ancestor had accepted Fang Shi as his disciple. The ancestors of the 3rd generation are really wise, brave and full of strategies. Hi, it's really high. I am so impressed by my little grandchild. Now that she has subdued the 2 old pricks, Xiang Ji and Wen Shan, it will be much easier to deal with the others. Fang Shi looked at the lethargic Wen Shan and said slowly. Master Wen, it's almost done, get up. Wen Shan saw that she called him Master Wen and did not call him 17th generation young disciple. He knew that she was being generous and he didn't need to kneel down. A smart person knows everything at once. Only then did he wake up leisurely, and then said with a look of shame. I've been in a bad state of mind lately, and I've been in a coma most of the time, making three generations of ancestors laugh. Xiang Ji came over and said, what, let me ask, do you think, 3, burns your mouth? Wen Shan. Hot ass. That's hard for me to say. However, it doesn't seem that difficult to say it. He stood up and gave Fang Shi a junior salute. As for kneeling down and worshipping, that is impossible. This is his last bit of stubbornness. Fang Shi didn't mind either, kneeling or not was just a formality, as long as they recognized her as a 3rd generation ancestor. Lin Xiangchuan said nonchalantly, 3rd generation ancestor, are you going to tell the entire forbidden world? Fang Shi shook her head, I still have to meet someone. When Lin Xiangchuan was wondering, Wen Shan said, do you want to meet the 3rd generation ancestor Lu Bui? Fang Shi nodded, well, I have to go see my senior brother and ask him to help me support the show. After all, besides my master, he is the most senior person in the forbidden world. With his support, things will be much easier to handle. Wen Shan thought to himself, he didn't know what this little girl had grown up eating, why was she so full of belly? He said while thinking. Ancestor Lu rarely shows up on weekdays. I don't know much about him. I only remember one time when he was teaching the 20th generation protector elder, he gave him instructions on how to make talismans. However, it was only that time, and he seldom participated in teaching the guardian elders. Fang Shi nodded with satisfaction. The information provided by Wen Shan was very important. In this way, she can do whatever she wants. Lin Xiangchuan felt sour when he saw Fang Shi and Wen Shan talking happily. But then I thought about it, so far, the 3 generations of ancestors have only called him the 66th generation disciple, which shows that he is unique. A sense of superiority arises spontaneously. At this moment, Wen Shan suddenly said, Xiangchuan, it's too shameful for you to leave that apprentice outside, otherwise you should find a way to kill him. Lin Xiangchuan. Killed. What are your rules? Eaten by a dog. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1027. Is this the head order of Yunshao sect? Yuan Qinghe looked melancholy, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. As the saying goes, it takes many years for a daughter-in-law to become a mother-in-law. Persistence is victory. After all, other ancestors survived this way. At this time, several people who were born into Poe's family were already in Lu Bui's grave. Lu Bui also had the talent of an immortal spirit, but Wen Shan's immortal spirit had traces of deliberate carving, so this was the real thing at first glance. Fang Shi found that Lu Bui's figure was much lighter than that of Wen Shan and others. He estimated that he might have really fallen into a deep sleep before, but now he had to work hard to climb out of the coffin. It seems that this person is not very interested in talismans. At this time, Lu Bui was looking at the talisman seals covered by the little spiritual palm one by one, with a look of surprise on his face. For a person like him, this look of surprise already represents a huge wave of emotions in his heart. After looking at the talisman seal made by the small palm, Lu Bui picked up the talisman seal drawn by Fang Zai's left and right hands at the same time and looked at it, then frowned slightly. You didn't try your best. Fang Shi was shocked. She really didn't try her best when painting because she was afraid of drawing the best talisman and seal. It's not that I am worried about anything, it's just that I'm used to it and don't want to expose all my trump cards. I didn't expect it to be seen. Now that she had been seen, she no longer needed to hide it, and asked openly, how did you see it? Lu Buqi was her senior brother, so she used the honorific title. Lu Bui pointed at the talisman and said, although the spiritual power of the lines is generally uniform, there is a slight pause here. Considering your control of the spiritual power, this kind of problem should not occur. So, there is only one possibility, you did it on purpose. Am I right? Fang Shi suddenly showed a look of admiration. Your eyesight is really amazing. No wonder there is a saying out there, if you ask which talisman is better, the ancestors of 3 generations will follow the same path. Lu Bui said in surprise, I've been dead for so many years, but someone still remembers me. Fang Shi immediately said, not only do some people remember you, but there are also people who wrote a book and biography specifically for you. This is the only thing that can last forever in this world. Although Lu Bui is aloof from the world, as long as everyone has vanity, after listening to Feng Zai's words, even his figure became a little more solid than before. He had no doubt that Fang Shi was telling lies. After all, in his opinion, he was so senior that Fang Shi, a junior, had no guts to lie to him. However, among the people present, he was the only one who believed Feng Zai's lies. Even Xiang Ji, who is not very thoughtful, doesn't believe it, not a word of it. This girl didn't even know Lu Bui's name before, yet she still wrote a book and biography. Last forever, what a liar. Ha, isn't that just a liar? Regardless of whether he was a liar or not, Lu Buchi was in a good mood anyway and had a rare smile on his face. Since you didn't try your best just now, why not draw another one? Fang Shi nodded and immediately took out the Shanhei Chang'an pen and was about to make a talisman when Lu Bui said in surprise. What you are holding is the Shanhei Chang'an pen, the head order of the Yunshao sect. Fang Shi was once again shocked by Lu Bui. He actually recognized the Shanhei Chang'an brush. However, at the beginning, Yunshao sect was the super sect in the Northern Territory, and Shanhei Chang'an Bai was the leader of Yunshao sect, so it was not surprising that Lu Bui knew him. When he was outside just now, there was nothing unusual about Wen Shan, which meant that he didn't recognize him. In other words, at that time, Yunshao sect had been destroyed. Fang Shi stabilized her mind and then said, yes, this is the head order of Yunshao sect. I don't know how many generations, but it is the latest generation of head. Lu Buchi. Why are you saying this so awkwardly? However, he was more curious, how did Fang Shi become the head of Yunshao sect? Not only was he curious, Wen Shan and the others were also curious. Because when Fang Shi shook off his vest, he didn't mention Yunshao sect. Lu Bui looked at Fang Shi and asked, how did you get this leader's order? Fang Shi immediately said, it's a long story. Before I talk about it, let me introduce myself. Because I am too good, I accidentally became a part-time direct disciple of Xuanshan sect in the north and Changsheng sect in the south. Quote. Lu Buchi. Part-time personal disciple. This is the first time I've heard this word. Isn't it said that the southern and northern territories are in turmoil now? Why did you accept the same person as your direct disciple? Could it be that outside talent is withering now? Very short of people. Although he was confused, he was eager to know about the Yunshao sect's head order and did not interrupt Fang Shi. Fang Shi continued, this starts with me being framed by Shen Jilin. Ah, yes, let me introduce you again. Shen Jilin was originally a direct disciple of the Hunyuan sect in the Northern Territory, and now she is a direct disciple of King Long Peak. This time not only Lu Biyu was puzzled, but Wen Shan and the other 3 were also puzzled. Is it popular to purchase goods from the Northern Territory now? How come both of them are from the Northern Territory? Is there no talent in the Southern region? After Fang Shi finished talking about the grievances between Shen Jilin and her, she then talked about meeting the Yunshao sect's resentment in the secret realm of Turtleback Mountain. Wen Shan and others were dumbfounded. They naturally know the Yunshao sect, which is as famous as their Changsheng sect. To be honest, if the Yunshao sect had not been destroyed, they would not have dared to covet the Northern Territory. When the Yunshao sect was still there, the human race of the Southern Territory, the human race of the Northern Territory, and the demon clan were 3 pillars with equal strength. Later, the Yunshao sect was destroyed, and the humans and demons in the Northern region were incompatible with each other. Only then did they gain the upper hand in the Southern region. It was just rumored that the entire Yunshao sect mysteriously disappeared overnight, leaving no trace behind. There are many speculations about this, and there are even rumors that the entire Yunshao sect has ascended. I didn't expect the truth of the matter to be so cruel. It was actually destroyed in one day. The huge Yunshao sect is just gone. In order to prove that what he said was true, Fang Shi took out the jade slip with Fang Shashan's words on that day and handed it to Lu Bui. Lu Bui was a little surprised. He didn't expect Fang Shi to trust him so much. According to what she said, there should be remnants of the Yunshao sect. Only the leader's order may not win the other party's trust. This jade slip is very important evidence. She actually left it to him like this, wasn't she afraid that he would have evil thoughts? This little girl is too innocent. While sighing, he probed the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness, and sure enough, the content inside was exactly the same as what Fang Shi said. When he heard Fang Shashan kneel down and beg Fang Shi to find out the truth behind the Yunshao sect's annihilation, Lu Bui couldn't help but let out a long sigh. How miserable the Yunshao sect is. If it were him, he would probably turn into a resentful evil spirit. However, they pinned their hopes on a little girl, so their hopes may be sim. Although this little girl is very talented in talismans and seals, that's all she can do. Finding out the truth behind the collapse of the Yunshao sect is as difficult as going to heaven. He returned the jade slip to Fang Shi, calmed his mind and then said, to be able to destroy the huge Yunshao sect, one can imagine the strength of the other party. This matter must be considered in the long term and do not act impulsively. Since Fang Shaoshan has asked Shen Jilin to be your shield, you must keep your mouth shut to avoid getting into trouble. In addition, although few people can recognize Shanhei Chang'an brush, for the sake of caution, it is best to find ways to change its aura to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's do this. I'll teach you a special talisman. You can use it to warm the mountains and rivers Chang'an brush. Over time, its aura will change and it will no longer be recognized. Fang Shi thanked him profusely, and then said, if its aura changes, how will I win the trust of the remnants of the Yunshao sect when I meet them in the future? Lu Buwei nodded. The little girl was young and thought things through. Don't worry, this change in aura is just superficial. The weapon spread can control the transformation of aura and can release the true aura when needed. Fang Shi suddenly realized this and immediately blew a rainbow fart. Lu Buyi was made a little uncomfortable by her, because he also had selfish motives in teaching Fang Shi talisman and seal. He wanted to take the opportunity to test Fang Zai's understanding of talisman seals. After all, being able to draw doesn't mean he can learn quickly. As a result, the little girl had no defense against him at all. Ugh. This kid is good in every aspect, but he is too innocent. So honest. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1029 He has to be a senior brother. Lu Buji really couldn't understand his is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1026 Why is it so difficult to eat a whole melon? Wen Shan's rule was not that he was eaten by a dog, but that he understood a truth from Fang Shi. Rules are dead, people are alive. If the rules can be used by me, they're rules. If they cannot be used by me, then create new rules. He didn't really want to kill the Supreme Elder of the West, he just wanted to cause trouble for Lin Xiangchuan. His jokes are not that good. He had nothing to do with Xiang Ji, so he could only pick the soft persimmon and pinch it. Lin Xiangchuan was in a very bad mood at this time. He also knew that Wen Shan didn't really want to kill the disciple of the West. The key was that he later remembered that the fool of the West had caused a lot of trouble to the third-generation ancestor. He was so unfilial. Thinking of this, he quickly said to Fang Shi, "Third-generation ancestor, those beasts have made a big mistake, I have no objection to how you deal with them. The root cause of all this lies with me. It is my fault in teaching, please punish me." After Lin Xiangchuan finished speaking, he knelt on the ground. When Xiang Ji and Wen Shan saw this, they thought to themselves, your knees are quite weak. Kneel down when you ask. However, they were also curious about how Fang Shi would handle this matter. That idiot had offended her a lot. Now that she had the Shang Fang sword, she would definitely not let him off lightly. But this time, Fang Shi said calmly, according to what Wen Shan said, nothing can be overstepped, so this matter must be investigated at all levels. Your apprentice is because you didn't teach him well. Your problem is your master's problem, and your master's problem is his master's problem. However, I am a soft-hearted person and it is not easy to pursue it to the end. Let's pursue it to the 17th generation. Wen Shan, as the culprit, what do you have to say? Wen Shan. Does this have anything to do with my half-spiritual stone? Why do I become the culprit just by talking about it? Ah, I see. Just because I didn't kneel down for you, you avenged your personal revenge. When he didn't know how to respond, Fang Shi chuckled. I just made a harmless joke, you don't need to take it to heart. As for the Supreme Elder of the West, a small punishment or a big warning will be enough. After all, we have to rely on him to stabilize the immortality sect. Now that the enemy is facing us, let's turn big things into trivial matters. After saying that, he helped Lin Xiangchuan up with his own hands. Lin Xiangchuan was moved to tears. The ancestor must have spared the beast just for his sake. The ancestors were so kind to him. He will definitely be filial to her in the future. Wen Shanzhen didn't expect that Fang Shi would reveal the matter so lightly. This little girl is not old, but she has a temperament for doing big things. He opened the exit of the tomb and several people came out of the tomb. Although Yuan Qinghe, who was hiding far away, wanted to eat melon, he was afraid of being slapped away by Xiang Ji again, so he didn't dare to come over. He just stretched his neck and looked here. Seeing Wen Shan actually come out, Jian Shuang was extremely curious. Patriarch Wen Shan is like that old bastard on weekdays. Apart from reciting sutras, he just curls up in his turtle shell. Why did he come out today? There must be something going on here. What is going on? When he was wondering, he saw Fang Shi and the others standing in front of the tomb of the third-generation ancestor. Lin Xiangchuan knelt in front of the tomb and said, Ancestor Lu, I will ask you to open the tomb when I have something important to report. There was deathly silence inside the tomb bag, with no movement at all. Xiang Ji gritted his teeth and said, Old Ancestor Lu must have fallen into a slumber. Even if we shouted him, he won't wake up. After saying that, he looked at Fang Shi with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Fang Shi was too lazy to get to know him. Who is a good person and a fool? She thought of what Wen Shan had said before that Lu Bui was very interested in making talismans, and she immediately had an idea. She took out a table from the storage ring, and then took out talisman paper and talisman ink. Everyone in Wenshan was confused. What do you do with these things? Could it be that he wanted to burn a few talismans for Patriarch Lu Bui? Only Jun Wen felt like Ming Jingge, the junior sister, was about to throw out the bait. He could imagine how shocked these disciples would be for a moment. Ugh. These old ghosts who have never seen the world are so pitiful. Unlike him, a gentleman whose sword is known all over the world, is well informed and is no longer surprised by his little junior sister's coquettish tricks. While Jun Wen was in a daze, Fang Shi started her performance. She first performed a talisman drawing with both hands. It only took a few hundred breaths to complete 2 heaven-level talisman seals at the same time, both of which were top grade. When Wen Shanxi was in shock, he saw Fang Shi take out a seal made of spirit stones from the storage ring and began to stamp it. After stamping a seal, a high-grade earth-level talisman seal was born. In the blink of an eye, there was a pile of earth-level talisman and seal scripts piled on the table. They thought this was the ultimate, but what happened next was a scene they would never forget. Their third-generation ancestor took out a few tables and a few seals, and then turned his spiritual power into several small slaps, and those small slaps began to work on the assembly line. There are those who spread the talisman and seal paper, those who stamp the seals, and those who organize the finished talisman seals. There is even a small hand dedicated to cleaning up the dripping talisman ink on the table. In just a quarter of an hour, the stack of talismans and seals on the table was already half as high as a person. When Shanxi even suspected that he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he see such an amazing scene? This simple sentence is beyond their knowledge. Is this something that humans can do? Just when they were doubting their lives, they were sucked into the grave bag by a burst of suction. Even the table was sucked in. Only Yuan Qinghe, who was eating melons in the distance, was left. Yuan Qinghe. Ancestor Lu, do you treat me a little differently? Although I stand a little far away, you can't not see me, right? Why am I the only one left behind? Ugh. Why is it so difficult to eat a whole meal? Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1041 Dream Eating Taper. The wisp of green smoke eventually turned into a strange-looking monster with an elephant's trunk, rhino's eyes, an ox's tail, and tiger's feet. The golden pig that was taking advantage of Jun Wen's sudden enlightenment suddenly widened its eyes. Real dog. Chapter 1028 He is a diligent person. Lu Bui coughed lightly and said to Feng Shi, I will now show you how to make the mirror flower water moon talisman. You should look at it carefully. Feng Shixin said, the name of this talisman seal is quite worthy of its name. Isn't the forged aura just like the mirror flower and the moon in the water? Lu Bui took out the talisman seal pen and spent a quarter of an hour to draw a mirror flower water moon talisman, which was of the highest quality. He did not deliberately slow down because he planned to explain the mirror flower water moon talisman to Feng Shi first, and then slow down when he drew the second one to facilitate Feng Xi's understanding. He put down his talisman and seal pen and was about to explain it to Feng Shi in detail when he saw that Feng Shi had already started drawing. Lu Bui couldn't help but shook his head. Young man, you really can't hold your breath. It seems that this little girl is very proud, which is unacceptable. I have to teach her well later to prevent her from going astray. He was sighing in his heart when he saw that the lines drawn by Feng Shi seemed to be correct. He thought he was dazzled, so he stretched his neck and took a closer look. He was actually right. Although he was a little surprised, he felt that it was nothing. After all, the front part of the mirror flower water moon talisman was relatively simple, and the finishing part at the back was very complicated. That was the real test. Soon, Feng Shi reached the final part of the painting. The speed was slightly slower than before, but the Shanhei Chang'an brush did not pause at all and was very smooth. After a quarter of an hour, put away the pen and complete the symbol. Feng Shi wiped away the non-existent sweat and said to Lu Bui, this mirror flower water moon talisman is really difficult to learn, but it makes me exhausted. Lu Buqi. You drew it after only reading it once, and it was of high quality. The most important thing is that it took the same amount of time as me. You said it exhausted you. Is that appropriate for you to say? Little did he know that Feng Shi rarely told the truth. She could actually finish the painting in half a quarter of an hour, but in order to save some face for her senior brother, she deliberately slowed down her speed. It's hard to hide one's clumsiness, okay. Lu Bui asked Feng Shi with a complicated expression, have you seen this mirror flower water moon talisman before? Feng Shi shook his head, no. Lu Bui asked again, then have you seen similar talismans? Feng Shi shook his head in concern, no. Lu Bui was silent for a long time, then picked up the talisman brush and painted a few more talisman seals. Before he could say anything, Feng Shi picked up the Shanhei Chang'an brush and drew the same talisman seal. It still took the same time as him, and it was still top grade. Without missing a beat or saying a word, he continued painting. Feng Shi also continued painting. She felt that this 90% new senior brother was really a good person. As soon as we met, he taught me everything he had learned. Much better than those disciples. Lu Bui did not hesitate to draw 5 talisman seals in one breath. He wanted to draw a few more, but his soul couldn't support it anymore and had to stop. He took the talisman drawn by Feng Shi and looked at it carefully for a while. His expression became more complicated. This girl didn't try her best. In other words, even if she only watched it once, she could draw it faster than him. It is even possible to draw the best talisman and seal script. He had guessed before that she could draw top-quality talismans, but his attention was attracted by the Shanhei Chang'an brush, so he forgot about it. No wonder Yun Shaoshan would choose her to be the head of the Yunshao sect. In the past, the Yunshao sect was good at talisman and seal making. When they saw such a talent for making talismans, they naturally looked at her with a new eye. Wen Shan and the other 3 were also extremely shocked. Although they didn't know that Feng Shi didn't try her best, even what she showed was enough to make them stunned. There was silence in the tomb bag, and no one spoke for a while. Only Junwen silently put all the seals drawn by Feng Shi, including those drawn by Lu Buji, into the storage ring. Not for anything else, but mainly for environmental sanitation. He is a hard-working man. Seeing this scene, Lu Bui felt even more complicated. When Feng Shi was talking just now, he mentioned Jun Wen, so he knew that Jun Wen was also a disciple of Xuanshan sect. When he was alive, the Northern Territory was still in its heyday, and the disciples of the Yunshao sect were very proud. Unexpectedly, the disciples of the Northern Territory today were so eclectic. However, Jun Wen's actions made him calm down a bit. No matter what, he was very happy to meet such an outstanding young man. Although he guessed that Feng Shi had other motives for entering the Changsheng sect, this girl was simple and honest, and she probably didn't have any bad intentions. She probably wanted to use the power of the Changsheng sect to investigate the collapse of the Yunshao sect. But he didn't quite understand why Wen Shan, Xiang Ji and Lin Xiangchun got involved, and why they asked to see him. Do you just want to ask about Yunshao sect? But Wen Shan and the others didn't seem to know anything about the Yunshao sect. The old man was confused and simply asked Lin Xiangchun, why did you ask to see me just now? Lin Xiangchun quickly looked at Feng Shi and said to himself, Ancestor, the heat is almost over, stop hiding it and start the showdown. Feng Shi immediately said to Lu Bui, Senior brother, actually I have something to ask you. Lu Bui thought he had misheard, Senior brother. Is this girl crazy or stupid? Why do you call me Senior brother? Could it be that the discussion comes from the Yunshao sect? Even if you were talking about it from that side, you are still my junior. When he was confused, Feng Shi took out Duan Weizhang's identity token. Senior brother, I am your real little junior sister. As she spoke, she took out the photo stone and took a group photo. After Lu Bui heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After shaking for several times, he could barely maintain his figure. Master. Although our master and apprentice have not spoken to each other for hundreds of years, and have not seen each other for thousands of years, the friendship between our master and apprentice should still be there, right? Let's just ask, what do you think? Why did you accept a little junior sister from me? Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1026. Why is it so difficult to eat a whole melon? Wen Shan's rule was not that he was eaten by a dog, but that he understood a truth from Feng Shi. Rules are dead, people are alive. If the rules can be used by me, they're rules. If they cannot be used by me, then create new rules. He didn't really want to kill the Supreme Elder of the West, he just wanted to cause trouble for Lin Xiangquan. His jokes are not that good. He had nothing to do with Xiang Ji. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1029. He has to be a senior brother. Lu Buji really couldn't understand his master's thoughts. Even if this little girl is a rare talisman-making genius, there is no need to recruit disciples across generations, right? What's more, your span is too big. You are the first to make me, a third-generation ancestor, senior brother. My apprentice has changed from an ancestor of the Western dynasty to a nephew. Not to mention the large number of disciples. No wonder he just felt that the attitude of Wen Shan and the others towards the little girl was a bit strange, especially the one Lin Xiangquan who nodded and bowed. He looked like a grandson. If he doesn't understand, he doesn't understand, but it's hard to go against his master's orders, and it's hard for him to go against his master's decision. What's more, this little girl is indeed very lovable. Not only is she smart, but she is also simple and honest. If he had met her when he was still alive, he would definitely have accepted her as his apprentice. After all, who doesn't want to find an excellent successor to his legacy? Thinking of this, he nodded to Feng Shi. Since master has accepted you as his disciple, from now on we will treat each other as brothers and sisters. Feng Shi didn't expect Lu Buyi to admit her identity so easily. Sure enough, the genuine immortal spirit was very different from the hypocrisy crafted by someone. Feng Shi bowed politely to Lu. Feng Shi pays homage to senior brother. Lu Buyi raised his hand to support him slightly. Junior sister, please get up. Wen Shan on the side felt that the scene was very inconsistent. An old man with white hair calling a little girl junior sister. But thinking about his identity as a 17th generation disciple. At this time, Feng Shi said to Lu Buyi, senior brother, the reason why master accepted me as his disciple is that besides being very close to me, there is another very important reason. Next, Feng Shi told the story about the Tiank Alliance and the Shenyan army, and shook off his little vest. Zhang Wen listened to the side and said to himself that the junior sister had repeated this rhetoric so many times that she didn't even know how much it cost her to spit. Others only see the junior sister as a third-generation ancestor in glory, who can understand her hard work. It's just me, my senior brother. No matter how old or high level the senior brother who came out halfway is, he can't compare with me. Naturally, Lu Buyi didn't know that anyone was jealous, and all his attention was focused on what Feng Shi was telling him. His face was full of shock. Only then did he understand why the master would accept Feng Shi as his disciple. Now the rise and fall of Juyu continent is all tied to her alone. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say this, but based on what she said, she is obviously a person with great luck. Only such a person can save Juyu continent. It seemed that the founder, his master, might have been aware of the affairs of the Tiank Alliance, so he left all to leave a ray of soul in the Haoshan mirror. After he calmed down, he said to Feng Shi, Junior sister, I analyze that the demise of the Yunshao sect is probably related to the Tiank Alliance. Even if there is no direct connection, there must be an indirect connection. What do you think? After Feng Shi finished talking about the Tiank Alliance, Lu Buji's attitude towards her changed significantly. He used to only think of her as a simple and honest junior, but after hearing her tell about her great achievements, he realized that he was totally wrong. If this little junior sister was really that innocent, if nothing else, she wouldn't have so many vests. Therefore, after finishing his analysis, he took the initiative to ask Feng Shi for his opinion. At this point, Lu Buyi is much better than Wen Shan and Xiang Ji. This is the difference between mind and structure. When Feng Shi heard Lu Buyi's words, he immediately said, Senior brother, I also think that the affairs of the Yunshao sect are inseparable from the Tiank Alliance, but I don't understand how the Tiank Alliance did it. If they really have such ability, there is no need for them to build the space-time chain in secret. Can't they just kill all the forces in our 9 nether continent first? Lu Buyi nodded. Yes, this is also where I am confused. I can only continue to look for clues and then peel off the cocoons. The top priority now is to integrate the major forces in Juyu continent. Even if the Tiank Alliance attacks, we still have the power to resist. Junior sister, this important responsibility falls on your shoulders. Brother you only has a ray of soul left now. Although I can't fight side by side with you, if you can be of any use to me, just bring it up and I will do my best. Feng Shi was quite touched. He must be a senior brother. Much more reliable than those disciples and grandchildren. She thought for a moment and said, Senior brother, the strength of Tiank Alliance cannot be underestimated, so in addition to integrating the strength of Juyu continent, we must also enhance our strength. Therefore, I want the disciples who enter the Haoshan mirror this time to enter the Forbidden Realm to learn and practice. Although they will not be able to digest too much in a short time, as long as they can get started. After you get out, think about your cultivation carefully. I believe that with their qualifications, it won't take long for their strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, their moral character is mixed, and they have to be inspected in the fantasy world. Only those who pass the inspection can enter here to study. In addition, I also want everyone in the Forbidden World to find some exercises suitable for people with ordinary qualifications to improve their cultivation. I will spread them on my behalf to improve the overall strength of our Juyu continent. When the time comes, I will do the same in the Northern Territory and the Demon Realm. The cultivation conditions of our Juyu continent are not as good as those of Tiank continent, but we have the right time, place and people, so we can definitely defeat the invasion of Tiank Alliance. This is just the first step of my plan. After the Tiank Alliance is defeated, the next step will be taken. I plan to go to Tiank continent and change my passiveness into activeness. If the Tiank continent is full of crazy people, then find a way to make them fight among themselves, and then find a way to prevent future troubles forever, so that they will not covet our Juyu continent again. If the conscience of the people in the Tiank continent still exists except for the Tiank Alliance, then I will find a way to cultivate my own forces to kill the Tiank Alliance and achieve the goal of peaceful coexistence between the two continents. Of course, this is all for later, maybe there will be a better way to solve this matter. After all, I don't want to go all the way to Tiank continent, a place I'm not familiar with. Lu Bui and several people looked shocked. Let's not talk about the suggestions she made. The key thing is, what did she say next? Is she going to Tiank continent to overthrow the Tiank Alliance's lair? Putting aside the question of how you will go, even if you can go, how can you be the opponent of Tiank Alliance alone? Xiang Ji felt that Feng Shi was just bragging, Wen Shan also felt that Feng Shi was just having fun, and Lin Xiangchun also felt that the ancestor had no control over what he said. Lu Bully believed Feng Zai's words. No matter whether it could be realized or not, at least the junior sister had great ambitions and was worthy of being a close disciple of her master. Only Jun Wen thought, oh my god. Not only does the junior sister want to be the light of Juyu, but she also wants to be the light of heaven. Isn't this the light of the two continents? My dear, then I will be the biological senior brother of the light of Shuingbu from now on. Maybe the junior sister will let me take charge of Juyu continent for the first time. I, Jun, heard that I am the Lord of 9 Netherworlds. Thinking of this, Jun Wen laughed out loud. It's not that he is unsteady, it's just that the cakes painted by the junior sister are so delicious. The other people all looked at Jun Wen, as if they were looking at an idiot. Jun Wen doesn't mind, I'm going to be the Lord of 9 Netherworlds, why do I still care about this little thing? Not only did he drift away, but so did Zhu Xuan. It has to be my granddaughter. If ordinary people only dare to defeat the Tiank Alliance, then go home and have sex with their wives. My granddaughter is different. Not only will she drive away the Tiank Alliance, but she will also overthrow their bastard nest. This is up to me. It's a good material for great things. TSK TSK TSK, in the future my granddaughter will be the master of 2 continents, and I will be the supreme emperor. I wonder who would dare to set up a broken tombstone for me that almost caused a big disaster. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1030, Senior Brother, I can't do it. Feng Shi didn't know that she hadn't even attained enlightenment yet, but the chickens and dogs were already dreaming of ascending to heaven. She asked for directions without hesitation. Brother, what do you think of my plan? Lu Bui thought about it and said. The plan is good, but it's not easy, so let's do it step by step. The 2 suggestions you made, whether it is training direct disciples to enter the Haoshan Mirror, or compiling exercises suitable for people with ordinary qualifications, will take time. It's been some time since you entered Haoshan Mirror, right? I'm afraid there's not enough time. Feng Shi tilted her little head and looked at Lu Bui. Senior brother, how about you discuss with the Haoshan Mirror's weapon spirit and extend the time by a month or 2? Lu Buqi, Senior brother, I can't do it. Feng Shi saw his expression of embarrassment and sighed. Senior brother, it's not that I, the junior sister, don't want to listen to you. You have been here for such a long time and you are considered old acquaintances of Haoshan Mirror artifact spirit. Don't you have any face at all? If it were me, I would have made it clear enough that it would come and go as soon as you call it. Lu Buqi. This little junior sister is good at everything, but she is too arrogant. I had restrained myself before, but now I have completely let go. Wen Shan also felt that Feng Shi was too crazy and coughed. 3 generations of ancestors, this is wrong. After all, this is Haoshanjing's territory. It's good that we can have a place to live under someone else's roof. How dare we have other unreasonable thoughts? Feng Shi rolled her eyes. 17th generation disciple and grandson, I don't even bother to talk to you, why can't you use your brain to talk? What does it mean to live under someone else's roof? The Haoshan Mirror is in the territory of our Changsheng sect, so it is under the control of others. To say that it is under someone else's care is to praise it. Maybe it was the property of our ancestor in the first place. Approximately equal to what we have. Naturally, we can use our own things however we want. Wen Shan. No one was left behind on the way. What a strange idea. Feng Shi continued, furthermore, why did the patriarch ask you to keep your soul here? Isn't it just to protect the Haoshan Mirror? This is a great favor to it. Shouldn't it repay the favor with a spring of water? Not to mention extending it for a little longer, just letting it start once is normal. You are just too talkative and kind. Wen Shan sighed, having said that, the weapon spirit of the Haoshan Mirror is very difficult to deal with. Not to mention extending the time, even every time the Haoshan Mirror is turned on, it will seek benefits from us. In other words, we have very little financial resources, otherwise we wouldn't be able to afford it. Feng Shi was immediately furious. What the hell, all your good stuff has been stolen by it. No one was left behind on the way. Let's just say, why are you more excited than our client? Only Jun Wen felt like Ming Jingge in his heart. Haoshan Mirror's weapon spirit extorting something from the forbidden world was tantamount to extorting hers. Taking food from Pishu's mouth, isn't this looking for death? Feng Shi looked at Lu Buqi and the others with an angry look on his face. It's good that you didn't ask for protection money from it, but you're actually being blackmailed by it. Let me tell you what's good about you. No wonder, after you have been here for so long, you are still a Piao. Senior brother, don't blame me, my junior sister, for making mistakes below. There are some things I won't say and I won't be happy with them. Do you think the patriarch asked you to stay here just to eat and wait to die? This old man wants to give you a chance to reshape your body. Give you a chance to be resurrected. How about you guys just sleep here and don't realize his good intentions at all? The most annoying thing is that he was actually manipulated by a mere weapon spirit. It's really embarrassing. If the patriarch knew about it, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Fortunately, I'm here, otherwise all the hard work of the founder would have been fed to the dogs. Hearing Feng Zai's words, Lu Buyu stood up immediately. When Shan accidentally pulled off a handful of his beard, Xiang Ji pinched his thigh, and Lin Xiangchuan slapped himself. The reason why they had such a violent reaction was because they were shocked by Feng Zai's words. No less than being struck by lightning. Lu Buyu even changed his usual otherworldly image and said eagerly, "Junior sister, what did you say? Say it again." Feng Shi immediately repeated it again. Since arriving in the Forbidden Realm, she seems to have become a repeater. After Lu Buyu listened, he looked at Feng Shi with a very complicated expression. "Junior sister, how do you know this? Did master tell you?" Feng Shi thought, "I just made this up, can you believe it?" In fact, it is not completely nonsense, because there is a precedent of blood devouring the world. Since blood devouring world said that there is a way to reunite the physical body in this world, they must be able to rebuild the physical body no matter how hard it is. Although they don't have much clues now, these people in the Forbidden Realm look like normal people. There must be some secrets here, and they might be able to find a way to rebuild their bodies. Zhu Xuan was so moved at this moment. My dear granddaughter, this is all for him. Because only if these people have a stake in the matter can they try their best to find a solution. Although my good granddaughter is a little too carefree and philanthropic, in her heart his status as a biological grandfather is unshakable. Be unique. It's heartbreaking. The blood-devouring world here was very moved, but Feng Shi over there started talking nonsense again. Senior brother, you may not believe it, but I have had the same strange dream several times. The dream was very vague, just a wisp of soul suddenly turning into a normal person. To be honest, I didn't take it seriously at all. After all, how could a ray of soul become a normal person? Isn't this nonsense? But after entering the Forbidden Realm, I realized that this was my master who was entrusting me with a dream. Jun Wen, junior sister, I, the Lord of Nine Netherworlds, am ashamed of myself for talking nonsense. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1031. Aren't you old-fashioned? Although Jun Wen knew that his junior sister was talking nonsense, Lu Bully and the others believed it. If it hadn't been for the Grandmaster's dream, how could a little girl know such an incredible thing? Also, how did a little girl like her enter the Forbidden World? Although Sima King Hong and Yin Yu know a little bit, they still have to guide them, so the junior sister, the third-generation ancestor, must have been guided by the founder. In fact, how Feng Shi knew it was not the most important thing to them. What was important was that they had a chance to be resurrected. Who can live and want to die? If nothing else, food tastes bad to dead people. When Shan and Xiang Ji were initially somewhat resistant to Feng Shi, the newly released third-generation ancestor, but now they wish they could kneel on the ground and kowtow to Feng Shi. Ancestors. Living ancestors who save people in need. It doesn't matter whether you are young or have little experience. Just because she can get the dream from the ancestor, not to mention the third-generation ancestor, even the second-generation ancestor, they have no objection. Lu Bully and the others were very excited. Although they couldn't figure out how to come back to life for a while, there was finally hope in the bleak days. The figure that was originally walking all the way has become much lighter, but now it has become much more solid with just a glance. Although when Shan and the other three were not as exaggerated as him, they were more or less solid. Lin Xiangchuan looked at Feng Shi with eyes full of admiration. You and Ancestor Lu are both third-generation ancestors. In order to avoid confusion, let's call you Ancestor Feng from now on. When Shan echoed, yes, you are the only ancestor who has received a dream from the ancestor. This title must be different from other people. If I call you Ancestor, I will call you old. I think it is better to call you Feng. Zuba. Lin Xiangchuan. Aren't you old-fashioned? Are you actually starting to flatter me? How come you make such rapid progress? Although Feng Shi didn't mind how they called her, it would be nice to have a unique title, so she readily agreed. Xiang Ji actually wanted to show his courtesy, but he had never done such a thing before, and he didn't know how to start. I can only start at first and look at it anxiously, just like the pig Wanning who can't squeeze into the slot. In comparison, senior brother Lu Buju is much more stable. He asked Feng Shi, junior sister, do you have any opinions on reshaping the body? Although Feng Shi doesn't have any opinions, blood-devouring world does. He had been lying on the grave for so many years, thinking about this matter, and he had some clues. Therefore, Feng Shi tried her best to be a sounding board. Senior brother, I feel that if you want to rebuild your physical body, you shouldn't rush it. You must first strengthen your soul. Only when the soul is strong enough can it be possible to reshape the physical body. Even if the physical body cannot be reshaped, you can still leave the house mirror and return to the world of flowers with the help of puppets. Lu Bui didn't have the time to choose words like Hua world and said, to tell you the truth, we have also thought about strengthening the soul, but the method of spiritual consciousness cultivation we have is very limited, otherwise we would not fall into deep sleep often. This is also due to the effect of stabilizing spiritual consciousness in the Forbidden World, otherwise what we came in the early years would have dissipated long ago. Feng Shi nodded. Senior brother, didn't I tell you before that I have been to the Devil World? I think there is something to learn from the method of cultivating spiritual consciousness in the Demon World, so I will tell you about it in detail. Feng Shi immediately told Lu Bui and others about the experience of cultivating spiritual consciousness in Blood-Swallowing World. Lu Bui and others nodded frequently, looking at Feng Shi with a little more admiration. Blood-Devouring World was already crazy, but now he is even crazier. My dear granddaughter, how are you? Let me just say that I am the #1 person in Juyu continent. I can think of this all by myself while lying on the grave. In the end, they have not researched anything, they're just a bunch of cowards. Besides, I died many years later than your senior brother. That's right, if everyone in this world were geniuses, my excellence wouldn't be apparent, ha ha ha. Feng Shi. Although he was a little speechless, what Zhu Xuan said was also true. There is no doubt that Lu Buju and the others are geniuses among geniuses, but a pervert like blood-devouring Huan may only appear once in hundreds of thousands of years. So did she. Hey. The grandfather and grandson were shamelessly enjoying themselves here, and Lu Buli and others had already begun to study the method of cultivating spiritual consciousness. Seeing that they were becoming more and more engaged as they chatted, Feng Shi coughed lightly. Senior brother, 3 disciples and grandsons, don't rush to study the cultivation of spiritual consciousness. After all, this matter cannot be studied in a day or two. Let's continue to discuss the matter of extending the search for the Haoshan mirror weapon Strit. Lu Buqi looked troubled. Junior sister, this is not easy to handle. On the one hand, the weapon Strit is very difficult to deal with, and on the other hand, unless it shows up on its own initiative, we don't know where to find it. Feng Shi said with a smile, okay, as long as there is enough bait, it will pop out naturally. After a while, you go out, call everyone out of the grave, and announce my identity. Then, you leave the good things to me for safekeeping for the time being. After I went out to play around, the weapon Strit of Haoshan mirror naturally came to me. When the time comes, I will find a way to persuade him to agree to an extension with affection and reason. Lu Buyi said immediately. That's not appropriate, your situation would be too dangerous. According to our experience with the Haoshan mirror Strit, it is both good and evil, and it might kill you. Xiang Ji also said, that weapon Strit is cunning and weird. I have suffered a lot from it, otherwise I wouldn't have lost my consciousness when carving the tombstone. Lin Xiangchun also said, yes, Fengzhu, it is too dangerous to do this. If you have any shortcomings, how can I live with my little grandson? Feng Shi. Why am I a little cold? At this time, Wen Shan's eyes flashed slightly and he said, although it is dangerous to do so, how can you catch the tiger's cub if you don't enter the tiger's den? Besides, since Fengzhu said so, I should still be somewhat sure. The reason why he said this was not because of his trust in Feng Shi, but because he felt that the reason why Feng Shi used the strategy was probably for their property. What do you mean by temporarily letting her keep it? This may be permanent for now. He had offended her before, but now that the sale was good, it was considered even. Hearing what Wen Shan said, Zheng Wen knew that it was time for him to appear. So, he cleared his throat and said, you may not know yet, but my junior sister has conquered the west of the 6 mirror clones of the Haoshan mirror Strit, namely the Behemoth, the Dingwin Tree, the 10,000 years fire marrow and the moon Strit black ginseng. As long as the other 2 clones are subdued, it can be said that it is almost certain to deal with the main body of the Haoshan mirror artifact Strit. Let me tell you this, as long as my junior sister promises, there is nothing she can't do. There is a saying in our northern region, believe in Feng Shi and you will have eternal life. You will deeply understand the weight of this sentence in the future. In short, you can safely and boldly give all the good things to my junior sister, and I guarantee that the spirit of the Haoshan mirror will be obedient. Zheng Wen's words gave way again, and several people showed expressions as if they had been struck by lightning. What the hell? Has she conquered the western clones of the Haoshan mirror artifact Strit? Isn't this her first time coming in? Isn't it just a few days since you came in? How did she do it? Could it be because the patriarch gave her a dream? In order to confirm what Zheng Wen said, Feng Shi immediately released the giant beast, Dingwin Tree, Wanyan fire marrow and Yuling black ginseng. Because of the limited space in the grave, the giant beast shrank in size. Even though the giant beast was as obedient as a little quail in front of Feng Shi, in front of Lu Buwei and a few people, he was so crazy that he could no longer control it. You little ants, why don't you kneel down and worship me? If you make me unhappy, I will bury you all alive. The 3 Dingyunshu hid away silently. Idiot. You commit suicide and don't hurt us. Sure enough, the next moment, the giant beast was taken back into the Strit beast bag by Feng Shi and ate a midnight snack. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1032 feeling ashamed. Seeing the giant beast being beaten by a group, the 3 Dingyunshu were very happy about their misfortune. As stupid as you are, let alone the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, even if you stuff the Changsheng sect's library into your head, it's useless. Lu Buli and the others had not yet recovered from the shock, especially when they saw Dingyunshu and the others. Fengzhu, junior sister, actually conquered the mirror clone of the Haoshan mirror Strit. And he also conquered the West. It's embarrassing to say that they don't know that the Haoshan mirror weapon Strit has a clone. In comparison, they really feel ashamed. Lu Bui originally thought Feng Shi was crazy, but now he felt that even if she was crazy, she still had the resources to be crazy. She deserves to be crazy. Feng Shi briefly introduced the situation of Shi Ji's mirror clone, and then said, it would be best if you can use your property to fish out the Haoshan mirror artifact Strit. If not, I will have to find a way to go to the winter domain to capture the remaining 2 mirror clones. At that time, the main body of the weapon Strit will have to come out. Lu Buqi nodded and said, junior sister, then I will do as you say. I will go out and wake up the other people in the Forbidden Realm, announce your identity in public, and ask them to hand over all their valuable belongings to you for safekeeping. Feng Shi smiled and said, okay. This freshly baked senior is so good. Be capable, have structure, and the key is to be obedient. Lu Bui opened the tomb chamber, and Lu Bui walked to the front, followed by Feng Shi, and then Zheng Wen, Shen, Xiangge and Lin Xiangchuan. Before entering Lu Buyi's tomb, Wen Shan and Xiang Ji would have had objections to Zheng Wen walking in front of them, but now they just pretended not to see it. They are all people who are going to be resurrected, there is no need to argue with a little brat. This has nothing to do with whether the little boy is Feng Zhu's beloved senior brother. It doesn't matter at all. Yuan Qinghe, who was hiding in the distance and eager to eat melon, was so shocked when he saw Lu Bui coming out of the tomb bag. He has never seen this third-generation ancestor since he came to the Forbidden Realm. He didn't expect that this old man would actually come out of his grave today. Is it because of Feng Shi? Even if Feng Shi is very talented in making talismans, it's not like this, right? When he was shocked, Lin Xiangchuan used his spiritual power and shouted. Ancestor Lu Bui has something important to announce, please gather quickly. Lin Xiangchuan straightened his back and raised his head, just like a big rooster showing off his power. He had been able to show off his authority in front of Yuan Qinghe before, and anyone he picked out in the Forbidden World was his ancestor. I feel very proud today. Although his seniority cannot be changed, he is now Feng Ju's most trusted grandson, and his future is limitless. Maybe he will be the first to be resurrected. After Yuan Qinghe heard Lin Xiangchuan's words, he quickly ran over and knelt on the ground to salute Lu Bui, Wenshan and Xiang Ji. Ignore Feng Shi and Zhang Wen. Lin Xiangchuan curled his lips, there was nothing he could see. Didn't you see that Feng Shi came out second? Even if you think with your toes, you should know that there is something going on here. When you cut off the position of the sect leader, it was just like a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. No wonder my Western disciples are unwilling to do so. I really don't see how much better you are than them. At this time, a tall old man came out of the grave next to him. He walked to Lu Bui and knelt down and kowtowed. Greetings to master. Lu Bui nodded, and then said to Feng Shi who was standing next to him, Junior sister, this is my useless apprentice Yao Ji. Feng Shi. Yao Ji. Senior brother, why did you accept a mahjong tile as your apprentice? I just rushed out a short chapter, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1033, question marks written all over the face. Feng Shi looked at Yao Ji and immediately opened the door to a new world. She has more and more spiritual pets, and naming them is a big problem. I might as well name it after mahjong tiles from now on. What kind of chicken? Whiteboard, red middle, east-west, north-south wind. When Feng Shi was thinking wildly, Lu Buju urged Yao Ji, what are you doing standing still? Why don't you quickly salute your junior uncle? Yao Ji was so shocked that he almost turned into a chicken. What the hell? Junior uncle? Master, are you suffering from some kind of crazy disease? Didn't my master accept you as a disciple? Why did another apprentice suddenly appear? Besides, how old is this little girl? How could he be accepted as a disciple by the master? Seeing that he had no reaction, Lu Bui's face suddenly darkened. Bastard, didn't you hear what I said? Why don't you hurry up and pay homage to your junior uncle? When Yao Ji saw his master angry, even though he was confused, he still knelt down and kowtowed to Feng Shi. Greetings to my junior uncle. Feng Shi said with a smile, be good. Get up. Yao Ji wanted to die at this time. Totally dead. The kind that leaves no soul behind. He must have committed some evil before his death, so he encountered such an adverse event. He was about to ask what was going on when he heard a snap. Turning around and looking over, he saw Yuan Qinghe slumped on the ground, as if he had seen a ghost. Yuan Qinghe was completely confused at this time. What did he just hear? Ancestor Lu Bui said that Feng Shi was his junior sister. Then isn't she the disciple of the second-generation ancestor? How is this possible? However, he recalled the abnormal behavior of Wen Shan and the other two people before and had to believe that it was true. But, when did she become a disciple? A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Isn't it when digging a hole? Others dig holes with soil, but what she digs out is seniority. Or a super senior. Lin Xiangchuan saw his stupidity and immediately kicked him. Why don't you salute Feng Zhu quickly? Although Yuan Qinghe was still dizzy, Yao Ji kowtowed to Feng Shi, so he could only obey obediently. Feng Shi did not ask him to get up immediately, but looked at him with a half-smile. Yuan Qinghe felt terrified when she saw him. After all, he had treated her differently before. It's really weird. I thought this little girl was harmless before, but why does she feel so scary now? Fortunately, he is only the soul now, otherwise he would have shed a cold sweat. At this time, Feng Shi sneered coldly and said, you died quite comfortably, but you left a mess for your apprentice. Yuan Qinghe. Who did you learn these words and sentences from? Whose family is best described as comfortable? What's the matter, do you think I'm smiling? Feng Shi continued. You clearly knew that the Supreme Elder of the West was dissatisfied with you and Sima Qinghong, but you did not take any preventive measures. As a result, Sima Qinghong was controlled by others after he succeeded the sect leader, and the huge Changsheng sect almost caused trouble to Xiao Qiang. If it weren't for me, the third-generation ancestor, to turn the tide, the Changsheng sect would have fallen into a situation of eternal disaster. If it is understandable that you died too hastily, then why didn't you ask about the current situation of the Changsheng sect when you met a few of us before? What does this mean? It shows that you don't take this matter to heart at all. Personally, you don't care enough for your apprentice. Publicly, you lack the ability to predict and control the overall situation. Please reflect on it. Yuan Qinghe was so embarrassed by Feng Shi. Although what Feng Shi said was a bit exaggerated, it was not wrong. Most of his energy was spent on cultivation, and he was indeed lacking in other aspects. It is precisely because of this that he chose Sima Qinghong, who is good at dancing and has long sleeves, as his successor. Zhongwen saw Yuan Qinghe being trained like a grandson, and felt funny in his heart. Even though the junior sister said it so grandly, she was actually retaliating. Who allowed people to be seen through the crack in the door of Yuanqing River? Feng Shi saw people coming out of the tomb one after another, and said to Yuan Qinghe, get up, what I just said was a bit harsh, and I feel sorry for Xiao Qinghong. It can be said that he was struggling. If he hadn't met me, he probably wouldn't have been the sect leader for a few days. Yuan Qinghe had no intention of complaining about Feng Shi calling Sima Qinghong Xiao Qinghong. He stood up with a look of shame, not even in the mood to eat melon anymore. At this time, people came out of the tomb one after another. In fact, the people in several nearby tombs had just heard everything, and they were not only shocked but also shocked. Why did a third-generation ancestor suddenly appear, falling from the sky? Every time someone came out, Lin Xiangchuan would whisper to Feng Shi and introduce who this person was, giving full play to his dog-leg spirit. Half an hour later, most of the people inside the tomb bag came out. Only a few people fell into a slumber and were not awakened. When Lu Buyi saw that the people had almost arrived, he said, "The main reason I have called you together today is to announce an extremely important matter. My master has accepted a new disciple, Feng Shi beside me." Everyone looked like they had been struck by lightning. There are question marks written all over his face. Lu Buji continued, "I know you are very confused. Now let my junior sister tell you the whole story." After saying that, he looked at Feng Shi and signaled that she could start. Feng Shi silently turned on the light of the scent, and then said, "Children, before I tell you the whole story, let me show you my master's identity token and the scene when my master accepted me as his disciple." Everyone was almost sent away by the children, Feng Shi said. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the photograph of Feng Shi and Duan Mewaizhang. In fact, even if Feng Shi didn't take out the token and take a group photo, they wouldn't dare to question it. After all, the ancestors of the third generation, the ancestors of the West generation, Wen Shan and Xiang Ji all recognized Feng Zai's identity. How could they dare to have any objections? After the group photo was played, Feng Shi began to shake off her vest again. One after another, one is more exciting than the other. She succeeded in welding dumbfoundedness onto the children's faces. After shaking off his little vest, Feng Shi talked about the Tiank Alliance and the Shenyan army again. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. No wonder the second-generation ancestor would accept Feng Shi as his apprentice. It turned out that he was thinking of the overall situation. Up to this point, everyone has recognized Feng Zai's identity, but they still feel a little awkward. After all, Feng Shi is too young. Who wants to call a furry kid an ancestor? But this time, Feng Shi threw out the resurrection pyre at the right time. Suddenly, the way these disciples looked at Feng Shi was completely different. Ancestors. Ancestor. They all knelt down and kowtowed to pay homage to Feng Zhu. Although there were only more than 100 people, they shouted with the momentum of a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Feng Shi curled her lips. It turns out that sincerity is her surefire skill. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1034, Did you understand the study of and quote, 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year S? Feng Shi had a cordial and friendly exchange with her disciples and grandchildren. Although there were more than 100 people, she could call everyone's name accurately, making everyone feel like a spring breeze. Everyone recognized Feng Zhu, who fell from the sky even more. Although she is young, she has the demeanor of an elder. Feng Shi felt that the heat was almost there, so she came up with the idea of using property to catch the Haoshan mirror weapon spirit, and released the giant beast Shi Ji. This time is different from before. The giant beast did not shrink its body, and Deng Yunshu did not hesitate to spend spiritual stones to turn himself into a towering tree. The 10,000 years of fire marrow also turned itself into a ball of flame. Even Yue Ling Wu Shen has stretched out his beard. Because they know very well that if the unscrupulous owner's plan to cheat money is ruined, it won't be solved by a late-night snack. Sure enough, their appearance gave everyone a huge psychological impact. It also made them believe in Feng Zai's words. They immediately took out the good things from the bottom of the box and lent them to Feng Shi. Feng Shi asked Zhang Wen to record these treasures one by one. In any case, the process was very formal. After putting away the things, Feng Shi gave another passionate speech. The central idea is that she will definitely be able to convince the Haoshan mirror artifact spirit to extend the deadline, and the day when everyone will be resurrected will not be too far away, and then we will fight side by side to repel the Tiank Alliance. The crowd immediately felt as if they had been given a shot of chicken blood, and the noise caused Duan Mewaizhang inside the tomb to have a sleepless night. However, he was also quite pleased that he, a close disciple who bought and sold by force, had the talent to be a leader and was much better than other juniors in winning people's hearts. But, did Master really entrust her with a dream? While he was wondering, Feng Shi had already left the barrier in the eyes of everyone who was reluctant to leave. After leaving the barrier, Zhang Wen asked, "Little junior sister, why do I feel like I've forgotten something?" Feng Shi slapped her forehead. They forgot about Jing Yan and the others. She quickly called Yuan Qinghe across the barrier to send Jing Yan and the others out. Yuan Qinghe was about to speak when Wen Shan said, "Feng Zhu, Yuan Qinghe has erased all their memories after entering the barrier. It will take a day or two to recover. Otherwise, since they are all people you can trust anyway, why not let them stay here to practice first so that they can learn more?" Feng Shi is so good. She immediately understood Wen Shan's intention. This was because she was afraid that she and Zhang Wen would abscond with the money, so they planned to keep Jing Yan and the other 5 as hostages. Also, if she ran away with someone, these old ghosts would have no way of catching her. Of course, if she had to take someone away, Wen Shan probably wouldn't dare to stop her, but there was no need. Now that the trust between the two parties is not that high, it is better to follow the trend and keep Jing Yan and the others, just so that they can learn more. If she hadn't needed help, she would have wanted Zhang Wen to stay too. So, she said with a smile, "Okay, let them stay here for the time being, and you should take more trouble to teach them well." Wen Shan was originally worried that Feng Shi would disagree, but he didn't expect that she would agree so easily. It seems that he has a villain's heart and a gentleman's heart. Feng Shi waved to everyone inside the barrier again, and then left with Zhang Wenshao. Zhang Wen felt happy. If he were detained in the barrier, the junior sister would take him away even if she tried her best. This is the gap in status. He asked in a low voice, "Little junior sister, do you plan to be the master of the 2 continents, Jiyu continent and Tiank continent?" Feng Shi. When did I say such shameless words? At most, I only plan to be the light of Shuinglu. Of course, if public opinion is what it wants, I can only reluctantly agree to be the lord of the 2 continents. When Zhang Wen saw that Feng Shi didn't say anything, he took it as her acquiescence and laughed twice. Little junior sister, you will definitely be too busy by yourself by then, so how about you leave Juyu continent to me? I promise to take care of it for you. Feng Shi. I'm not floating yet, and you're already in heaven. And hand over Juyu continent to you. Let's just say, do you have the brains? If you were the lord of Juyu continent, you would probably be ousted within 3 days of taking office. However, she saw Zhang Wen's clear and stupid eyes and said with a smile. 5th senior brother, who among us is following whom? Not to mention the 9 nether continent, you can manage both continents. Maybe there are other continents besides these 2 continents, I will leave them all to you. When Zhang heard about it, he was so happy that he couldn't even find it. In fact, he doesn't really want to be the lord of 9 netherworld, but just to prove his status in Feng Zai's heart. With his temperament, if you let him sit there and deal with official business, he will suffocate to death. He was quite happy, but Zhu Xuan was so angry that he cursed. He's so heartless that he still wants to be the lord of the 9 netherworlds. He doesn't, well, don't look in the mirror. Shaoxi, you can't be confused. Such an important position must be held by a highly respected person who is at least tens of thousands of years old. Feng Shi immediately said, are you talking about those people in the Forbidden World? I think my senior brother is good, what do you think? Blood-devouring world. Don't you know who I'm talking about? You stupid girl pretending to be confused. Feng Shi joked for a while and then got down to business. She began to show off the treasures she had borrowed from her disciples, but unfortunately she did not see the artifact spirit of the Haoshan mirror appear after showing off for a long time. Feng Shi thought to herself, it seems that this bitch is quite capable. If this is the case, then we can only continue to look for the remaining 2 mirror clones. She said to Yue Ling Wuxian, take me to the entrance of the Winter Realm. Yue Ling Wuxian hesitated for a moment and then said, are you sure you want to go to the Winter Territory? I secretly went to the Winter Territory once, and I almost died as soon as I entered the Winter Territory. It's so scary there. Before Feng Shi could speak, the giant beast said angrily. You, how can you compare with Fengzhu? Fengzhu has even subdued the old immortals in the Forbidden World, so why are you afraid of the Winter Territory? Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Yue Ling Wuxian. No, why did you suddenly become enlightened? Have you understood the study of 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation? The giant beast had no choice. In order not to skip the meal, it had no choice but to flatter him without conscience. When conscience is in trouble, what can it do? Yue Lingwu saw that Feng Shi was determined to go to the Winter Territory, so he had no choice but to lead the way. Feng Shi gained a lot in the Forbidden World, so she was in a good mood, so she distributed beast cores to the spiritual pets. The giant beast. Is there such a good thing in this world? At this moment, they strengthened their belief. Kill the Haoshan mirror weapon spirit itself. Only in this way can they follow Phoenix Ancestor forever. They're quite beautiful, and the sealed wooden sword is extremely sad. Master. Have you forgotten the cute little bitch? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1035. Why don't you call Googly? The wooden sword is becoming more and more dangerous. It feels that just looking for anger from spiritual pets like Feng Shi can no longer satisfy it. It wants to expand its scope and strive to make itself a big grievance. So, it started to scold those old ghosts in the Forbidden World. Let's start with Duanmu Weizhang, you old coffin boy, are you the only one who deserves to be the master of my wooden sword master? If nothing else, can you at least give me a greeting gift? You old stingy. Then he cursed Lu Barui again. This name is a foul. What is Lu Bui? Why don't you call Gubuli? Picking a name that touches on the porcelain idiom makes you look literate, right? Ellipsis. Mu Jian brought out the true nature of Gang Jing to the extreme, complaining one by one. Anyway, there are more than 100 old ghosts in the Forbidden World, which is enough for him to scold for a while. Naturally, Feng Shi didn't know about Mu Jian's sexy skills, so she asked Yue Ling Wuxian. Tell me about the terrible method in Winter Territory. Yue Ling Wuxian had a look of fear on her face. Before I entered the Winter Territory, I specially observed it through the barrier for a few days. It was like a fairyland inside, and there was no danger at all. I hesitated and went in. I can't remember what happened after I entered. When I regained consciousness, I had already returned to Chuyu. Although I don't remember what happened, it must have been life-threatening because all my whiskers were broken. Our Yueling Wuxian has a life-saving ability. Once all its beards are broken, it will teleport. I guess I escaped by instinct at that time. Do you think this Winter Realm is scary? Feng Shi nodded. It sounded like there was indeed something evil in this Winter Territory. However, no matter how evil the door is, you still have to try. Evil cannot prevail against good, not to mention she is the light of both continents, and the light of justice will eventually shine on the earth. A few hours later, Yueling Wuxian took Feng Shi and Zhun to a place near a trench. There was nothing unusual here, but after Yueling Wuxian formed the seal, Feng Shi and Zhun Wen saw a transparent barrier. Sure enough, as Yueling Wuxian said, the boundary was decorated with carved pillars and painted buildings, and the mist shrouded it. It really looked like the fairyland that people imagined. Yueling Wuxian took a deep breath and asked Feng Shi, have you made up your mind? Do you really want to go in? Before Feng Shi could speak, the giant beast said impatiently. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Can things decided by Feng Zhu be changed? Hurry up and open the barrier. Yueling Wuxian was so angry that her beard shook, just like that jellyfish. At this time, Wanyan Huomui said to Feng Shi. You can release the three of us, maybe we can help you. Feng Shi raised her lips. Do you want to help me, or are you afraid that I am too useless and you won't even have a chance to escape if you are in the spirit beast bag? 1,000 years of fire marrow. Could this damn girl be able to read minds? How does she know what I think? By the way, that dead rabbit can read minds. but that dead rabbit was sleeping soundly. How strange. Even though Fang Shi guessed it, it was not stupid, so of course it would not admit it and said angrily. You're really being treated like a donkey with good intentions. It's up to you. Fang Shi chuckled lightly and released the giant beast, Linguin Tree and 10,000 years fire marrow. Wanyan Huomui felt so guilty that his face turned red. Fortunately, it was just a bunch of flames, so you couldn't see it. When Yue Lingwu saw them coming out, he asked them to help him form a seal to open the barrier. Soon, an entrance appeared on the barrier that only allowed one person to enter or exit. Fang Shi pursed her lips and said, I am greedy for life and afraid of death, you go in first. 10,000 years of fire marrow. If we had known this, we might as well have stayed in the strut beast bag. You really shot yourself in the foot. The giant beast rolled its big eyes and said, Yue Lingwu Shen, you have been in before and have experience, so you go in first. Xiao Huo Miao, you are thin and withered and quick to react, you are the second one to go in. Xiaoqiang, you are also very slim compared to me, so you go in third and I take the back seat. 3 Yue Lingwu Jinsing. It seems that 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation is indeed a magical book. Even the two idiots became cautious after seeing it. The giant beast felt very happy. It was now almost as smart as Fang Shi, a stinky girl. If it works harder, it will be just around the corner to surpass her. When 10,000 years fire marrow and the others were about to argue with the giant beast, Fang Shi said, just do as it says. The 3 Yue Lingwu Jinsing had no choice but to do as they were told. The giant beast thought to himself, it seems that flattering really works. It will have to keep up its efforts in the future. Yue Lingwu Shen and the others entered the barrier one after another. Fang Shi looked across the barrier and found nothing unusual about them. She guessed that there was either a problem with the barrier, or that there would be problems within a period of time after entering. Just as she was about to step in, Zheng said hurriedly, little junior sister, wait a moment. When Fang Shi was wondering, Zheng took out a rope from the storage ring and tied his right arm to Fang Zai's left arm. Fang Shi. Are you the one who still wants to be the Lord of 9 Netherworlds? Is it possible that when you become the Lord of 9 Netherworlds, you will tie me up with a rope? Zheng doesn't want this either, he also wants to save face. But what Yue Lingwu Shen said was so scary. If he wasn't tied to his junior sister, he would really have no idea. Face and all that are worthless compared to life. Soon, Fang Shi and Zheng entered the barrier, hand in hand. The moment he entered the barrier, Fang Shi found that the scene in front of him had completely changed. In front of him are mountains of spiritual stones, as well as countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures and spiritual weapons. Fang Shi. That's a lot of money. She said to herself, I have money, but where are the people I care about? The next moment, she saw a happy scene in front of her. Whether it was Master Xiao Beidao, the 5 senior brothers, or a group of masters, grandfathers, disciples, grandchildren, etc., they were all drinking and talking. Fang Shi showed her starry eyes again, and then said to herself, I'm already the eldest, so why haven't I gotten married yet? For a philanthropic person like me, 1 husband is not enough. I also have 72 concubines in 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I want all kinds of beautiful men. As she spoke, a group of men gathered around her, including gentle gentlemen, handsome monks, and burly men, all types of men. Fang Shi laughed so hard that her branches trembled. If you have a man, do you also have to have children? I have nothing to do to tinker with the elixir for men to have children, and let these husbands give me 30 or 50 children each. The scene in front of her was blurry for a moment, but soon thousands of cubs appeared in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi said with a smile, come on, kids, mom will give you names. Your name is Yao Bing, your name is Lu Tiao, your name is Ba Wan, your name is Bai Ban. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 1036. She is such a considerate little junior sister. Fang Shi quickly ran out of names in the mahjong tiles, and was in pain when naming her. Having many children means a heavy burden. Finally, she simply waved her hand and said, let your father name the rest. So, the cubs rushed to their biological father. She held her chin and looked at this beautiful and harmonious picture, and said quietly, actually, these are not too important to me. What I want to realize most is to teach the mirror image of Winter Domain a lesson so that it can improve the quality of the illusion. Don't show off your trivial skills to make people look embarrassed. Otherwise, if someone else's teeth are knocked out by laughing, they will have to ask for compensation. The scene in front of Fang Shi was distorted and finally disappeared. What appeared in front of Fang Shi at this time was a desolate land with no grass growing on it. Fang Shi immediately looked for Zheng Wen and saw that he had untied the rope at some point and was making gestures with the Jingxian sword. I'm such a genius, a natural swordsman. Ha ha ha, my gentleman's sword is known all over the world and I am indeed the best swordsman in the world. As the saying goes, the master is better than the master, and I, Zheng Wen, am the best in swordsmanship. Ellipsis. Fang Shi could tell that he was exhausted, but he still kept swinging his sword. It is estimated that if he cannot bear the illusion, he will die of exhaustion sooner or later. Fang Shi looked around the Western Zhou dynasty and found no signs of the giant beasts. He guessed that they might have been teleported to different places when they entered. I have to say that the 5th senior brother was really foresighted. If he hadn't tied the 2 of them together with a rope, they would have separated. Fang Shi is not too worried about the safety of 10,000 years fire marrow and the others. According to Yue Lingwu Shen, they shall all have life-saving magical powers, and they will not lose their lives even if they suffer some crimes. Fang Shi took out a chair from the storage ring, sat on it and gnawed on the spirit fruit while opening the image stone. Of course she had to help 5th senior brother record such a beautiful scene. She is such a considerate little junior sister. Fang Shi had no intention of helping Zheng Wenken break through the illusion, at least not when his life was not in danger. Some things you still have to rely on yourself. If her guess is correct, this mirror clone of Winter Realm can amplify the desires and desires in people's hearts. This is harder to see through than an illusion. For example, Zhang Wen in front of him had all his desires and desires to achieve success in the art of swordsmanship. When magnified, he wanted to be the best in the world. If a person cannot control his desires and desires, he will become a slave of desires and desires sooner or later. Just like what is described in some martial arts novels, some people even commit suicide in order to become the best in the world. Fang Shi couldn't help but think of blood-devouring world. Her cheap grandfather's obsession was deeper than Zhang Wen's. If he encountered the situation in front of him, he would probably fall for it. Thinking of this, she was stunned. Why was her cheap grandfather so quiet? Could it be that he fell into a deep sleep again? After checking it with her spiritual sense, she found that it was indeed the case. It seems that the reason why he was so active before was related to the formation of the Forbidden Realm. After leaving, he would not be able to sustain it for too long. While she was thinking wildly, Zhang Wen collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Even so, he was still waving the shocking sword in his hand. Finally, Zhang Wen lay on his back on the ground. The Jingxin sword in his hand had been released, but he was still making gestures with his fingers. Fang Shi. Let's just say you have to be the best swordsman in the world. Can't we be second best in the world? Just when Fang Shi was about to intervene with his spiritual consciousness, he heard Zhang Wen let out a long sigh. Oh, junior sister, why can't I beat you? I know you are powerful, but I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so powerful. You are a pervert. What a pervert. Fang Shi, I don't even need to save you. Just hold it there. However, there was no need for her to save him. Zhang Wen was already awake. He first looked at the sky with a blank expression, and then crawled to reach the Jingxin sword not far away. My little Jingxin, my sweetheart. Fang Shi. So you are this kind of fifth brother. At this time, Zhang Wen finally discovered Fang Shi belatedly. There was confusion on his face for a moment, and then panic. Little junior sister, didn't you hear what I just said? Fang Shi, which sentence are you referring to? Did you call me a pervert, or did you call Jingxin sword my darling? The next moment, Zhang Wen choked and fainted. Fang Shi rolled his eyes, but still gave Zhang Wen the elixir to replenish his spiritual power and physical strength. Zhang Wen woke up soon and almost cried when he saw Fang Shi. Little junior sister, I'm not, please listen to my explanation. Fang Shi shook her head wildly. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Zhang Wen. Did I wake up or not? How did the little junior sister turn from a pervert to a fool? When he first saw the amusement in Fang Zai's eyes, he blushed and said, I became the best in the world in the fantasy world, and my amazing sword skills are indispensable, so I just call it my sweet little treasure. In addition, little junior sister, even in the fantasy world, I am still your brother, and I have absolutely no intention of caring about you. I call you a pervert, which is just a nickname. Fang Shi, yes, I believe it completely. Zhang Wen. He was afraid that Fang Shi would misunderstand, so he explained again and again. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Fifth senior brother, if we don't even have this little trust between us, what kind of brothers and sisters are we? Zhang Wen smiled happily. What he said was indeed true. In the illusion, he relied on the shocking sword and eternal swordsmanship to defeat invincible opponents in the world and became the best in the world, with unparalleled scenery. Just when he was obsessed with this, Lang Budding thought of his junior sister. Then the little junior sister appeared in front of him, and beat him like a dead dog. Thanks to this, he was able to break through the illusion. Therefore, junior sister is his light. It is his god. Zhang Wen rested for a while, and then he remembered to ask Fang Shi. Little junior sister, haven't you fallen into an illusion? Fang Shi said with a smile, I also fell into it, but my desires and desires were too much, and the illusion collapsed in the first place. Zhang Wen. Is this okay? After a while, Fang Shi saw that Zhang Wen's physical and spiritual power had recovered somewhat, so he said. Let's go find them. She actually wanted to release Xiao Hui for transportation, but then she thought about it. If it was released, it would definitely fall into the illusion, which would delay even more time. Might as well stay on your legs. Soon, an hour passed. Fang Shi was afraid that Zhang Wen wouldn't be able to hold on, so she asked. Fifth senior brother, do you need to rest for a while? Zhang Wen shook his head. No, it's better to find them quickly. He had just lost his master in front of his junior sister, and he can wait to find a balance with that idiot. It's best to use a photo stone to record them. Fortunately, the junior sister didn't think about the problem with the photo stone, otherwise his dark history would not be clear. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1037 Gifts from Nature. Zhang Wen had no idea that his good junior sister not only took photos for him, but was also planning to give him a surprise when he drifted off. The two of them walked for half an hour, and Zhang Wen pointed with his hand. Little junior sister, look. Fang Shi looked in the direction of his finger and saw Yue Ling Wu Shen was pupating on the ground. It's just that it has too many whiskers. No matter how well it coordinates, it's still stumbling, not to mention embarrassing. Zhang Wen hurriedly took out the photo stone to record this wonderful moment. While recording, he said to Fang Shi. It seems that this thing's wish is to walk like a human. It has quite ambitious ambitions. Fang Shi said with a smile, Fifth senior brother, I know why all the whiskers were broken when it came in last time. Zhang Wen asked curiously, why? Maybe it felt that the whiskers were too much and got in the way, so it broke it on its own. Zhang Wen, then what should we do next? The smile on Fang Zai's face became even brighter. Of course I am waiting to pick up the ginseng seeds. Although the medicinal effect of the ginseng seeds is not as good as other parts, it is better than nothing. It is a gift from nature, so don't give it up in vain. Zhang Wen. Are you sure it's a gift from nature and not adding insult to injury? When Fang Shi was wondering when Yue Ling Wu Shen would be able to cut off her beard, the flattering voice of the golden pig rang out in her consciousness. Master, you are the smartest person in the world. When I saw Yue Ling Wu Shen cocooning there, I guessed the whole story. I was so impressed by Jian Shou. Either you can be the third-generation ancestor of the Changsheng sect. I am not exaggerating. With your intelligence and wisdom, let alone the third-generation ancestor, even the founder of the Changsheng sect is incomparable to you. You are the omnipotent God. You are the only light in my life. You are everything to me. Fang Shi, speak humanly. Golden Pig, I want to eat ginseng seeds. It has long been greedy for the body of Yue Ling Wu Shen. But because they are all accomplices, and its current abilities are mediocre, it can only watch ginseng every day to quench its thirst. Unexpectedly, the unscrupulous owner actually missed it. With so many whiskers, it's not too much to give it a few, right? Fang's eyes flashed slightly. It's not impossible to eat the beards, even if I give them all to you, but... As soon as the Golden Pig hears, but it knows that the whiskers will probably not be able to eat. However, I still listen to Fang Shi continue talking with a glimmer of hope. But there is no reward for no merit, you have to make some contribution. The Golden Pig is scolding in his heart. Make some contribution. Have I contributed too little to you? You said it yourself, how many times have I died for you? Although it has just dissipated and is no longer real, the feeling of death is still the same. You are too greedy. No wonder it makes people's illusions explode. He cursed in his heart, but flattered him with his mouth. Master, what you said is too outrageous. Even if I don't have a ginseng beard, as long as you give me an order, I can make any contribution you want me to do, even if it means going up the knife mountain or going down the frying pan. Fang Shi nodded with satisfaction. There is no need for you to go up the mountain of swords and get down from the frying pan. You just need to tell me your method of cultivating the physical body. Golden Pig, you might as well let me go up the knife mountain and down the frying pan. The method of cultivating my physical body is an undisclosed secret of my Tati clan. How can I tell you? It coughed twice. Well, I suddenly feel a little sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. After that, there was no movement. Fang Shi curled her lips and ignored Golden Pig, but looked at Yue Ling Wu Shen. Yue Ling Wu Shen is still in the persistent cricket chrysalis, focusing on an involution. It's so rolled up that I can't move even an inch. I don't know if it was mad, but it released a ray of spiritual power and started to chop its own beard, and finally only one main beard was left. It suddenly jumped away as light as a swallow. Sure enough, there is no need to be light-weighted. Fang Zima ran over and put all the ginseng seeds into the storage ring. Just after collecting it, I heard Zhang Wen shout. Little junior sister, look, what is it trying to do? Fang Shi looked up and saw that the Yue Ling Wu ginseng had stopped in place for some reason, releasing a trace of spiritual power and attacking his main beard. With a poisonous hand. But it seems that instead of cutting off the main beard, I want to split the main beard into two. Is this like the Little Mermaid? What an idea. Fang Shi felt that if not stopped, Yue Ling Wu Shen's natal magical power would be stimulated, and not only would it be teleported out, but it will also deplete its cultivation. So she released a ray of consciousness to carefully attack Yue Ling Wu Shen's sea of consciousness, awakening it with pain. Not to mention, this method works every time, and this time is no exception. Yue Ling Wu Shen noticed the pain and suddenly woke up. It fell to the ground in a daze. Different from the last time, this time it was awakened by Fang Shi, so it preserved the memory in the illusion. After a while, I got up and searched west. Where is Zuzi? Where is my beard? It clearly remembers that it got crazy and cut off all its whiskers. Why are they gone? Where have you been? Are you fine? Ran away by yourself. Finally, it set its sights on Fang Shi. Fengzu, where is my whisker? Fang Shi smiled and said, I was afraid that you would be sad when you saw it, so I put it away for you. Yue Ling Wu Shen. Are you afraid that I will be sad or that I won't be sad? Just when it was about to ask Fang Shi for something, it heard Fang Shi say. Is your obsession to walk on two legs? In fact, this is very simple. You have fallen into a misunderstanding. Let me give you a tip. When you walk next time, don't you just leave two whiskers and the other whiskers curl up. Don't say you want to walk with two whiskers, just any number will do. Yue Ling Wu Shen. Is this okay? Why didn't I think of that? It immediately wanted to try, but unfortunately all the whiskers were chopped off by it, leaving only one main whisker. At this time, Fang Shi took out all the beards that had been put away and asked Yue Ling Wu Shen. Do you want to keep it yourself or leave it with me? Of course Yue Ling Wu Shen wanted to take it back, but after thinking about what Fang Shi had done, she probably had to trick her into taking it back, and she would also have to give it extra food. So, he said against his will, you helped me break through the illusion, and also helped me solve the problem of walking on two legs. These whiskers are given to you. When it said this, its heart was bleeding. What is the most painful thing about ginseng? The ginseng is still alive, but the beard is gone. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1038. Could it be that my sword grid was split? Fang Shi saw that Yue Ling Wu Shen really wanted to give Zuzi to her, so she had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. She is just not good at rejecting other people's kindness. However, she never took things from others for nothing, so she immediately gave Yue Ling Wu Shen 2 purple beast cores. Yue Ling Wu Shen feels much better. No matter what, I finally saw the money coming back. Besides, if it weren't for the stinky girl, it would have had to rely on its natal magical powers to save its life, which would have definitely cost a lot of cultivation. Just give it to her if you give it to her. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Thinking of this, its injured heart quickly healed itself. Fang Shi put Yue Ling Wu ginseng into the spirit beast bag and took Zhang Wen to look for the other 3 mirror clones. After walking out for an hour, Fang Shi saw the giant beast. At this time, the giant beast was giving lessons to a pile of rocks. Today we will mainly study the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. As a teacher, I relied on this magical book to become the smartest god in the world. Teacher, I'll give you a question. Guess whether the bird in my paw is alive or dead. Do you dare to compete with my teacher to see who can jump the farthest? Ellipsis. Just when Feng Shi felt it was funny, she heard the giant beast say again. Feng Shi, my master has told you many times that you are stupid by nature and will never be able to eat Western food in your life. So, if you want the stupid bird to fly first, go back and copy the 5-year and 3-year college entrance examination simulation 10,000 times. Feng Shi. Well, big man, you want to have a late night snack during the new year. Yueling Mushen was very gloating about its misfortune. All it lost was its whiskers, but what the fool lost was its happiness. Feng Shi was too lazy to listen to the beeping of the giant beast anymore, so she used her spiritual consciousness to wake it up. The giant beast thought of everything that happened in the illusion, and suddenly the whole beast felt bad. Finished. It's over. The stinky girl with a black heart may not torture me in any way. What to do, what to do, what to do. At this moment, the giant beast integrated the knowledge it had learned and sublimated it. It knelt on the ground with a plop and said angrily. Fengzu, I was wrong, you can punish me. You can hit or scold me, as long as you can vent your anger. Feng Shi. Growing so fast. She snorted coldly, then as you said, copy the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation 10,000 times. The giant beast wants to die. But then I thought about it, the stinky girl didn't set a time limit, so it didn't make any difference whether she had this punishment or not. It seems that kneeling down to admit your mistakes is still very useful. I will be sure to use this trick from now on. Feng Shi invited Zhang Wen to sit on the back of the giant beast together, and continued to search for the 10,000 years of fire marrow and the Dingwin tree. The giant beast didn't want to carry Zhang Wen on its back, but now that it was wrong, it didn't dare to bring it up. Zhang Wen sat on the back of the giant beast and thought of the scene in the illusion. How high-spirited he was. Like the giant beast, he could kill 8 with one sword. So, you still have to become stronger. The giant beast was very fast, and within half an hour, Feng Shi and the others discovered the Dingwin tree. Seeing the scene in front of him, the giant beast almost laughed out loud. I saw the Dingwin tree jumping up and down desperately, roaring like a chicken blood. I can touch the sky. I'm as high as the sky. I'm a real towering tree. Ellipsis. The giant beast said to Feng Shi, Fengzu, do you think the Dingwin tree can touch my feet when it jumps? Feng Shi. I didn't expect your mouth to be quite bad. Even more damaging than the beast was Zhang Wen, who was constantly changing the angle of the video, trying to achieve 360 degrees without any blind spots. Seeing this scene, the giant beast rarely had the ability to draw inferences. Didn't this damn Zhang Wen also record the scene of him falling into an illusion? Yueling Mushen had already thought of it. It has become numb. Ginseng is so difficult, and this is not the worst thing to do. When Feng Shi saw that Zhang Wen had finished recording, he used his spiritual consciousness to wake up Ngunshu. The giant beast said as if he was in debt. Xiao Kong, you are such a naughty boy and you still want to be as tall as the sky. You are so shameless. I think you should continue to dream, there is everything in your dream. Ngunshu was already very embarrassed and angry, but when he heard the giant beast's words, he fainted from anger. The giant beast couldn't help but feel complacent. Now I have the eloquence to make people dizzy. Isn't that about to catch up with the stinky girl? My learning ability is really strong. Feng Shi didn't bother to tell whether Ngunshu was really fainted or fake. After putting it into the spirit beast bag, he continued to search for the 10,000 years fire marrow. I searched and searched for more than an hour but couldn't see the shadow of the 1,000 years fire marrow. The giant beast was panting from exhaustion. Will this bitch get into the ground? Its words gave Feng Shi a wake-up call. It is really possible that the 10,000 years of fire marrow has gone underground. This is difficult to do. Since entering the winter domain, she has been unable to sense the location of the western mirror clone unless the distance is very close. Isn't this looking for a needle in a haystack? After thinking about it, her heart moved and she asked. Fifth senior brother, if you were the marrow of 10,000 years of fire, what would be your wish? Zhang Wen felt happy while thinking about it. Why did the junior sister ask him? Do you even need to ask? Because the junior sister recognizes his intelligence. He is the smartest person after his junior sister. Little did he know that Feng Shi felt that this kind of problem shouldn't be too complicated, and it was best to think about it with a single-minded brain circuit. Isn't this the strength of fifth senior brother? Zhang Wen quickly thought of the answer. Little junior sister, it was 10,000 years fire marrow that took the initiative to cling to you. It must have followed you out for a walk. Therefore, it is uninhibited by nature and loves freedom. Therefore, I infer that its wish should be to break away from the control of the Haoshan mirror itself and stand on its own. Feng Shi. Don't say it, it actually makes some sense. However, even if you know the wish of 10,000 years of fire marrow, where can you find it? At this time, Yue Ling Wushen said, isn't it going to drill into the center of the earth in order to escape from its body? Feng Shi. It's really possible. You may not necessarily have crawled into a mouse hole now. How to find this? The sealed wooden sword was so anxious that it died. Isn't this simple? Hurry up and wake up Yanho Shu. If it turned into a fire unicorn, wouldn't it be easy to find the marrow of 10,000 years of fire? What do you think? Just say that it won't work without this dog-headed military advisor, right? Also, these wimps can't even see through an illusion and are not worthy of being its competitors. If it were replaced with it, it would be easy to tell that this is an illusion. When the wooden sword was extremely inflated, Feng Shi asked Zhang Wen. Fifth senior brother, do you still remember how we fished for fire marrow at the junction of north and south? Zhang Wen slapped his forehead and said, you mean the 10 directions bloodstone? Feng Shi smiled and nodded, then took out a large number of Shifang bloodstones. This thing has a very strong attraction to the fire marrow. As long as the quantity is large enough, it should be able to stimulate the 10,000 years of fire marrow to wake up. This is the same principle as using spiritual consciousness to stimulate. In short, it is to apply external force to weaken the influence of the illusion. When Liu Jian saw this scene, he suddenly withered like a balloon pricked by a needle. It seems that even without me, the unscrupulous master will still kill the West. There's not much with me, there's not much without me. It's pity that I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, have no sense of existence at all. What's the point of my life? It's better to just die. Ha! How could I have such rebellious thoughts? Shouldn't the normal thought be to work hard to gain a sense of presence? Oh my god. Could it be that my sword grid is split? Then I will be a mental sword from now on. At this moment, Liu Jian heard a clicking sound coming from the sword blade outside. It's over. This time, it's probably really cracked. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1039. Please give me 1 million spiritual stones. Little Fat Bird immediately discovered the abnormality of the wooden sword and quickly reported it to Feng Shi. Feng Shi quickly put her consciousness into the spirit beast bag, and her heart suddenly tightened when she saw the condition of the wooden sword. There are more and more cracks on the wooden sword, and the degree is much more serious than before. Is this going to break apart completely? Although Jun Wen had previously guessed that the wooden sword might be the same as her golden elixir, neither breaking nor establishing, but what if he guessed wrong? Just when she was extremely anxious, the wooden sword completely cracked, revealing a dazzling golden color. Feng Shi took a closer look and found that there was actually a small golden sword inside the wooden sword. It's really a small sword, only 1 foot and 3 inches long, which is about the length of a rolling pin. At the same time, the swishing sound of the wooden sword came from Feng Zai's consciousness. Master, my dear master, we finally meet again. I thought I would never see you again in this life. During the days when I was sealed, I missed you every moment, and my heart was filled with longing for you. Feng Shi interrupted his long speech and asked, how did you become a rolling pin? Wooden sword. No, which eye of yours saw me turn into a rolling pin? Although the sword blade is indeed a bit short, there is an essential difference between me and the rolling pin, okay? I am a sword. A real sword. But it doesn't dare to argue with Feng Shi now. After all, its status is unstable now. What if it says something wrong and the unscrupulous owner doesn't like it? Not to mention the rolling pin, even if Feng Shi calls it a shit stirrer, it doesn't even say a word. So, even though he was dissatisfied with Feng Shi's words, he still said in a mean way. Master, I don't know why it became like this. Maybe it's because you like gold, that's why I became like this. This shows that the two of us are destined to be together. I am your sword in life and your sword ghost in death. Feng Shi, sword ghost, I think you have seen a ghost. Anyway, the wooden sword was finally alive and kicking, and Feng Shi finally put his heart at ease. As for whether the wooden sword would have any power after it grew to this size, Feng Shi had almost no hope, and she didn't care much about it. Even if Liu Jianyi was fed for nothing, she would still keep it. Anyway, I have so much to eat for free, so one more won't make a difference. Thinking of this, Feng Shi couldn't help but sigh. Others traveled through time to open a harem, but she traveled through time to open a zoo. Why is there such a big gap between people? At this time, Jun Wen said, little junior sister, there is something going on. Feng Shi put away her messy thoughts and looked in the direction Jun Wen pointed. Then, a cluster of flames jumped out from the place where the 10 directions bloodstones were piled, and were frantically absorbing the energy of the 10 directions bloodstones. It is the essence of 10,000 years of fire. Feng Shi quickly put the 10 directions bloodstones into the storage ring, and then said to the 10,000 years fire marrow. You just absorbed a total of 8 pieces of 10 directions bloodstone. I don't want more, just give me 100 million spiritual stones. 1,000 years of fire marrow. You've even insulted the word profiteer. You are a robber. Want spiritual stones, go ahead and dream. The next moment, Feng Shi released the little fat bird. You don't have to give me the spirit stones. Just let the fat bird take a bite of you. 10,000 years of fire marrow, are you sure I will still be alive after it bites you twice? It had no choice but to bargain with Feng Shi, and finally settled the deal at 10 million spirit stones. Although the 10,000 years fire marrow does not have spiritual stones, it has also collected a lot of good things over the years, such as the bamboo shoots in the underground river, and used them to pay debts. 10,000 years of fire marrow wishes he could disembowel himself and vomit out the Shifang bloodstone that he had eaten. However, with its intelligence, it quickly thought of a way to make up for the losses. If it had not fallen into the illusion of desire, it would not have eaten the stinky girl's 10 directions bloodstone, so this was all caused by the Winter Domain mirror clone. This loss must be compensated. So, it said indignantly. Feng Zhu, this Dongyu mirror clone is such a jerk that he actually used such a sinister method to deal with us. We must teach it a lesson and let it know what regret is. The giant beast said in a muffled voice. What you're saying is nonsense. Don't Feng Zhu want to take care of it? The key is that it keeps hiding like a turtle, so how can we take care of it? 1,000 years of fire marrow. How come this idiot seems to have grown some brains after just a short absence? Yes, how can we force out the mirror clone of Winter Domain? This is indeed a difficult question. This chapter is short and the next chapter will be longer, about 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1040 Dreams Come True. 10,000 years fire marrow found it very difficult to deal with. If the mirror clone of Winter Domain is determined not to come out, no matter how hard it is, coercion and inducement will be useless. Otherwise, they would find a way to find it. Where can I find it? The winter territory is so big, even if the opponent hides in a mouse hole, they won't be able to find him. What's more, time is limited, so it's impossible to find one here. Not only does it think so, the giant beasts also think so, and even Jun Wen also thinks so. At this time, great wisdom came out. Liu Jian felt that the donkey Shitan and his like had stolen the limelight during his absence. Now that it is back, it must take back everything that belongs to it. It immediately started giving bad ideas to Feng Shi. Master, when you were in the autumn region before, you ordered the sea snake army to pack up all the seafood, which forced the moon-strip black sea cucumber out. I think it would be better for you to follow the example of the gourd and put all the stones in the winter domain into the storage ring. Maybe that turtle will come out. Feng Shi. Should I put all the stones in the winter realm into a storage ring? Let's not talk about whether I have so many storage rings. The key point is, do I have the time? Besides, are there any stones in this winter domain that would have any effect on the mirror clone? Maybe they're just waiting for someone to help them clean up. When Niu Jian saw that his suggestion was rejected, he did not get discouraged, but started to flatter him. Master, although you haven't figured out a way to crack it yet, I believe that with your intelligence, this is no problem at all. This mirror clone of winter domain will be taken down by you sooner or later. Otherwise, you might as well just fool it with your words. Even the second-generation ancestor of the Shangsheng sect was fooled by you to become your master, so a mere mirror clone is naturally no problem. Niu Jian's words gave Feng Shi a wake-up call. To get Dong Yu's mirror clone to come out is nothing more than coercion and inducement, so let's try the trick. She pondered in her mind, then turned on the light of the scent. Although the method of deceiving people is good, it also needs external support. She said crisply, Dong Yu's mirror image, I have a few words from the bottom of my heart that I want to talk to you. Of course, if you are a coward and don't dare to listen, you will block your 5 senses. The sound of wooden swords flattery sounded in his consciousness. Master, it has to be you. Once you use this provoking method, even if it doesn't want to listen, it has to listen for the sake of face. Feng Shi ignored it and continued. I'll just call you Xiaodong for now. Xiaodong, although we have only dealt with each other once, I can see that you're a mirror image with ideas. Not only do you have ideas, but you are also very capable. I still can't understand how you can detect the desires in everyone's heart. This ability is really against the will of heaven. Not only that, you can also weave corresponding illusions in a targeted manner, making people deeply trapped in them. How amazing is that? As soon as Feng Shi said this, the voice of the wooden sword sounded in his consciousness. Master, you are praising it desperately now, but you are actually laying bait. When this idiot is about to take the hook, you should close the net. High, really high. Feng Shi couldn't bear it anymore and said with her spiritual consciousness, get out. Niu Jian, okay. After saying that, he left. It's rare for a sword to roll so smoothly. Feng Shi. This wooden sword is getting more and more cheap. Feng Shi continued to deceive Dong Yu's mirror image. However, I have been wandering around here for such a long time and I haven't seen any living creatures. Even if you want to create illusions for people on a normal day, you have no way to do so. If you were in the outside world, your ability would be about the same if you didn't say you could kill the West. Now I can only stay in this barren place and stare blankly, what a pity. Feng Shi spoke enthusiastically, but there was no movement around. 10,000 years of fire marrow used his divine sense to say to Deng Yanshu, I think her words are in vain. That bastard is not stupid, how could he be fooled by her words? Deng Yanshu also felt that there was little hope. But I couldn't think of any good solution at the moment, so I could only continue to listen to Feng Shi's nonsense. I said, Xiaodong, although I don't have the ability to weave illusions, I also learned some techniques for weaving dreams from the Tao tribe. Of course, I can't compare with you, I just know a little bit about it. The master who taught me the art of weaving dreams once told me that if you want to weave perfect dreams for people, the most important thing is to have experience. Only in this way can the dream weaved out be more realistic. Speaking of this, let me say something that you may not like to hear. You have come into contact with too few people, and you have no experience at all. Therefore, my 5th senior brother and I can decipher your illusion. Your illusion will only be useful to them who are also mirror clones. If you want to reach the top, you definitely can't do it behind closed doors here. You have to go out and see the colorful world outside and see all kinds of human nature. There is an opportunity in front of you now. If you cooperate with me, I will take you to experience the warmth and coldness of life. I will take you to see all the prosperity in the world. I will take you all over the mountains and rivers, to the sky and into the sea, so that your life will not be wasted. Feng's eyes pets. You always use these words when you fool us. Don't you feel embarrassed? Can't you use a different set of words? Feng Shi doesn't feel embarrassed. It doesn't matter if they are the same set of words, as long as they are easy to use. Unfortunately, she was talking until her mouth was dry and there was no movement. Just when Feng Shi was feeling a little discouraged, Zheng Wen suddenly said, Junior sister, I think I'm about to advance. After saying that, he started to sit cross-legged and meditate. Feng Shi was surprised and happy. He no longer cared about fooling Dong Yu's mirror clone. He had said everything he needed to say anyway, and there was nothing he could do if it didn't come out. Let's protect 5th brother first, and think of other ways after he completes his advancement. Feng Shi guessed that the reason why Zheng Wen advanced may be related to the previous exploration of the illusion, which was also the reason why she did not intervene at that time. Exploring the illusion can condense spiritual consciousness, which is of great benefit to one's cultivation. Feng Shi was concentrating on protecting Zheng Wen, fearing that Dong Yu's mirror image would do something bad. She arranged several formations around Zheng Wen, and also asked Niu Jian to forcefully awaken the lost rabbit in the wilderness. If the mirror clone of winter territory does something bad, she will use the wilderotic rabbit to deal with it. Read minds versus illusions, let's see who is better. The reason why she didn't use it before was because she was worried that the cultivation level of the winter domain mirror clone was too strong, and it might cause backlash when the wandering rabbit in the wilderness read the mind. In addition, if the dog never shows up, the mind-reading skills of the lost rabbit in the wilderness may not be effective. But now regarding Zheng Wen, it is natural to make saturated preparations, just in case. Zheng Wen's advancement process was very smooth. After all, Feng Shi had set up a high-level formation around him to gather spiritual energy. Not to mention that he was just upgrading his nascent soul stage, it was enough for him to even advance to the spiritual transformation stage. An hour later, Junwen ended his meditation, and his cultivation level increased from the 6th level of nascent soul to the 7th level of nascent soul. There was not much joy on his face. In the past, I would break through several levels at a time, but today, there was only one level. It's so disappointing. Who knows if his junior sister will reach the middle stage of the spiritualization stage one day. It would be so embarrassing if he was still in the nascent soul stage by then. Ugh. Still, the me in the illusion is so majestic. The best sword in the world. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up when hearing his name, the gentleman with a sword known throughout the world? It's nothing like now, where advancement is as slow as a turtle crawling. He was lost for a moment, then suddenly shook his head and laughed. The illusion is fake after all, how can he be addicted to the illusion? Instead of immersing yourself in illusions, it is better to practice hard with your feet on the ground. Even if it's just a little bit of progress, it's real. Fang Shi saw that Junwen had finished his advancement and was about to put away all the formation discs when he saw the light shining on Junwen's body. Fang Shi. 5th senior brother, are you about to have an epiphany? Isn't this just an advanced step? Why did you have another epiphany? As expected, fools have good luck. I can't accept it. She had no choice but to continue to protect Junwen. 10,000 years of Fire Marrow West feels so sad. If this girl Fang Shi had an epiphany, they would feel better. After all, this damn girl is really smart. But the Junwen didn't seem to be any smarter than him, so why did he have an epiphany? It must be a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Otherwise, God is taking a nap. When they were feeling sour, Mu Jian said to Fang Shi, Master, hurry up and let me out. I want to use his enlightenment opportunity to practice. Several little fat birds also wanted to come out to take advantage of the opportunity for enlightenment. Fang Shi released them all at once. Sit in a row and practice. Seeing this, Onion Huosui Shi couldn't care less about being sour, and quickly asked Fang Shi to let him out. So, with Junwen as the center, there were a large group of people who took advantage of the opportunity. Fang's eyes flashed slightly and she said to the void, Xiaodong, this is a rare opportunity, why don't you come and join in the fun? After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Just when Fang Shi thought he had miscalculated again, a wisp of green smoke floated out of a dirt bag not far away. Fang Shi. I've heard of smoke rising from graves before, but I didn't expect that dream would come true today. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1042, fell into the Thuowo. The dream-eating taper was beaten so badly that he didn't even have the strength to resist. It was fine when you came, you can't go back. It really proves the saying that people die for money and birds die for food. It sacrificed its freedom for a bite of food. Just as it was regretting deeply, the wooden sword said to it. The fact that the master likes you is a great honor for your ancestors. You're still not happy. Really ignorant. Not to mention anything else, there are so many people in the Shangsheng sect, even if half of them dream every day, they can still stuff you to death. Isn't it better than starving here? The dream-eating taper thought about it and realized that this made sense. If it followed the little girl out, it would be able to have enough to eat every day. If you think about it this way, it doesn't seem unacceptable to be contracted by her. Besides, Ding Wintry and the others have all been contracted, so it can't be unsocial, right? Soon, the dream-eating taper successfully convinced himself. After receiving the beast core from Fang Shi, it even felt that it had been a little ignorant of the current situation before. As for the fact that the 10,000-year fire marrow asked it to lose money, it certainly would not agree to it. At first it ignored the 10,000 years fire marrow, but after getting tired of asking, it angrily said. You ate the 10 directions bloodstone, not me, so why should I pay for it? If you make me angry, I will make you drill into the center of the earth until the end of time. The 10,000 years fire marrow is so angry that it is about to separate from its walls. But there was nothing he could do about the dream-eating taper, so he could only keep a note of it in his heart. It's never too late to take revenge on Huo Sui. Just wait for me. At this time, Fang Shi asked the dream-eating taper, besides you, are there other mirror clones in the winter domain? The dream-eating taper shook his head. No, if there was only one, I wouldn't be hungry every day. Although Fang Shi had guessed it long ago, he still felt a chill in his heart when he heard the dream-eating taper's answer. The behemoth said there were 6 mirror clones in total, but now only 5 have been found. Where is the remaining one? Fang Shi asked, does the Haoshan mirror only have spring, summer, autumn, winter and west domains? Are there other domains? The giant beast shook its big head and said, we only know the west part, but the main body is very cunning, and there may be hidden areas that we just don't know about. Ding Yunshu agreed, yes, it likes to keep some things to itself and is also on guard against us, so the information we know is very limited. Fang Shi thought for a moment and said, if there are only 5 of you, can you find a way to force it out? 10,000 years of fire marrow sighed and said, only when the 6 of us gather together can we have a chance to fight for the control of the clear sky mirror and force the original body to show up. Otherwise, there is no hope at all. At this time, Mu Jian snorted coldly. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? I just look down on people like you who back down without doing anything. Let's not talk about far away, let's just talk about our master. At the beginning, her danshan was shattered, and everyone said that she would never be able to practice in this life. What was the result? Not only can she practice, but she can also practice the skills of the human, demon, and gluttonous races. And me, I was broken into pieces before. If it were you, you would have given up long ago, but I am different. I followed my master's example and with my perseverance, I got out of the predicament and gained a new life, shining brightly and illuminating the earth. Fang Shi felt that what Mu Jian said made sense, so he said to the giant beasts, then give it a try. It doesn't matter if you fail. After hearing what she said, the giant beasts had no choice but to do as she said. Try it out. The 5 of them formed a circle and began to make seals. Their seals are extremely complicated and consume a lot of spiritual energy. Fang Shi then opened a spirit gathering array around them to replenish their spiritual power. After working for half an hour, the giant beasts collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Nothing happened. Obviously, it failed. The giant beast said in a muffled voice. What? I told you it's impossible, right? It's like a bird without wings. No matter how much meat it has on other parts, it can't fly. The wooden sword said unconvincedly. Who says it can't fly without wings? Maybe it can fly a sword. Behemoth, your bird can fly a sword. You are a nagging person. You are a rolling pin. You are the only one who talks too much, and no one can get annoyed when they see you. Even if I'm a rolling pin, I'm still better than you, a mallet. You are the only one who is still studying, 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. Do you have the brains for it? Even if you study more, it's still 200 plus 50, 300 minus 50. The giant beast didn't react at first, and countered with its claws, ha. Isn't this just calling it an idiot? The giant beast was not happy with this and immediately started arguing with the wooden sword. Fang Shi was already in a bad mood, and now his head was buzzing because of their noise. He immediately said angrily, "Shut up, everyone." The two suddenly became as quiet as chickens. At this time, Junwen, who had been silent since his epiphany, said coldly, "Junior sister, I have an idea. Why don't you pretend to be the missing mirror image?" Fang Shi. Fifth brother, has your sudden realization damaged your brain? Although I am indeed good at wearing a vest, aren't you thinking too highly of me by asking me to pretend to be a mirror image? I don't even know what the last mirror clone is, how can I impersonate it? The giant beasts also thought that Junwen was daydreaming. However, Mu Jian strongly agreed with Junwen's suggestion, mainly because he wanted to go against the giant beasts. Master, I think this is a good suggestion. You are the master of Shuinglu. How does one say it? What is the universal world? What is the king's land? Anyway, everything in the 9 nether continent is yours. Everyone is you, and you are everyone. Of course, you can pretend to be a mirror image. Fang Shi knew that what Mu Jian wanted to say was, all under heaven belongs to the king, but this was too far-fetched. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a golden glow emitting from the blade of the wooden sword, which was hovering in the air. Extremely dazzling. Is this an epiphany? Can a sword bring about sudden enlightenment? The key point is, what did you suddenly realize? While she was still in a daze, the little fat birds had already started to take advantage of the opportunity to practice. The dream-eating tapir was very happy. I thought I jumped into a fire pit, but unexpectedly I fell into a nest of blessings. Junwen said to Fang Shi, "Junior sister, I will be the guardian, you can practice with me." Fang Shi shook his head. "Fifth brother, let me be the guardian. You can take this opportunity to consolidate your cultivation to avoid instability." Junwen couldn't persuade her, so he had to sit cross-legged again. Fang Shi thought, these two people have had an epiphany, why haven't I? How about I think about something related to the power of time? Ha! By the way, when I entered the Haoshan mirror before, I was pulled back and forth several times, and later I even entered a circular level. Could it be related to the power of time and space? If that's the case, Fifth brother's previous suggestion might actually work. However, she is not pretending to be the missing mirror clone, but using the power of time and space to bless it, perhaps she can help the giant beasts force out the real body of the Haoshan mirror spirit. This original body was able to think of dividing the Haoshan mirror into 5 areas and even create 6 mirror clones. It can be seen that it is very extraordinary. She is really looking forward to it. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1044, its highlight moments one after another. Mu Jian thought that a total of 3 unexpected things had appeared in the formation of the previous selection trial. Among them, the giant beast and the Dongwin tree are both mirror images of the spirit of the Haoshan mirror. Could this big hedgehog also be a mirror image? It had always felt that it was unusual for the giant hedgehog to turn into a normal spirit beast. Just by a sudden enlightenment, it turned from a formation beast into a spirit beast. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Also, now all the spirit pets are paying attention to the situation outside, why isn't the big hedgehog paying attention? Even if it's just out of curiosity, you should take a look. By the way, when they went to take advantage of Junwen's opportunity before, it didn't go out either. Just now it suddenly realized that the big hedgehog didn't go out either. Even a fool would know how to seize such a good opportunity for cultivation, so how could the big hedgehog not know? 1 or 2 abnormalities are coincidences, but are so many abnormalities also coincidences? So, there must be something wrong with the big hedgehog. 9 out of 10 times, it is the 6th mirror clone. When Mu Jian thought of this, he trembled with excitement. It is about to accomplish great things again. Ever since it changed into this golden sword body, its good luck has been unstoppable. No wonder the owner likes the golden color. It's auspicious indeed. However, Fang Shi was now concentrating on forming seals, so it didn't dare to disturb him and continued to pretend to practice, but in fact it was staring at the big hedgehog's every move. The big hedgehog lay there seemingly absent-minded, with only a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. Mu Jian suddenly had a better idea of his guess. This bastard is hiding something. Its guess must be right. Outside, Fang Shi and the giant beast were forming seals together, but unfortunately, half an hour had passed and still nothing happened. Fang Shi had no choice but to stop. The giant beast said in a muffled voice, "I said this trick is useless, it's a waste of treasure." The treasure in its mouth is the time shuttle stone. Just when Fang Shi was feeling somewhat disappointed, Mu Jian's excited voice rang out in his consciousness. "Master, I have a very bold guess. I think the big hedgehog is the 6th mirror image." Fang Shi originally thought that the wooden sword was being naughty again, but after hearing what it said, his eyes lit up. She felt that Mu Jian's analysis made sense. She had really ignored the big hedgehog before. Since the contract was signed, the hedgehog has been quite active at the beginning but has been very low-key since then. Especially after entering the Haotian mirror, there is almost no sense of existence. This is called darkness under the lamp. If Mu Jian hadn't reminded her, she really wouldn't have thought of the big hedgehog for a while. Fang Shi praised the wooden sword highly and promised to reward it with 5 purple beast cores. The wooden sword is so beautiful that it seems to be bubbling. Today is such a good day. Its highlights come one after another. Just today is the day it breaks out of the shell, and it decides that today is the birthday of the ancestor of all swords. From now on, it will celebrate this day every year. Oh, by the way, it would be best to find donkey dung eggs and collect some gifts from them. After praising the wooden sword, Fang Shi took the big hedgehog out of the spirit beast bag. The giant beasts were all very puzzled. Why did Fang Zhu bring this thing out? Among all her pets, this one is the most useless. At this time, Fang Shi said to the giant beasts, take a good look and see if this thing is your companion. 5 giant beasts. What the hell? You said this thing is the 6th mirror clone. That's it. How desperate must the original person be to create a mirror image like this? But since Fang Shi had spoken, they had no choice but to do as he said. The giant beast came up to the hedgehog, sniffed it, and said, hey, sniffed it again, and said, hey, again. Mu Jian, who was watching the show, immediately said, you've been calling me aunt for so long, why can't you call me uncle? The giant beast didn't have the time to pay attention to the wooden sword. It sniffed it a few more times and said to Fang Shi with a puzzled look. It seems to have that flavor, but it also seems a little off. I'm not sure. Fang Shi nodded and motioned Ngunshu and the others to go and identify it as well. After a while, Ngunshu also used his own method to identify it, and his conclusion was similar to that of the giant beast. They felt that the giant hedgehog was a bit similar and a bit different, and it was difficult to make a definitive conclusion. Fang Shi felt that if that was the case, then it must be the case. As for why they look a little different, maybe something went wrong in the middle. She looked at the big hedgehog with a smile. As expected of a hedgehog, you have a strong ability to protect yourself. You hide it very well. The big hedgehog hung his head and said aggrievedly. If I say I don't know what's going on, would you believe me? Fang Shi, I don't believe it. Big hedgehog. At this time, Mu Jian jumped out and said, come on. If you don't know what's going on, why are you hiding in the spirit beast bag pretending to be a dead dog? It's already this time, and you still want to quibble. You're really being stubborn. Master, this kind of thing deserves a beating. I'll poke hundreds of holes in it and it will behave itself. The golden pig rarely disagreed with the wooden sword and echoed. Yes, let me bite it twice, and it will wake up. Big hedgehog. It said anxiously, I am telling the truth. I really don't know what happened. It's just that after entering the Haotian mirror, I felt panic in my heart, so I was too lazy to move. Fang's eyes flickered. I will believe you for now. How about this, you should seal with the giant beasts now, and then we will know whether you are the one or not. The big hedgehog said in embarrassment, the seals they use are too complicated. I need to learn them. It will probably take some time to learn them. Fang Shi immediately said, it's okay, you can learn slowly, I won't force you. The big hedgehog couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then Fang Shi said, I'll give you 1 hour. Every time you exceed the time limit by a quarter of an hour, I'll pull out 10 thorns from you. You have a lot of thorns on your body anyway, so you shouldn't mind. Big hedgehog. Is this what you call human language? It doesn't matter whether it's pricked or not, the key is that it hurts. Mu Jian said in a mean way, the thorns I pulled out are just right for Yuling Wuken, so that it can put them on its body and pretend to be a sea cucumber. Yue Ling Wu Shen. Why are you so cheap? No wonder everyone calls you Mujian. Fang Shi asked Ngunshu to teach the hedgehog how to make seals because Ngunshu was more patient. The hedgehog didn't know whether it was because he was stupid or for some other reason, but after an hour, he still hadn't learned even 1/10 of it. He cried and said, I tried my best, but I just can't learn it. Fang Shi took out a pill and handed it to it. Eat this, your brain will be more clear. The big hedgehog took the pill doubtfully and swallowed it. The next moment, he fainted on the ground with a thud. Fang Shi said to the dream-eating tapir, look at its dream. Then he said to the wilderness-wandering rabbit, you read its mind. With a two-pronged approach, she didn't believe she couldn't get to the bottom of it. The reason why these 2 moves were not used at the beginning was mainly to remove the big hedgehog's defense. In addition, letting it learn seals would also consume its spiritual awareness, making it easier for the wilderness-lost rabbit to read its mind. After a moment, the dream-eating tapir said, its dream was blank. I didn't eat anything. After a while, the wilderness-wandering rabbit said dejectedly. It was counting in its mind, and all I read were numbers. Fang Shi. She said to the dream-eating tapir, give it a fantasy of desire. The dream-eating tapir shook his head, I couldn't sense its desire. Fang Shi thought for a moment and said, then you can create an illusion for it to learn to make hand seals. If it can't learn, it will die. Use all kinds of torture. Dream-eating tapir. You are so cruel. But on second thought, she looks cruel, but she is actually soft-hearted. Otherwise, there would be no need for illusions. Just torture the hedgehog in reality first. Thinking of this, it felt more accepting of Fang Shi. He worked very hard when weaving the illusion. You know what, this trick really works. The big hedgehog in the illusion learns much faster than in reality. Mu Jian couldn't help but sighed. Master, I finally deeply understand the sentence. Fang Shi asked, which sentence? A filial son is born under the stick. Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1046, Mirror of Fang Shi. When Fang Shi was at a loss, Zheng Wen rolled his eyes. Junior sister, didn't you suspect that the jade boxes at the Changsheng sect's mountain gate were the work of the Haotian mirror spirit? Do you think it might be punished for doing such an immoral thing? Haotian mirror spirit. Do you think it might be punished for doing such an immoral thing? Fang Shi. Fifth brother's train of thought is indeed unique. Although this possibility is not high, Fang Shi made a bold guess based on it. If the empty jade box was really done by the spirit of the Haoshan mirror, this means that its personality is similar to that of the wooden sword, which is just a waste. If it had such a personality, it would not have sent only the giant beast and the Penguin tree to interfere with the selection trial. It would have definitely taken part in it itself. She turned her gaze to the big hedgehog again. The space in the summer domain, autumn domain, and winter domain is limited, and the 10,000-year fire marrow, moon spirit black ginseng, and dream-eating taper can all be sure that there are no other mirror clones in their own territories. Therefore, the big hedgehog can only be Chunyu's mirror image. Although the territory of spring domain is larger than the other 3 domains, is it necessary to place 3 mirror clones? In addition, the behemoths all said that the aura of the big hedgehog was a bit like the mirror image clone and a bit unlike the mirror image clone. Also, the dream-eating taper cannot detect the desires of the giant hedgehog, and the thoughts read by the wilderness-wandering rabbit are all numbers. Can a mirror clone do these? An answer is imminent. Could the giant hedgehog be the true form of the Haoshan mirror spirit? There is no 6th mirror image at all. It had deliberately spread false information before in order to guard against the giant beasts. Even if they have ulterior motives, they will never be able to find the 6th mirror image. As for why the spirit of the Haoshan mirror turned into a big hedgehog, she couldn't guess. It was probably because something went wrong along the way. So the question is, if the big hedgehog is the real body and she has already contracted it, why is there no spiritual connection between her and the Haoshan mirror? Or should we renew the contract? Fang Shi decided to give it a try, since it would only cost a drop of blood. Thinking of this, she accepted the contract without even saying hello to the big hedgehog. The big hedgehog's originally confused eyes became sharp for a moment, but it disappeared in a flash. No one else saw it, but Niu Jian saw it. Because Niu Jian thought the big hedgehog was playing dumb, Yaji was secretly monitoring it. Besides, it's just a sword and it doesn't have any eyes, so other people can't even notice that it's watching them. Niu Jian felt so happy. Oh. I caught you again. I'm going to accomplish something extraordinary again. My brain is only slightly weaker than that of my unscrupulous master. Donkey Dung and the like can't compare to me. At this time, Fang Shi had already signed a new contract with the hedgehog, but she didn't feel any difference. Niu Jian told Fang Shi about his discovery in a daze. Master, I can guarantee with my life that the hedgehog must be hiding something. Just from the look in his eyes just now, he doesn't look like a good person. It's like, just like the fire-devouring Pixiu and the fire Kirin, you can tell at first glance that they're not the same creature. Fang Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that the big hedgehog has 2 souls in one body? The true body of the Haoshan mirror spirit is hidden in the body of the big hedgehog. She contracted only the big hedgehog and not the real body of the Haoshan mirror spirit, so she only contracted the big hedgehog and did not contract the real body of the Haoshan mirror spirit. If she wanted to verify her guess, it would be very simple. She only needed to send a wisp of her spiritual consciousness into the big hedgehog's sea of consciousness, and she would know the answer. Fang Shi was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he didn't say hello and just started working. The wisp of spiritual consciousness she separated directly penetrated into the big hedgehog's sea of consciousness. The big hedgehog's sea of consciousness was not big, and Fang Shi saw at a glance a small golden mirror hanging in the center of the sea of consciousness. Fang Shi's bright little face was reflected in the mirror. The small mirror shuddered immediately, and then jumped out of the big hedgehog's sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, he was bitten by the golden pig as soon as he jumped out. It turned out that when Fang Shi separated his spiritual consciousness, he released the golden pigs and the others to prevent the Haoshan mirror spirit from escaping. Not only the golden pig, but even a silent thunder was awakened by Fang Shi. For things like souls and spirit artifacts, the deterrent power of thunder is amazing. Therefore, even if the small mirror was not bitten by the golden pig, it would still be struck half to death by the thunder. Ji Lei was a little annoyed. Its latest song is taking a rest, and all the limelight has been stolen by those idiots. I finally got a chance to show off, but it was snatched away by a pig. Where can I go to reason? At this time, Fang Shi had already started to contract the small mirror at lightning speed. She didn't have time to consider whether the other party's soul state could be successfully contracted, but she felt that it was not a big problem. After all, she could even contract those spirit sword phantoms. When it comes to contracts, she is not bragging, she is unprecedented and unrivaled. She owns a zoo. The little mirror wanted to resist and struggle, but the golden pig was biting too tightly. The golden pig thought, you should be thankful that you look like a bear. If you looked like food, I might not be able to resist showing you off. Of course, if it wasn't afraid of Fang Shi, it would want to show off even if it was a mirror. After a moment, the contract was completed. The ground shook and thousands of golden lights were projected from the sky, dyeing the ground golden. Fang Shi's smile was like a flower, so brilliant. TSK, little mirror, you are hiding it very well. I thought you were just hiding your identity as a mirror clone, but I didn't expect that you are actually the real body of the Haoshan mirror spirit. From now on, this mirror should no longer be called the Haoshan mirror, but the Fang Shi mirror. Xiao Jingzi secretly cursed Fang Shi in her heart for being shameless. I accept the outcome, but you can only have my body, never my heart. Fang Shi smiled and said, I only covered your body, I don't care about your fragile little heart. Zheng Wen, who was eating melons on the side, said, Junior sister, what lewd words you said. Those who know you think you have adopted a spiritual pet, while those who don't know would think you have adopted a male pet. However, the true form of the Haoshan mirror spirit is really treacherous. Fortunately, I met my junior sister, otherwise who would have thought that it would be hidden inside a formation beast. Ding Yunshu and the others haven't reacted yet. Especially the giant beasts, they almost made themselves dizzy. The big hedgehog is the real body. No, the big hedgehog seems to be a big hedgehog, and the small mirror is the real body. So is the big hedgehog a mirror image? In order to find out what was going on, the giant beast simply moved close to the hedgehog and sniffed it. Ha, it seems to be the same taste as before. Is this what is going on? Not to mention it, even the big hedgehog itself didn't know what was going on. It had always believed itself to be a formation beast, but later with the help of Feng Shi's sudden enlightenment, it became a demon beast. But now they say it is a mirror clone, and that the small mirror that jumped out of its sea of consciousness is the real body. What a mess. The key point is, when did this thing enter its sea of consciousness? Its brain wasn't very smart to begin with, and now it's even more confused. At this time, Feng Shi said to the small mirror, "Since you have been in the big hedgehog's sea of consciousness, you should know everything that happened after I entered the Haoshan mirror, right? The Tiank Alliance is eyeing the Juyu continent covetously. They must have planted spies in the Juyu continent. The Haoshan mirror is the key to suppressing the aura of death. They will definitely find ways to obtain the Haoshan mirror or destroy it. I contracted you to protect you, otherwise I wouldn't bother with you at all." Little Mirror snorted coldly. "Don't make greed sound so pure and refined. If you have the ability, give me all the treasures of those old losers in the Forbidden Guard realm." Before Feng Shi could say anything, he stabbed the small mirror with the wooden sword. "How dare you talk to your master like that? You are so bold. I think you deserve to be punished. What's wrong with the master being greedy for money? She is a gentleman who loves money but earns it in a proper way. Besides, isn't she making money to replenish our bodies? Isn't she also making money to better cultivate talents for the 9 nether continent? But you clearly know that the situation is tense and time is precious, but you are playing hide and seek here. You shameless scum. You piece of shit. I'll stab you to death." Feng Shi, who had prepared a long speech, said, "Ever since this wooden sword broke its shell, it seems that she has no use for her eloquence. You say you have a sword, but instead of practicing your sword skills, you practice your talking every day. Isn't that a bit unprofessional?" As she thought about it, she gave a look to the 10,000-year fire marrow. They immediately rushed forward with the 10,000 years fire marrow. "I've been pissed off by this bastard for so many years, and today I can finally vent my anger." The big hedgehog was a little confused at first, but soon rushed forward roaring. It was this piece of shit that caused it to be suspected by its owner and caused it to learn some magic seals in the illusion. Beat you up. At this time, the Haoshan holy land in the outside world was in an uproar. Just now, the Haoshan mirror suddenly emitted a bright golden light. Although calm was quickly restored, the sharp-eyed elder Ji discovered that the 3 words, Haoshan mirror, on the mirror frame had changed to the word, Shi. Mirror of Feng Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1048. Compared to you, Feng Shi is considered kind. Inside the Haoshan mirror, Feng Shi didn't know that just by saying it casually, the Haoshan mirror had been renamed. She doesn't know, but the little mirror knows. At this moment, it was suffering from severe physical pain and mental torture. What sin had it committed to have to encounter such a pervert? Feng Shi saw that the beating was almost over, so he said, "Stop it. What did I teach you? How can you bully a stranger? Even if this little mirror is morally corrupt, it should go through normal trial procedures. How can you lynch it?" Little mirror cursed in her heart. "Why didn't you stop them when they hit me just now? I'm already beaten half to death, and you come out and act like a good guy. Besides, how am I morally corrupt? No matter how bad I am, can I be worse than you?" It was just complaining in its heart when Feng Shi suddenly stood opposite it, and Feng Zai's smiling little face was reflected in the mirror. Feng Shi tilted her little head to the left, then to the right. "Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the most beautiful person in the world." The little mirror shuddered suddenly. "How do you know that I am actually a magic weapon?" Feng Shi. "If I say I just want to make a joke, would you believe me?" Feng Shi was certainly not stupid enough to tell Xiao Jingzi the truth. She curled her lips and said, "The demon god has blessed me many times, and it can be said that he favors me. Isn't it normal for me to know something that others don't know? Besides, have you forgotten? I am the island master of the demon clan Langyunyuan. I know so much more. However, there are some things I don't need to tell you, so you better tell me the truth. If you tell even a single lie, I'll punish you." Because Feng Shi had discovered the identity of the magic weapon, Xiao Jingzi suddenly became more afraid of Feng Shi. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but it feels that Feng Shi seems to be more insidious and perverted than before. So, after hearing Feng Shi's words, he gave up the story he had prepared and told the whole story in detail. Just as Feng Shi guessed, the spirit of the Haoshan mirror was a troublesome person and often left the Haoshan mirror to hang out in the Changsheng sect. Because of its secretive whereabouts, it has never been discovered. That day when Feng Shi brought the Exeter family to seek justice, it happened to sneak out to watch the fun. It's so excited. It has been in Changsheng sect for such a long time, but this is the first time it has eaten such a stimulating melon. I didn't realize that Master Han Feng was quite playful. When Feng Shi was bowing at the threshold of the Changsheng sect, it wanted to tease her and threw a pile of empty jade boxes to Feng Shi. It couldn't even imagine how happy she would be when she opened the jade box. Feng Shi snorted coldly when he heard this. The little mirror felt that it was necessary to make some corrections, so it said, "I gave you the jade box so that you could have it in case of emergency. Didn't you use it before when you were in the Fox Clan's medicine garden? If you didn't have so many jade boxes, you wouldn't be able to take away so many natural treasures, right?" Feng Shi glanced at it and said, "Go on." The little mirror continued. "When the selection trial started, I saw that the Western Supreme Elder was targeting your Wudao Peak. I felt it was unfair, so I sent the giant beast and the Dingwin tree to help you." Feng Shi, speak humanly. Little mirror, well, this is what happened, this is the situation. Seeing Feng Shi's face darken, it quickly said, "Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. You have also seen that I have 5 mirror clones. The power of these 5 bastards is getting stronger and stronger. I am afraid that they will usurp the throne, so I want to weaken their power. But I can't do it openly. I want to take advantage of the opportunity of the selection trial to give the giant beast and the Dingwin tree a beating. Then I will put the blame on the Changsheng sect, because they won't think of me at all. Before little Mirror could finish his words, he was beaten up again by the giant beasts. What a loss. It's so gloomy. Compared to you, Fangxi is considered kind. Fangxi coughed and said, all right, stop hitting it and let it continue talking. The small mirror was so painful that the surface was deformed. It felt like it had fallen into the hands of a stepmother, and its life would be impossible from now on. It endured the pain and continued. Because the levels of the giant beast and the cloud-climbing tree were at the back, I wasn't in a hurry at the time, I just wanted to watch the show and have some fun. In order to prevent being discovered by people outside and you, I made a decision that will make me regret for the rest of my life. I hid in the mind of this stupid hedgehog. It should have been foolproof, but who knew you would have an epiphany? I don't know what happened, but I'm trapped in this idiot sea of consciousness. I have tried many ways to get out but couldn't. The last time you entered the Haoshan Holy Land for the first time, you were probably closer to the Haoshan Mirror, so I was finally able to move a little. I guess if I get closer to the Haoshan Mirror, maybe I can escape. So, I went to great lengths to let you see that the Haoshan Mirror is golden, thinking that with your greedy personality, you might go and see for yourself, but in the end, you didn't go. Fangxi put his hands behind his back and said, I am greedy. What a joke. I always regard money as dirt. Little Mirror, come on. You want to exchange dirt for money? It did not dare to argue with Fangxi and continued. Although I was very disappointed at the time, I thought that you were going to enter the Haoshan Mirror trial, and then I would be able to escape. To be honest, when I first entered the Haoshan Mirror, I found that I had entered a loop mode, and my heart died. I thought I was going to be buried with you. Fortunately, you later entered the normal trial scene, and I breathed a sigh of relief. My range of movement was also larger than before. Although I still couldn't get out of the sea of consciousness of that idiot big hedgehog, I was not too worried. I thought that it might be because I had been in the Haoshan Mirror for a short time, and I would definitely be able to get out after a longer time. But, damn it, you actually contracted the giant beasts. At this point, black smoke came out of the small mirror. It can be seen that he is full of resentment. Fangxi took out the little black ball, purify the air. Little black ball. Mu Jian rolled on the ground laughing. Donkey dung eggs, this is the only use you have. I am a military advisor, and you are just a cleaning errand boy. The little black ball didn't bother with the wooden sword and absorbed the black smoke coming out of the small mirror. Then he was surprised to find that its demonic energy had increased significantly. This black smoke is actually demonic energy concentrated countless times. The little black ball was immediately moved. It seems that the master treats this queen differently. It will always be the owner's white moonlight. In fact, Fangxi just said it casually and had no idea what kind of evil spirit this thing was. Mu Jian felt jealous, but soon an idea flashed in his mind, and he secretly said to the little black ball. Since the black smoke from this small mirror is good for you, let's work together to infuriate it and let it continuously emit black smoke for you to absorb. What do you think? Of course the little black ball knew what Mu Jian was planning. The Haoshan mirror was a divine weapon, and it was very important in suppressing the aura of death. Mu Jian was afraid that the little mirror would take over, so he said that. However, this was a good thing for it, so it agreed. Mu Jian was very happy. As long as he put a little effort into it, these idiots would be in his hands. The little mirror didn't know that a palace conspiracy had been played out around it. At Fangxi's urging, it continued. I saw you contract several mirror clones in succession, and you were cunning and, well, smart. I was afraid that you would guess the big hedgehog, so I disguised the big hedgehog as a mirror clone in a hurry. In this way, even if you suspect the big hedgehog, you will only think it is a mirror image and will never think of me. This plan within a plan can be said to be very sound, but who knows that man proposes, God disposes, and you finally discovered it. Little Mirror was very upset when he said this. Over the years, it had planned everything out, and even those old losers in the Forbidden World were made to cry for their parents by it, but now it was contracted by a yellow-haired girl. How could it face people in the future? It's just that it chose the stupid hedgehog. If it had been any other formation beast at that time, nothing would have happened later. That's not right. With Fangxi being such a pervert, even if this didn't happen, he would probably still find a way to contract the giant beasts after entering the Haoshan Mirror. However, as long as it hides, they can't find it at all. Little Mirror was worried and anxious for a while, and his mind was in a mess. At this time, Fangxi asked, since you are not confident about the mirror clones, why did you create them in the first place? The Little Mirror sighed, of course I don't want to do that. I'm not stupid, my last owner did that. He said it was to prevent me from getting into trouble and to leave me some escape routes. I think it's not leaving me a way out, but blocking it. These bastards can replace me anytime and anywhere, so of course I have to work diligently for the Changsheng Sect. Not only do they have to support those old losers, but they also have to help train the little losers from the Changsheng Sect. It's so hard for me. Fangxi thought to herself, you never said a word about taking advantage of others. She was too lazy to expose it and asked, who was your last master? Was he the founder of the Changsheng Sect? Little Mirror said uncertainly, maybe. Many of my memories are blurry. Anyway, I just remember that my mission was to serve as the center of the formation and suppress the deadly aura. Fangxi was actually very puzzled. Since the Haoshan Mirror was a magic weapon, why did it fall into the hands of the Changsheng Sect? Could it be that the founder of the Changsheng Sect is actually a demon? That would be outrageous. Fangxi wanted to continue asking, but Little Mirror said, I'm a little confused. I'm going to faint. Before Fangxi could react, the small mirror had already slipped into the auspicious cloud hairpin. Thunder, #% at #. You two both deserve a beating, don't you? Why are you all here to grab my territory? It really wants to split the small mirror into 8 pieces. However, after Fangxi warned it, it did not dare, no, it did not dare to act rashly. After all, Fenggu is his little pet, if he doesn't pamper him, who else will? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1050, the disciple is not motivated, the master hits his head. Not only Wen Shan thought so, but everyone present thought so. Even Lin Xiangchuan thought so. It's not that he looked down on Feng Shi, but in their inherent cognition, the Haoshan mirror is a divine weapon. How can an ordinary person tame it? Wen Shan comforted him. Feng Zhu, it doesn't matter if it doesn't go smoothly. We can think of other ways. Feng Shi nodded. It has to be this way. Alas, I am too useless. Although I have contracted the body of the Haoshan mirror spirit, I can't stop it from sleeping. This bastard has been sleeping for several hours and hasn't woken up yet. I can only wait until it wakes up, and then I can talk to it about extending the deadline. Wen Shan was stunned for a moment and asked, Feng Zhu, what did you just say? Why don't I understand? Feng Shi glanced at Zhengwen. Zhengwen knew it was his turn to appear as the supporting actor. After all, it feels better when your great achievements are spoken of by others. He cleared his throat. You don't understand or you can't believe what you're hearing. You heard it right, my junior sister has already contracted the true body of the Haoshan mirror spirit. Although that bastard was very cunning, he could not hide from our junior sister and signed the contract with her obediently. Now this Haoshan mirror belongs to my junior sister. Not to mention extending the deadline, even staying here for just one song is no problem. Zheng Wen's words immediately made the ancestors of the Changsheng sect explode. Some of them couldn't even keep their balance. Lu Buyi, Feng Zai's most recent senior brother, had just crawled out of the coffin. Before he could get outside, he heard the explosive news. In excitement, the first call was broken up. Duanmu Weizhang, Feng Shi's new master, had finally gotten a good night's sleep these past 2 days, but was awakened by screams from outside. What the hell? Feng Shi has contracted the spirit of the Haoshan mirror. Is this true or false? Are you bragging? Many people also had such doubts. Ji Lei considerately struck the small mirror to wake it up and told it to get out quickly to testify for Feng Go. Although Ji Lei cannot speak, the small mirror can guess what it is thinking. It cursed in its heart, it's fine that I was tricked by that little girl, but you, a thunder robber, are willing to be Feng Shi's running dog. What are you thinking? Is it a shame? The little mirror cursed in her heart while the auspicious cloud hairpin flew out. These people in the Forbidden Realm had never seen the small mirror, so they had some doubts about its identity. Little mirror was full of frustration, and now he finally found someone to vent his anger on. A golden light flashed on the mirror, and the figures of Yuan Qinghe and others suddenly twisted, with expressions of great pain. Feng Shi frowned. Stop. From now on, without my order, you are not allowed to mess with my disciples. Do you hear me? The little mirror said weakly, yes. Then Feng Zai's voice rang out in his consciousness, well done. We have to teach them a lesson, lest they disrespect me, the third-generation ancestor. Small mirror. Is it really okay for you to be so hypocritical? After what the small mirror did, Wen Shan and the others were now certain of its identity. They all looked at Feng Shi in shock. She actually contracted the spirit of the Haoshan mirror. Lin Xiangchuan reacted the fastest, and said with admiration. Ancestor Feng, no wonder the Grandmaster appeared in your dream, you are the greatest genius of all time. My little grandson, my admiration for you is as endless as the torrent of water. Please accept my respect. After saying that, he knelt on the ground and cut out to Feng Shi. Feng Shi. Children who are too filial are also a burden. Others also expressed their admiration for Feng Shi, and even Wen Shan was convinced. Duanmu Weizhang, who was lying in the coffin, was quite pleased. He was indeed my disciple. He was a man of both literary and martial arts, smart, kind-hearted, and had outstanding talents. I didn't expect that I would have such good fortune after my death. God bless me. After enjoying the flattery for a while, Feng Shi said to the small mirror. How about a half-year extension? Small mirror. Do you think extension is just a matter of touching your upper lip with your lower lip? If you outsiders stay here for a little longer, I will waste a lot of energy. If you stayed here for half a year, my mirror would probably be shattered into a spider web. It immediately said, I can't hold on for half a year. Feng Shi thought for a moment and said, then let's go with see you. The small mirror shook twice, it's still too long. Feng Shi glared at it and said, then let's say 1.5 months. Little mirror readily agreed. Not only did he agree, he also felt that Feng Shi was easy to talk to. Then, I suddenly remembered that what Feng Shi and the old ghosts from the Forbidden Realm had said was to extend the period from 1 month to 2 months. Routines, they are all routines. After solving the delay problem, the next step is to select disciples. Feng Shi looked at Wen Shan and the others and asked, what preparations have you made in the past 2 days? Have you arranged for people to study the formation method for selecting personal disciples? Everyone lowered their heads silently. Only Lin Xiangchuan stepped forward and said, Ancestor Feng, I have compiled several sets of exercises suitable for ordinary disciples to practice according to your requirements, but I am not very knowledgeable, so I still need to discuss with other ancestors. Feng Shi nodded to him approvingly, then looked at Wen Shan and others. You just think that I can't convince the spirit of the clear sky mirror to postpone the deadline, so you ignored my words. Now I finally understand why you have never appreciated the painstaking efforts of our ancestor. Because you have no heart at all. Even if you can't postpone it, there are still many things you can do instead of hiding in a grave. I clearly told you about the serious situation outside, but you didn't feel any sense of urgency at all. I think it's because you have been ghosts for too long and you really think of yourselves as ghosts. Not only have you failed the great efforts of our ancestors, you have also failed the respect shown to you by the sect, and even more so, you have failed my trust in you. You guys really disappoint me. Wen Shan and others were so embarrassed that their faces turned red and their necks became thick, feeling ashamed. Some of them really felt, as Feng Shi had said, that it was impossible to postpone the event, and Feng Shi would not be able to come back for a while, so they were not too anxious. There are also some people who just happened to fall into a deep sleep, for example, Lu Buyi. The day Feng Shi met him, he was forcing himself to get up. After Feng Shi left, he fell asleep. Just woke up. Of course, after so many years, as the second highest person in the Forbidden Guard realm, he was completely in a hands-off state and couldn't get into the state for a while. Fang Shi paused for a moment and continued, I am not only your third-generation ancestor, but also the leader of the Juyu Continent Alliance. Xiang Ji interrupted with his eyes wide open. Fang Zhu, when did you become the leader of the Juyu Continent Alliance? You didn't mention this before. Fang Shi glanced at him and said, who else do you think can take on the position of leader besides me? I just announced it a few days in advance. Xiang Ji. Other people. If nothing else, you are really confident. Fang Shi continued. There are thousands of people in a family, but only one person is in charge. From now on, what I say is an order, a decree, and you must obey it unconditionally. If anyone disobeys your orders, don't blame me for being rude. Of course, there will be rewards for every punishment, and there will be rewards for doing well. For example, this time, Lin Xiangchuan did a great job. I will ask Xiao Jingzi to take special care of him in the future to make his soul more stable. The reason why Fang Shi said this was because the small mirror's previous performance showed that it had a way to control the Forbidden Realm. Either he can control the formation, or he can do something else. Anyway, he can affect the state of these old ghosts. Don't even mention how proud Lin Xiangchuan was. It turns out that opportunities are reserved for diligent people. Fang Shi's method of combining the big stick with red dates had an immediate effect. Wen Shan and others immediately spoke enthusiastically and put forward many suggestions on selecting disciples. After Fang Shi listened to their suggestions, he asked them to start carving the trial array. The content of the trial is mainly to examine the character and responsibility of those disciples, which is more important than cultivation and qualifications. As for Shen Jilin and her followers, they were not qualified to participate in the selection at all, so Fang Shi prepared a big gift for them. She asked the dream eating taper to weave illusions of desire and hope for them, so that they could experience the sour and refreshing feeling. If you accidentally die in there, it doesn't matter. However, Fang Shi felt that Shen Jilin would definitely not die. After all, she is protected by golden light, and ordinary means probably cannot kill her. It doesn't matter, I can just keep her as bait, and if there's any trouble with the Yunsha sect, I can use her as a shield. This is a good opportunity for the dream-eating taper to weave illusions of desire and hope for her, to see if he can uncover some secrets. She warned the dream-eating taper, be more circuitous when investigating, so as not to trigger some spiritual restrictions and alert the enemy. The dream-eating taper thought to himself, do you need to tell me this? I have never failed before, only when I met a pervert like you I was discovered. After Fang Shi had arranged all these things, he was about to take a break when Yuan Qinghe came over. Fang Zhu, I have not been idle these past 2 days. I have been restoring the memories of Jing Yan and the others. Fang Shi looked at him, so. Yuan Qinghe. Of course it's a reward for me. You gave it all to Lin Xiangchuan, isn't it unfair not to give it to me? Fang Shi said calmly, you were the one who erased Jing Yan and the others' memories without authorization. I'm lucky enough that I didn't hold you responsible. How dare you want a reward? Think about it yourself, is this appropriate? Yuan Qinghe had no choice but to leave in shame. Lin Xiangchuan couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart, you offended Fang Zhu so much before, and you still want a reward. I'm afraid you're just dreaming. However, although Yuan Qinghe is a fool, he has a good disciple. Fang Zhu praised Sima Xiao highly, which showed that he had a very good impression of him. Look at his annoying apprentices, they are all idiots who hold him back. Ugh. The disciple is not doing well and the master will break his head. Chapter 1050, the disciple is not motivated, the master hits his head.